Hello, hello. Test one, two. Hello, hello. Sound check, test.
Sound check. Sound check. Good morning. Namaskar. I'm Pooja Kamal, and it is an absolute honor to warmly welcome this august gathering for the 13th National Review Conference of the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana. Good morning. Sound check. Sound check. So I will mainly be using the podium mic, but you're okay if I switch in between if I need to move a little. ठीक है? तो ये हमारा backup रहेगा. Sound check. अच्छा, is it possible for me to just see the frame? Because ये height मुझे जरा अपनी check करनी है. 1 मिनट आप मुझे frame दिखा सकते हैं? Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. Welcome to the 13th National Review Conference for the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana in this beautiful, vibrant capital of Karnataka, Bengaluru, a city that perfectly reflects India's spirit of progress, innovation, and excellence. Karnataka, as we know, is a state endowed with diverse natural landscapes. We have the lush green forests, the scenic hills, the serene coastline, and most importantly, a very, very fertile plain. And Karnataka's enduring contributions to agriculture, science, education, governance has made Karnataka a vital pillar for national progress. And I can proudly say that we are at one of the most prettiest properties of Bengaluru. I hope you all are enjoying your stay by the golf course. It is once again an absolute pleasure to witness the coming together of distinguished personalities, each representing their respective domain, for this 2-day national level event organized by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. I think I'm leaning forward too much. Is this looking better?
Hello.
Yes, of course, absolutely. This esteemed forum unites policymakers. We have all the stakeholders, the policymakers, the senior government officials, experts from insurance and banking sector, representatives from the technical and research institutions, as well as, of course, our dedicated agricultural experts, all driven by one shared vision, and that is to strengthen India's agricultural ecosystem. We are at the 13th National Review Conference, which is set to reflect on the progress achieved so far, address the existing challenges, as well as chart out the future course for agricultural risk management and crop insurance in India. The conference provides a vital platform for meaningful dialogue, policy refinement, and strategic collaboration amongst all the stakeholders at the backdrop of growing impact of climate change on India's agricultural landscape. Now, the implementation of India's flagship crop insurance schemes, the PMFBY and the RWBCIS, has earned widespread global recognition as the largest crop insurance program in the world. In fact, we can proudly say that the world is looking at India as a benchmark and is very keen to learn from the rich experience, innovation, and expertise that we have together built over the years. So against this inspiring backdrop, the conference has been thoughtfully curated to feature a series of keynote addresses, panel discussions, technical presentations, and interactive sessions, all aimed at strengthening agricultural financial resilience. With this brief overview of the objectives of the conference, I extend a very, very warm welcome once again, a very heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed participants who have joined us here in Bengaluru, Karnataka. Also, the ones that are going to be joining us virtually from across the country. Very happy to also once again remind you that this entire 2-day event is live on the PMFBY YouTube channel. The link has been shared on all the groups.
ये वाली ना थोड़ी सी वो लो कर दो वॉल्यूम फीडबैक की
थोड़ा सा साउंड कम कीजिए बट ये इसमें चल नहीं रहा थोड़ा सा साउंड
May I continue? Hanji. So please do share with your friends, family, colleagues to watch this entire program, this national level event live on the PMFBY YouTube channel. कुछ बदला क्या इधर से अभी? Whatever. May I now invite honorable dignitaries to take their places on the dais for the formal inaugural session of this prestigious conference. Please extend a very warm welcome for good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Garu. I'm your host, Pooja Kamal, and it gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome this august gathering for the 13th National Review Conference at the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana. Requesting everyone that's coming in, please do settle down, please do take your seat. We are raring to go. As we know, this 13th National Review Conference is set in the vibrant state of Karnataka, Bengaluru city, which truly reflects India's spirit of progress, innovation, and excellence. And Karnataka, as we know, is a state endowed with diverse natural landscapes. We have the scenic hill ranges, we have the lush green forests, the serene coastline, and most importantly, we have fertile plains. Its enduring contributions to agriculture, science, education, governance makes Karnataka a vital pillar for India's national progress, and it also makes it a befitting venue for us to host the 13th National Review Conference. And I'm sure you all are enjoying this beautiful property by the golf course. With that, once again, it is truly a pleasure to witness the coming together of distinguished participants from across the country, each representing their respective domains in this two-day national level event organized by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. This esteemed forum today unites policymakers, senior government officials, experts from insurance and banking sector, representation from technical and research institutions, and of course, dedicated agricultural experts, all driven by a shared vision of strengthening India's agricultural ecosystem. The 13th National Review Conference will reflect on the progress achieved so far, address existing challenges, and also chart out the future for agricultural risk management and crop insurance in India. The conference provides a vital platform for meaningful dialogue, policy refinement, and strategic collaboration amongst all the stakeholders at the backdrop of the growing impact of climate change on India's agricultural landscape. The implementation of India's flagship crop insurance schemes, the PMFBY and the RWBCIS, has earned widespread global recognition as the largest insurance programs in the world as far as farmer participation is concerned. And we proudly say that today many countries look at India as a benchmark, keen to learn from the rich experience, innovation, and expertise that we together, all of us in the room, have built over the years. So against this inspiring backdrop, this conference has been thoughtfully curated to feature a series of keynote addresses, panel discussions, technical presentations, interactive sessions, all aimed only at strengthening agricultural financial resilience. With this brief overview of the objectives of the conference, I extend once again a very, very warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. Let's start by giving yourselves a nice, loud round of applause, please. Thank you. And of course, all our esteemed participants who have joined us here in Bengaluru, Karnataka, as well as those participants that are going to join us virtually today from across the country. Also, as you know, we are live on PMFBY's YouTube channel. The link has been shared on the groups for day 1 and for tomorrow, day 2. Please do share the link so that all your colleagues, friends, family can watch this national level event live on PMFBY's YouTube channel. With that, I'd now like to invite our honorable dignitaries to take their places on the dais for the inaugural session of this prestigious conference. Please extend a warm welcome with a loud round of applause. Firstly, for Dr. Ashish Kumar, Bhutani, Secretary, Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India. Shri Ajay, Chairman, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Shri Muktanand Agarwal, Joint Secretary and CEO, PMFBY, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, Government of India. And Shri Navin Chandra, Jaji, MD and CEO, SBI General Insurance Company Limited. Also, Shri Y.S. Patil, Commissioner, Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Let's welcome our 5 honorable dignitaries to come up on stage. And before you take the dais, I'd request you to proceed for the lamp lighting. Request you all, let's welcome them with a loud round of applause as we have them on stage. And requesting you to proceed for the lamp lighting. As you know, a national level event like this must start on an auspicious note. Once again, yes, as they take off their shoes and get ready for the lamp lighting, a very auspicious start. Also symbolic of leading us from darkness to light, light of knowledge, taking us away from ignorance with the light of knowledge, like our honorable dignitaries always do for us. So let's start. इस खूबसूरत इवेंट का श्री गणेश करते हैं with the lamp lighting. इसी के साथ इस इवेंट का श्री गणेश हो गया है तो एक बार सब साथ में गणपति बप्पा. With that, as our honorable dignitaries settle down on the dais, we are going to start with today's opening plenary session. And once again, we extend a very warm and enthusiastic round of applause to welcome our distinguished guests and to thank them for their esteemed presence today. With that, I'd now like to request the MD and CEO SBI General Insurance Company Limited, Shri Navin Chandra Jaji, requesting Shri Navin Chandra Jaji, MD and CEO SBI General Insurance, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Let me quickly tell you a little about him. With over 3 decades of experience in banking and financial services and a predominant association with the State Bank of India since 1994, Shri Jha has led a wide spectrum of functional and operational responsibilities in senior leadership roles. So just the right personality that we need for our welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Honorable dignitaries on dais, Shri Ajay, Chairman IRDI, Shri Ashish Bhutani, Secretary, Minister of Corporation, Government of India, Shri Muktanand Agrawal, Joint Secretary and CEO PMFBY, Shri Y.S. Patil, Commissioner of Agriculture, Karnataka, and Shri Ritesh Chauhan, IS Secretary, Annual Husbandry, Government of Himachal Pradesh, former CEO of PMFBY, senior officers from Government of India and States, CMDs and officers of insurance companies, dignitaries from banks, reinsurance friends. A very warm welcome to all of you. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 13th National Review Conference of PMFBY in Karnataka, a state where heritage meets innovation and tradition blends seamlessly with progress. Today we gather under a shared commitment to strengthen and envision the future of Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana, a flagship initiative of the Government of India that stands as a pillar of resilience in Indian agriculture. With nearly 54% of Indian population dependent on agriculture, PMFBY plays a critical role not just in crop protection, but in securing rural livelihoods. Since its launch in 2016, it has grown into one of the world's largest crop insurance programs, built on a scale, impact, and most importantly, trust. Since its launch, it has been a promise of support for our farmers against nature's uncertainties. What makes it remarkable is not just its size, but the trust it has earned over the years. The latest data reflect the growing adoption and reach of this scheme. Over 78.4 crore applications insured since inception, rupees 1.83 lakh crore claims paid out, ensuring timely support to the farmers. Farmer participation has revived very strongly, with enrollment crossing 4 crore in the recent seasons. Digital adoption continues to expand, making processes more transparent and efficient. These numbers are not just statistics, they represent millions of farmers shielded from distress, livelihoods safeguarded, rural economies stabilized, and confidence restored every season. PMFBY today is not just a compensation mechanism, it is a risk management backbone of Indian agriculture. With increasing use of technology, digitized enrollments, satellite imagery, yield estimation tools, and faster claim settlements, the scheme is steadily moving towards being more transparent, more efficient, and more farmer-friendly. At the same time, we acknowledge that the journey is ongoing. Timelines of claims, awareness among non-loany farmers, regional disparities, and climate-induced risk demands continuous improvement and collaboration. And that is precisely why forums like today's conference are so critical. This conference gives us an opportunity to reflect, recalibrate, and reimagine, to exchange experiences from the ground, to share best practices, and to collectively strengthen PMFBY so that it remains robust, responsive, and relevant for the future. As we begin, let us remember strengthening PMFBY means strengthening hope, livelihoods, and the nation's food security. With these words, I warmly welcome all of you and look forward to meaningful discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Jaji. With that, please give a very, very warm welcome to Shri Muktanand Agarwal, Joint Secretary and CEO, PMFBY Government of India, to give the opening remarks and the objective and agenda which we will follow for the next two-day conference. Zordar taaliyon ke saath swagat, Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji. Over to you, sir.
Respected Shri Ajay Seth sir, Chairman, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Sir, I would like to place on record my sincere personal gratitude to you for gracing this occasion with your physical presence. This is one of those rare occasions when we have Chairman IRDI amongst us. Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani sir, Secretary Cooperation, Government of India. My predecessor, Shri Ritesh Chauhan sir, Secretary Animal Husbandry, State Government of Himachal Pradesh. Shri Navin Chandra Jaji, MD and CEO SBI General Insurance Company Limited, and Shri Y.S. Patil, Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Senior officials from the central and state governments, union territories, esteemed representatives from insurance, reinsurance companies, technology and knowledge partners, and academic institutions and international organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this 13th National Review Conference on Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana. I sincerely thank each one of you for joining us and for your continued commitment to strengthening India's agricultural risk management framework. We have gathered here in Bengaluru, the Garden City of India, a city that symbolizes the historical legacy, innovation, technology, and forward-looking vision. This makes it an apt venue for deliberations on the future of agricultural insurance and finance in our country. Over the years, the NRC, National Review Conferences, have emerged as a cornerstone for meaningful dialogue, collective learning, and solution-oriented engagement among policymakers, implementing agencies, insurers, technologists, and development partners. This forum has consistently helped steer PMFBY towards greater efficiency, transparency, and farmer centricity. As you are aware, this year also marks the completion of 10 years of PMFBY. What began as a visionary dream to provide a robust risk mitigation tool for our farmers and was launched in 2016 under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, as an ambitious national mission to provide comprehensive and affordable crop insurance to our farmers across the country. More importantly, the scheme has provided financial security and resilience to around 5 crore farmers, ensuring that a single season of adversity does not translate into prolonged financial distress. This journey has been as much about human impact as it has been about scale, systems, and numbers. Today, the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana stands as the world's largest crop insurance program in terms of farmer enrollments and the third largest globally in terms of premium volume. Through partnerships with international organizations and under South-South cooperation, India is now sharing the PMFBY model with 6 countries: Ethiopia, Ecuador, Cote d'Ivoire, Bolivia, Sri Lanka, and Tanzania, which reflects the global relevance and success of our scheme. After 10 years of successful implementation, this conference comes at a very critical and timely juncture. The 13th NRC is not only an opportunity to deliberate on the next 3 years of the upcoming tender cycle, but also to collectively shape the vision for the next decade of PMFBY. I look forward to discussions that help us define where PMFBY should be in the next 10 years and how it can continue to evolve as a cornerstone of agricultural risk management in India. I also expect that deliberations during this conference will help us chart the road ahead for the next tender cycle, particularly on how we can expand the coverage, include more crops, and ensure faster and more efficient delivery of benefits to our farmers, which remains our ultimate goal. Technology has played and continues to play a transformative role in PMFBY, from a fully digitized, portal-driven ecosystem to advanced yield estimation through the YesTech framework. Technology has enhanced transparency, reduced timelines, and strengthened trust. Going forward, we aspire to see further technological upgradation and innovation to make the scheme even more farmer-friendly. We are now leveraging hyperlocal data, remote sensing, and real-time analytics to move towards more precise risk assessment and faster claim settlements, empowering farmers with timely and actionable information. While the progress so far has been significant, much more remains to be done. As we look ahead, our collective focus must be on 1, expanding states' participation by ensuring wider and more consistent adoption of the scheme. I would like to thank Government of Mizoram here, the state which joined PMFBY from Kharif 2025, and we are hopeful that in this year more states will join the scheme. Some of them will join it back. The Government of India remains fully committed to hand-holding the state governments and to strengthening partnerships through deeper collaboration with insurers, reinsurers, financial institutions, technology providers, and grassroots organizations. To bring the voices of beneficiary farmers to the forefront, we have intensified our awareness campaign using testimonials of real beneficiary farmers. The sessions planned over the next 2 days in the NRC, covering learnings from the past, challenges faced, and expectations for the future of PMFBY and RWBCIS, disaster risk mitigation through parametric insurance, leveraging the India Post network for farmer enrollment, strengthening the regulatory and legal framework, enhancing coverage in UTs, Northeastern region and Himalayan states, and designing parametric add-on covers will provide a rich platform for meaningful and outcome-oriented deliberations. Over the next 2 days, let us use this platform to reaffirm our shared commitment to strengthening PMFBY and RWBCIS and to building a future-ready agricultural insurance ecosystem. As a ministry, we also look forward to close collaboration with the Bima Trinity introduced by IRDAI, Bima Vahak, Bima Sugam, and Bima Vistar to further enhance the coverage, accessibility, and outreach of PMFBY with a view to realizing the vision of insurance for all by 2047 and ensuring that no farmer is left behind. I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you and wish you a meaningful deliberations and highly successful conference. Thank you.
Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji, thank you so much for just the opening remarks that we needed for the next two-day conference. With that, it gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, Secretary, Ministry of Corporation, Government of India, a distinguished IAS officer and first CEO of PMFBY. Throughout his service, Dr. Bhutani has been instrumental in formulating and implementing policies aimed at agricultural development and cooperative sector enhancement for a very, very special address. Dr. Bhutani, over to you. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Ajay Seth, Chairman IDA, my friend Muktanand Agarwal, CEO PMFBY, Shri Navin Chandra, MD SBI General Insurance, Commissioner Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, senior officials from Government of India, Principal Secretaries, Secretaries and Directors from state governments, friends from the insurance sector, banks, NABARD, and all the agencies involved in implementation of PMFBY. In fact, I warmly recollect, first of all, thanks for inviting me to this conference, especially to CEO PMFBY. I warmly recollect that the first conference was held in Bangalore. Today, back in Bangalore, after nearly 7 years, you're back in Bangalore. That is something very amazing, actually. 10 years of scheme. I warmly remember that on 13th of January 2016, this was wheeled out by the Union Cabinet as a gift, a Lodi gift to the farmers of the country. So it's 10 years of implementation of PMFBY. I would say a very long journey, very impressive journey of the scheme in the last 10 years. And I'm glad to be a part of it after 10 years of the completion of implementation of the scheme. In fact, we have made significant progress in implementation of the scheme, as was pointed out in the presentation as well, that the National Crop Insurance Portal has emerged as a single source of all information and truth. Everything is happening seamlessly, end-to-end digitization has happened, but a lot needs to be done. In fact, the issues, I was talking to Chairman IDA last evening and today morning as well. Whatever were the issues and concerns flagged 10 years ago in the report of Dr. P.K. Mishra are valid today as well. In fact, we're talking about the concerns of moral hazard, the way there's gaming in the system. Those issues still flag us and we're still working on it. I would say Agri-Stack, which is in the formative stages, a substantive portion has already been implemented. Once it is fully implemented, would go a long way in addressing those issues. The three registries, the farmer registry, the crop registry, and the land registry would help us in weeding out all these systems, the problems of, I would say, people showing A crop, insuring B crop, and taking benefits of C and D crops. It will also clean out the system for fertilizer, for which we spend a huge amount of money, the other benefits of subsidies of various other programs as well. One concern which has been there for a long time is the premium which is being paid by the farmers or the two governments, the central government and the state governments. When we launched the scheme in 2016, it was expected that the premium would be around 7-8% and it would stabilize to 3 to 4%. That has not happened. And I would say, this is something which you need to deliberate and work upon. We expect technology to address these issues in the coming years. Once the moral hazards are taken care of by Agri-Stack and technology, I would say end-to-end implementation of technology, we expect premium rates to moderate. But food for thought for the reinsurance also present in the hall, that this is something which you need to work upon. Otherwise, scheme is slowly becoming unviable for many states. Although premiums have, I would say, moderated to a great extent in some states because of a variety of reasons. Because we have reduced the type of coverage we used to give to the farmers earlier. The full-fledged, the full-blown coverage for the farmers we have given that as an option rather than as a mandatory prescription to the states. That is something which we need to work upon. The type of crops which you insure. There are many crops where premium rates are very high. Now, could we look into a model that this is something which is not insurance, it's actually assurance, where premium rates are close to 40-50%. We know those areas and crops. Could we take it out and only ensure that we only look into the insurance part of the coverage? Some people have been mentioning for a long time that Government of India should come up with a base layer of protection for all the farmers and then build up upon that, for which farmers' share should come in. The base layer can be provided by Government of India. I would say these issues are which need to be deliberated upon. I'm sure some of the sessions will take care of that. One thing we forget that this scheme is standing on the lonely farmers. In fact, 95% of the farmers when we began the scheme were lonely farmers. Over a period of time, substantial progress has been made in coverage of non-lonely farmers. But had we gone for the opt-in system, the scheme would have crashed in 2019-20. We went for the opt-out mechanism, ensuring that all the farmers remained in the system, and they provide the, I would say, the basic meat to the system. We have a number of farmers, because of ignorance, illiteracy, and other issues, it's not possible for farmers to queue up in the all parts of the country at the time of enrollment in the scheme twice a year. So, loaning farmer system, mandatory coverage is something which is very, very important. It also provided a hedging for the loans provided by all the banks. Under a lot of, I would say, pressure from states, Government of India decided to make it voluntary for the lonely farmers, but that is something which we need to work upon and ensure that the lonely farmers remain within the system. And the whole issue of deduplication, the Kisan Rin portal, I would say that it's very important for us to integrate with the Kisan Rin portal quickly, all the banks, ensure deduplication, ensure Aadhaar seeding, and make it sure that the crop is insured only once for a particular plot of land. You are doing that through the Aadhaar-based enrollment for the FasalBima Yojana, but the doubling of the loan, etc., also need to be taken care of if we need to clean up the system in totality. We are also aware that climate change has a big role to play the way PMs are playing out. There are, I would say in 10 years, I have seen a difference in how there have been very extreme adverse climatic events across the country. We have seen huge payouts, including Maharashtra in 2019-20. So those also need to be calibrated upon, models improved upon. One, I would say, casualty which has happened in the last few years is the restructured weather-based crop insurance. We need to revisit that. I think there's need to rack our brains together and come up with better models or better term sheets for which are more, I would say, farmer-friendly, or I would say evenly based in the sense nobody can game the system, and as well as pay out to the farmer for the right occasion, for the right calamity. This is something which we need to work upon more. We have set up the entire system of automatic re-engages and automatic weather stations, but the working on the term sheets, I think, needs to be strengthened upon in the coming days. In fact, when I was there in FasalBima Yojana, we used to have annual meetings with the Federal Department of Agriculture government in the United States of America. So we used to have common presentations, sir. This is for my request to Ajay Seth, sir. And they made a presentation to us, I think, in 2017 or 18, where they explained in detail about the background of crop insurance in the United States. They said that we kept on working on different models. We kept on Finally, what happened was the Congress decided to scrap crop insurance in 1980. They gave them 2 years of moratorium period before they used to take a decision of scrapping crop insurance. And then we hit the winning formula in 1981. That formula has continued since then. The point they wanted to make was, please keep on working with different models. You will hit a winning formula one day or the other. So you should not be disheartened and should not give up on working on crop insurance, because this is something which is evolving. And the best part about FasalBima Yojana is that it has evolved with time. There have been iterations, PMFBY 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I would say we are at PMFBY 4.0 today. We have evolved with time. The guidelines have not been etched in stone, and we have taken the concerns of all the stakeholders and accordingly modified guidelines, used technology. One big, I would say, plus for FasalBima has been the leveraging of technology, which is, now I have not seen other programs which have been running for covering of insurance coverage for in the other sectors. The new tenders are around the corner, and now it's a very important and decisive time. A lot of important and critical decisions have to be made in the coming 2 to 3 months. From 1st of April, we begin Kharif 2026. So I would say very important for all of us to rack our brains together. This is a very important conference before the tenders are finalized. A lot of issues have happened in these states in last 1 year. They need to be addressed. I expect the conference to take note of that and work on those issues. Now, I presently work in the cooperation sector. Now, there has been a lot of talk about cooperative banks not being at par with other banks or entities as far as being enthusiastic about crop insurance or supporting in coverage of crop insurance. As all of you are aware, there are 100,000 PACs in the country, primary agriculture credit societies. Now, they are the backbone of cooperative sector, and there are 13 crore members of these 1 lakh societies. Now, if all these members who are, there are number of, I would say, people without land as well, who are landless or who are not actually farming, if we ensure that PACs bring everybody into the fold of crop insurance, we would have made a huge difference. I'm told that Assam and some other states have made a huge difference, 86% coverage of lonely farmers. Something of that sort we can work on. I'm open to discussion in today and tomorrow, how we can work with PACs to ensure that there's a universal coverage of all the farmers. It has its own financial implications that we have to see and work with the states. But the whole, I would say, whole economy and the whole ecosystem of Aadhaar seeding, etc., also has to be thought of as far as coverage through cooperative banks go. From our side, what we have done is we have gone through for a comprehensive computerization of PACs. Now that is nearing completion. Within the next 8 to 9 months, we'll complete the computerization of nearly 80,000 PACs in the country. Now that is one part. Secondly, we have also gone ahead and issued model bylaws, allowed PACs to do a lot of activities, diversify their operations, converge with various Government of India schemes. They can open, I would say, petrol outlets. They can do O&M for the Jal Jeevan Mission scheme. They can open Jan Aushadhi Kendras. Lot of diversification has happened. The PACs are much more vibrant than what they were about 4 to 5 years back. I would say they are better positioned to be leveraged for a variety of issues, including coaxing them to ensure all the members are covered under the crop insurance program. In fact, the sectoral group of secretaries has also suggested that PACs could be one-stop shop for providing all the benefits of all the central and state schemes in one point in a village. Now, that is something we are working on, and I'm sure with the coming days, PACs will be much more vibrant and much more, I would say, doing a lot of other activities in addition to what they have been doing primarily, that is credit, and could be positioned in a year's time, perhaps, to support more comprehensively the coverage and registration and enrollment under the crop insurance program. I would say that, as I said earlier, has its own implications of funding, etc., which we have to work upon. So all in all, I would say exciting 1.5 days ahead for all of us. I look forward to discussions, deliberations, and any issues which relate to cooperative sector. You're most welcome to address to me directly or write to me. We'll be too happy to engage with the crop insurance team and ensure that the cooperative sector is not held back or does not hold itself back in supporting the scheme in the best possible manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani. The way you highlighted the points that need to be deliberated upon in the next 2 days was extremely valuable. Going forward, it's now my pleasure to invite Shri Ajay Seth, Chairman, IRDAI, to share his presidential address to the conference. Shri Seth has served as a Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. He assumed office as chairman of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India on 1st September 2025. Please, let's welcome Shri Ajay Seth with a huge round of applause to this podium.
Namaskara, Namaste, and a good morning to all the practitioners, implementers in this room. But before that, let me acknowledge the huge amount of work over the years which has been done by Dr. Ashish. Since 2016, his successors, Ritesh, and now the reins are with Muktanand, and the huge amount of work, and also acknowledge Mr. Jha as a leading general insurance, trying to bring semblance of order in this sector, and of course, my former colleague, Mr. Patil, with whom I worked closely in various positions. Let me share a few thoughts as I see as a regulator. First, importance of crop insurance for farmers and Indian economy is huge. This is a risk management for those who have low or a limited capacity. We should keep that aspect in mind. We can't get them in through a mandate. We have to create value for them. So that is a piece we should always guide our work. Second, it creates a large impact with a modest cost. We are not at a low cost, and Indian economy, our USP is high quality at low cost. That is what C.K. Prahlad said. Good quality, low cost. That is what the Indian model of success has been, and we have to bring that kind of a moment, that kind of a structure in this scheme. This scheme has naturally, because it is meant for those with low or a very limited income, a high fiscal support. As high as 80%. There was a time it was tending towards 100, but it has been brought in. There has to be skin in the game for everybody. So farmer, about 20% is coming from the farmer today. So we should keep that in mind. And the monies, whether in the hands of people or the money in the hands of finance department or the finance ministry of state government or central government, also has a cost. So keep that in mind. That's not a free money. We have to create value for that. At the same time, the climate change related risks are becoming more frequent. Extreme weather events as well as changes in the normal weather patterns is happening. And those are subtle, but over a period of time are coming. So that is making more imperative that we make a better success out of this. And a huge amount of work has happened in the last 10 years. But to say we have reached a stage, but a lot more to cover. Where we are in terms of farmers, roughly about 40% coverage. 4 crore farmers out of about, say, 10 crore. That is the number I will put in. Area, maybe about 30%, about 6.2 crore hectares is where it's covered. But the other side, the third parameter, in terms of the value, is about 2.8 lakh crore. Indian agriculture sector has a GDP of that sectoral GDP is about 50 lakh crore. A ballpark figure, I would say, how much is a crop value there? That perhaps would be of the order of about 30 lakh crore. I'm just putting that number. 10% of the GDP, national GDP is crop. What it covers is about less than 10%. So a lot more needs to be covered, not by mandate, but by creating value. As I mentioned, that there has been a significant improvement through a better funding model. Second, weather-based crop insurance scheme and putting systems to implement it in an objective manner has been a game changer as far as FasalBima Yojana is concerned. And third one, alternate risk transfer mechanism, ARTM, has been a good part where it is sharing the risk between insurers and the state government. Beyond a point, let the state government will step in. So it's a good model to do it. And I'll come back to that aspect in a moment. The challenges are in the implementation. So I find that while there may be a scope for marginal improvement in the scheme, but it is a good scheme, is a fairly good scheme. Nothing needs to be done to make any fundamental change in the scheme. It is the implementation which is the challenge today. Or the aberrations which have come in the implementation, we have to take care of those aspects. We don't have to go to the drawing board. We have to see we are doing good, how we can do better. That's the kind of we have to have. And here in the entire process, farmers suffer due to process inefficiencies of others. And who are these others? Other stakeholders, insurers, banks, and governments. And then there's a lack of fiscal discipline. Subsidy समय पे नहीं आएगी. Yield data समय पर नहीं आएगा. Claim settlement में 6 से 12 महीने लगेंगे. Data entry बैंक में दोबारा से होनी है. Now, these are the inefficiencies we are creating and these are fixable problems. Then there are delays in onboarding, claim settlement as I mentioned it, and provision of the relevant information. कि वो कौन सी फसल उगाई है, वो पता करने में महीनों लग जाते हैं. And वो भी certainty के साथ पता लगेगा, वो भी doubt है. Then weather data, weather based system लगा दिया, लेकिन उसका data कब आएगा? winds hai, but how much of data is flowing there in a timely manner? Today, everything is automating, and we are here. Bengaluru, I'm glad that Bengaluru is coming up in a very strong manner, as mentioned, is coming up. So much of technology. We are in digital India. We are a digital India time. Getting the data from that weather station, measuring station, getting into a system, is, other sectors have done it, we can also do it. Then payment of subsidy. And also, when we are doing ARTM, cup and cap, beyond that, state governments have to pay. Is that money coming in time? Otherwise, farmer is suffering. That part happens. But where the farmers suffer, if the claim gets delayed, bank doesn't stop the clock of interest payment. In fact, whatever is the crop subsidy, interest subsidy, interest subvention it is called. Interest subvention is available only when the payment happens on the due date. If the claim is settled, is not settled, that clock keeps going on. And then it will add to the problem of an NPA. So it creates another set of problem. Farmer anyway is, वो loan है, pay नहीं कर पा रहा है, उसके बाद ये claim आना था, claim नहीं आया, and then it gets into a vicious negative cycle. Lack of trust. I'll mention it as a lack of trust in the entire system, and we have to raise the game. Subjectivity in claims. I'll put it in that manner as a regulator, that claims volume, incidence, it can be far more objective than what it is today. And here I see that this mentioned that today, premium is about 10% of the sum insured. It is fairly costly one. It has to come down. But along with that, or it is the two sides of the same coin, claim incidents also have to come down. By bringing more objectivity that what will trigger a claim and how the claim will be measured, we have to bring in. Claims have to come down, subsidy, premium has to come down, and then the burden on the farmer will also come down, and fiscal burden will also come down. Now, here I'll also like to flag sanctity of contracts versus shortcuts for fiscal or business objectives. 3 साल का टेंडर कर दिया, दूसरे साल बाद बंद कर दिया कि. Now, that is not the one to be done. Of course, if the earlier contract was given through a fraud, there is no defense for a fraud. It has to be, one has to get out of a fraud-oriented contract. But if it is not the one, if it is a poor design of a tender was done, time is when the next cycle comes rather than the middle of the cycle. So all the stakeholders here who are present here, I will mention it to them that trust your successor, that to do the right thing, but not saying that I'll break the contract. Delays in providing verifiable, timely, objective, and accurate information about the claim trigger. Here, and I come to the technology part in a moment, and I'm running out of time. Delays and disputes in claim settlement. Now, here also I find that there are unsustainable financial engineering by insurers. And here the insurers, number of insurers are present here. And all stakeholders have to improve their game, that there are no unsustainable financial engineering being done, that I'll quote less than the burning cost and bring the premium down, but then I'm passing on the burden to somebody else. Or I'll dispute a claim when the claim arises. I have accepted the business first. That's a kind of an unsustainable one. Or using a low quote and then using the bandwidth which will be available for making good in some other, or for some other line of business, which the insurer community can understand that better, rather than others may not be in a position to appreciate that aspect. But where we can help, use of technology can help in a very big manner. Agree stack. No time to lose. We have to get it done, say this year, next 12 months, whether all states will be ready, thriving all three layers. Farmer registry, land registry, and a crop registry. Farmer registry, there has been a progress. About 8.5 crore farmers are there. But other two, my sense is a substantial number is yet to come in there. So that aspect, in fact, few more minutes, Muktanand. Government of India provided a 50-year interest-free loan, 4,000-5,000 crore, put the pool, for those states who will implement Agri-Stack faster. Similar kind of a thing, my request to CEO would be, think of on those lines, provide for some incentive, and I believe that those thought processes are there. The states which will implement Agri-Stack faster, wins faster, or ES-Stack faster. Now these are the building blocks. Without that कैसे चलेंगे? आज की तारीख में तो बढ़ना संभव ही नहीं है उसमें. Plus, some states have a better system than the national system. National system is again a fairly good system. But some states, because they are very good in e-governance or in IT system, they have built their own system. But it is obligatory on them through appropriate APIs to connect to the national system. Provide a timely information. They can't say, I'll do a cocoon and I'm good at myself. That approach will not work. It is a collaborative approach. Information has to flow in time. Any state which has built a weather monitoring system extensively up to the panchayat level, nobody goes physically noting down the value. It is all automatic. Automatic measurement, it comes to an IT, it comes to a system. Just to mention it, even after my retirement from government service, I still get from the state the state monitoring system SMS messages in this panchayat or this block. This is the rain yesterday. That means that kind of activity is available. Then why it can't get into the winds on a seamless manner? That kind of we have to provide for. Then performance of, this is again a suggestion for CEO, put performance of each stakeholder in public domain. Not behind your files or a portal which is a limited one. Let everybody know, especially the farmer know who is doing what. First, state government. Is it providing subsidy in time? Is it providing data in time? Is it paying its above the cap in time? Second, insurers. How much time they are taking it in terms of settling the claim? Who is at 1 month and who is at 6 months and who is at 12 months and disputing it? Third, banks, how much time they are taking for providing the information. And again, here, no bank is operating without CBS. They know entire Janam Patri of a farmer. Why another set of data entry has to happen between a national portal and the banks? It has to be automatic one, except for that opt-out request. Has to be, that should be the only data entry. Crop, do the crop registry, that matter is over. That will come in an automatic manner. Then, Government of India, there will be parameters, your obligations, which will come in. Let it be in a public domain. What is great deal about it? Similarly, regulator. How much of regulator is keeping eye on the insurers, that insurers behave as per the rules of the game? That's the regulator's responsibility. Even the regulator's performance also you can put it. We will be happy to share. Put it in a public domain. So all stakeholders, to build trust, we have to say, this is what we were supposed to do and this is what we are doing it. Here, risk, but while we talk about a risk management through crop insurance, risk mitigation measures are also equally important. This is not part of your unit, but part of the Ministry of Agriculture, more climate resilient seeds and certified seeds. There is no escape from there. I'll just quickly mention two aspects, that a number of suggestions had come from two large insurers and to me in the last about 2 months. Some are good and are welcome and require a serious deliberation. So I'll mention, for example, simplified enrollment. It can be automatic, except I mentioned yes and no kind of a response to come in. Addressing bidding distortions, including due to expense of management arbitrage. That kind of a process one should look at, and here in the deliberations should come out or should be coming up. Annual contracts in a larger area. My sense is by going for a cluster approach, we are making it too micro level kind of a thing. Macro level for weather data for US, but if you are making the contracts too small, I'm not sure whether you are getting the right kind of efficiencies which will come in. Fourth one requires more work. A suggestion has come, instead of a uniform 2% or 1.5% and a 5%, can we go on an actuarial basis? What Dr. Bhutani said, that for some crops it can be 30-40%, it becomes unsustainable. But that requires a careful actuarial study at least for 4-5 years. In the regulatory authority, we will be willing to work, or we will be ready to work with Ministry of Agriculture and all insurers and state governments to do a 5-year actuarial study of entire country, that how it has happened and what will work. But that depends on the access to data. I can assure the data available with the insurers, we can pull it in. We can rope in one of the academic institutions also, a statistical institution also to come in and then do that kind of activity for a better handle on this. What will not work, I would not like to mention it here at my mind. That is something that great ideas are there, but you deliberate upon it and then come. What could work That is what I mentioned it here. So overall, I look forward to a very comprehensive and practical suggestions coming up. And as I started off, we owe it to farmers of our country to make it work for them. And they are the people who need assistance and who requires a risk management, certainly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you to all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais for not just lighting up the conference, but also enlightening us with your expert views, drawing from a deep command over the subject, over the rich and wholesome experience that they have over the years. Can we please hear a huge round of applause for all our esteemed dignitaries? Requesting you all to get a photo together. Can we please have a photo of all the dignitaries that are on the dais before they proceed? And with that, requesting everyone to meet outside the pre-function area of this darbar for a group photo. Let's make memories together. And after that, please join back after a quick tea coffee break in just about 10 minutes. to please take their seats. Everyone that's outside, please come inside. And hum jitne bhi hain is room mein, please do settle down. We'd like to once again request Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji, Joint Secretary and CEO PMFBY Government of India, this time for his presentation and context setting. Can we please welcome Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji with a huge round of applause, this time for his presentation and context setting. Muktanand ji, over to you. Once again requesting everyone, please do settle down for this session.
So, many things have been said by Bhutani sir and Chairman sir. So, I don't know, some of the things which I had planned to speak about, now they become a little challenging for me, but still I'll try. So, this is where we stand in 24-25. This has been the $4.19 plus crore farmers were covered and 620 plus lakh hectare area insured. This doesn't work actually. Yeah, so 40% of gross cropped area in 24 implementing states and union territories. Mizoram has joined us, Ladakh preparing for joining 2026 launch, and Bihar positively Bihar will be joining in 2026. And under the leadership of our minister, we have now started reaching out to the states for joining PMFBY. Some of these states, they had left the scheme and now considering coming back. So some of the states which we have reached out to are Gujarat, Telangana, West Bengal, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh. Gujarat, West Bengal, they are implementing their own scheme, and states have financial constraints also, but our efforts are on to bring them back to the fold. In 24-25, we saw the highest participation in terms of percentage of farmers, 35% of total farmers. If we take the farmers base as 12 crore, 35% was the enrollment in 24-25. Last year, like this year, 25-26, it has slightly reduced, and there are reasons which we will discuss in the coming slides. We are expecting 3.35 crore farmers to get registered this time, Kharif plus Rabi, which is overall 28% of the entire farmers count, 12 crores. Next. The percentage of insured area over the gross cropped area is almost at the 40%. This year we are expecting 35% because of comparatively lower enrollment. Initially when we had started, like in 18-19, it was 29%. It increased, then again decreased in 21-22, and now it is at 39-40%. Some of these states, they bear farmer share in different ways. In Assam, farmers pay 100 rupees, I think in Puducherry also. In other states, they have to pay 1 rupee. In Odisha, only the state pays for the farmers' premium for small and marginal farmers. We can see that some of these states are doing pretty well in terms of coverage of insured area versus the gross cropped area. Rajasthan at 40%, Maharashtra at the top at 61.5%. But some of these states are still, they have a lot to do, like Uttar Pradesh at 8.2% and Kerala at 3.1%, a state which only implements RWBCIS. Next, please. About Kharif 2025 enrollments, there were some reasons why there is a decline. Mainly it is because two major states, they opted out of universalization, Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. They had their own reasons, and that actually caused the enrollment to the figure to drop from 61% to 41%. This is for non-loanee enrollment. And also certain states, they had opted out from the localized add-on covers. But at the same time, the good news is that KCC saturation was at an all-time high in the present year, present financial year, 25-26, at 46%. And also small states like Tripura and Sikkim, they have demonstrated exponential growth in registration of non-loanee farmers. These are some insights, and the states which have done good, the states which have opted out of universalization, they need to make concentrated efforts for non-loanee enrollment and saturation of loanee farmers also. Next. In the last NRC, these were the points that we had discussed, and we had decided to deliberate and discuss these points so that we can form an opinion and which can serve as a policy guidelines for us. The first one was need to revisit and strengthen the alternate risk management models, cup and cap models, for enhancing the efficiency and flexibility. A number of states have a variety of experiences implementing ARTM. These ARTM models, 80-110 and 60-130, they have been criticized, they have been appreciated. States, especially their finance departments, are very happy that now they are able to save money, but at the same time there are concerns that are states trying to manage their budgets so that their share of risk doesn't exceed the 110 or 130, the upper the cap, and also how we can make them more efficient. So that was one of the biggest challenges when we discussed it in the last NRC. Then secondly, efficiency of YesTech and technology-based yield estimation models, standardization of weather data. After implementing YesTech for more than 2 years now, there are concerns about standardizing the models and how we can make them more efficient. Broadening the PMFBY risk protection by universalization, add-on covers, indemnity levels, grievance redressal. We will discuss them in the coming slides. Saturation of KCC and PMFBY and PM Kisan. So these are two major important schemes of the ministry, and can we saturate the beneficiaries under these two schemes so that we also come close to saturation under PMFBY? What are the behavioral and structural factors which decide whether farmer wants to get enrolled or not? Because low enrollment has been a cause of concern for us now. And what are the factors? In the morning, in the inaugural session, Ajay sir and Bhutani sir talked about the trust and the confidence which farmers have. Are we able to provide the service efficiently, transparently, and timely? And what are the guiding factors for farmers when they decide whether to get enrolled or not? And feasibility of some new models, parametric insurance, farm level yield estimation, and also if there is a possibility of revenue insurance instead of the crop loss model. A working group was constituted in the ministry in April last year, and these are the terms of reference of that working group to assess the feasibility and effectiveness of current ARTM model, and then the burn cost gap thing, which was discussed in the morning. So analyzing the ARTM impact on quoted APR versus burn cost, because in many states companies had quoted below burn cost. Whether that is a workable model, what is the cause of concern, and should we restrict the bidding at the burn cost and not allow the companies to go below the burn cost? State-wise suitability of ARTM models. One of the major concerns is that states have been requesting us to revisit the threshold yield calculation. So the present system of threshold yield calculation, where we calculate based upon 5 best out of 7, can we make it better in the coming years? What improvements can be done in ARTM and the subsidy liability? So far, there were 2 subcommittees under that working group, and these subcommittees have discussed about the re-evaluation of cup and cap model, and also in-house risk and pricing analysis, implementation of O&M cost-based model and single portfolio reinsurance contract. Whether these models are feasible or not, if yes, then how they can be implemented, or if we are not mature enough to implement these models as of now, and what all changes and improvements are expected in the cup and cap models. So far, the subcommittees have done deliberations, and some of the issues which have come up and kind of as a final opinion is we should expand the scope of 6130 to 6140 to make it equal on both sides. Then guiding the states on the 80-110 model, how to make it better and how to guide the states if they are opting for 80-110. Then should they mandatorily be implementing the add-on covers, because implementing 80-110 without add-on covers at times leave farmer vulnerable. So, and apart from that, what other provisions can be made mandatory for the states implementing 80-110 so that it doesn't become a budget management for the state. Revising the TY calculation to make it more farmer-centric and a calculation which can help farmer and give him the best loss calculation. Standardizing the yield data detrending, then enhancing the enrollment incentives for the enrollment agencies like CSC, insurance intermediaries, and also to explore whether the India Post can also work and serve as an enrollment channel. Then higher indemnity levels, because lower indemnity levels, they also leave farmers as vulnerable. So the present levels, indemnity levels of 70, 80 and 90%, should we do away with the 70% indemnity level at 70% and also introduce a new indemnity level of 100%, which supports farmer in a better way. Capping the farmer premium share, this was also discussed in the today's inaugural session. Should we try to pass on the benefits of lower premium rates to the farmer, and if yes, then how? Then pathway for making the profit and loss model more lucrative and more understandable so that states, as of now, no state is implementing the P&L model. What can we do so that the states start implementing this model, or at least start conducting pilots for implementation of P&L model, and also the pre-adoption simulation. This is YesTech. It was launched in 23 and various states have been implementing for various crops. As of now, we have working models for 3 crops, paddy, wheat and soybean. 12 states are implementing YesTech and across 340 plus districts. We have been conducting workshops to build capacity for the state teams for better implementation of YesTech. And also recently the ministry has partnered with ISRO for conducting a pilot for farm level yield estimation. And also we are planning to conduct pilot studies for non-cereal crops, cotton, Bengal gram and mustard, and also finalizing the standard operating procedure for YesTech. We have some requests and some expectations from the states implementing YesTech. They should now scale up and adopt the YesTech as the primary yield estimation framework, and also increase the percentage, the weightage for technology-based yield estimation. There were some concerns regarding soybean crop, especially in Madhya Pradesh, and we have requested the state for additional ground truthing. Strengthening the institutions and establishing state-level remote sensing teams for better coordination in technology implementation partner and the mentor, Mitra. And the SOP, which will be soon released for YesTech, we request the states for implementing that SOP, follow that SOP. Then one important concern is compliance of date and timeline, adherence to the timelines specified in the YesTech manual. We have seen that the ESR and the MSR, they are not sent in time, and there is a lack of coordination, lack of understanding also in some cases between the TIP and the MITR and the state government. And also we have requested the states to share the data which we need to standardize the YesTech models. And also we do acknowledge that there have been some changes in the financial process, and now that we have kind of streamlined the TSA mode for payments, which is different from what we were following earlier, and some of the states have already completed those formalities. So we request the other states also to complete that process, whatever is required at their level, so that we can streamline the payments this season onwards. Winds, another important initiative, 14 states have been implementing, and a very ambitious target we have set for us, 30,000 AWS across the country and more than 2 lakh rain gauges. Some of the states like Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, they have their own working weather data systems, the network, and we have been requesting them to integrate with our portal, as sir also mentioned in the morning session, that it is very much required for those states to integrate their systems with the national network so that it can become more useful for all of us. The states which are at various stages of implementing the winds, some of them have finalized WIP, some of them are in the tender process. We request them to speed up the process and conclude it, and also installation of ARGs and AWS should start as soon as possible. Some of the initiatives which we have taken, that upgrading the winds portal, AI-based forecast models are being piloted, and AI-powered farmer advisory is launching in 2026. So winds has a huge potential. We request the state governments to take it up on a mission mode and then complete the installation as soon as possible. For this, they need to coordinate with their winds implementation partner to finalize the site selection and expedite the installation. And for long-term sustainability, the security and maintenance of the ARGs and AWS is also essential. States under stopgap arrangements, they are requested to complete implementation by agreed timelines, because there is a possibility that we will not be extending the stopgap timelines and the stopgap arrangements anymore. And also, we should now think seriously leveraging the winds data for agriculture, disaster management, and climate resilience applications. Some of these states have already been doing it, like Karnataka, which has its own network. They also use it for various purposes, and that is expected from the other states also, so that it becomes a more viable, more sustainable model. These have been long pending demands from the states, the wild animal attack coverage and the paddy inundation. As we know that losses occurred due to wild animal attack, they are in the guidelines, but as of now, Government of India doesn't pay for the subsidy, doesn't provide any subsidy for that. States can adopt this cover as an add-on, and paddy inundation at the local farmer level, it was there previously, but was excluded because of potential moral hazards which were reported across the country, across the rice-growing states. But then on the request of the states, and because from various quarters the request was made, so a committee was constituted under the additional commissioner, and the committee gave its recommendation last year. They have proposed to include these two perils, and also suggested the methodology how to make it more transparent and moral hazard free. But we will be trying to get it approved in the cabinet note and in the EFC in Feb and March. States are requested to ensure preparedness, presuming that we are very hopeful that we will get approval from the cabinet for inclusion of these two perils in the guidelines. Thirdly, the plantation crops coverage, it is already in place, and it was a result of extensive exercise and deliberations. We thank the state governments and the insurance companies and our scientific organizations who contributed a lot to finalize and standardizing these term sheets. We are now ready for implementation, like inclusion of 6 plantation crops under RWBCIS. We have here, we have mentioned these states, which crop is applicable for which state, it's grown in which state. This was also mentioned in the inaugural session. The work is already under progress. Standardization of RWBCIS. So crop-wise subcommittees were constituted in September last year, and phase-wise work will be done. So in the first phase, apple, banana, grape, mango, and pomegranate. And in second phase, these crops are there. So we are trying to standardize RWBCIS to bring in more confidence so that, the term sheets are finalized and we can have a enhanced trust of insurance companies and farmers in RWBCIS also. These two apps, I would especially like to mention that Aid and Crop Insurance, both of them were launched with an objective of increasing the enrollment at the grassroots level. So the Aid app, which helps the insurance intermediaries to enroll farmers, we can see that last year 18 lakh enrollments took place using the Aid app, and this year 20.84 lakh, which is only 7% of the total enrollments. My request to all the insurance companies is, as rightly pointed out in the morning session by Bhutani sir, that the scheme still relies a lot on the KCC data, the loany farmers data, and our efforts to enroll the non-loany farmers, we still a long way to go. So insurance companies should pay attention to this fact that only 7% enrollments are being done through Aid app, and their insurance intermediaries should make more efforts to popularize the usage of this app and enroll more and more farmers through Aid. Crop Insurance app, again directly used by farmers, not only for the enrollment, but also for tracking of application status, claim status. Only 1% of total non-loany farmer enrollment is coming from Crop Insurance app. So we need to popularize Crop Insurance app, the usage of this app among the farmers. One more app, CC Agri app. The usage has increased up to 77% in 2025, and in Rabi, we don't have the Rabi data. Rabi crop cutting experiments are still going on. So from 60%, it has increased, and we are now, the ministry is very particular about conducting the crop cutting experiments through CC Agri app. And also, we, like most of you are aware, that this last year we prohibited the practice of states conducting the crop cutting experiments first in the field, then uploading the data later on. And I won't say that, but that delay was questionable. So now we are very particular, especially Secretary has given strict instructions that crop cutting experiments have to be done through CC Agri app, and the data has to be directly fetched from the app to the portal. So my request to all these states which are still lagging behind and have not achieved 100%, that in the upcoming seasons we will mandate usage of CC Agri app, because this is essential for ensuring the seasonality discipline. The crop cutting experiment, when they are conducted, and if there is a time lag between the conducting of crop cutting experiment and then uploading the data, it defeats the purpose, and we are not able to provide timely claim reimbursement to the farmers. So my request to all these states is to popularize this app and conducting crop cutting experiments only through CC Agri. Focused trainings have started taking place, and across the institutions. We also signed MOU with 6 national level institutions for better capacity building, and we thank all these states and also insurance companies that encouraging participation from their end has been ensured, and we also look forward to more and more capacity building, focused trainings for all the stakeholders at the grassroots level also. KRPH, which was again started in 2024, a very a good initiative to bring all the complaint grievance redressal models of various companies at one place under one roof, and a national level model, KRPH, but there were some concerns about the responsiveness and the quality of disposal, the way the grievances were being disposed, and especially the Agriculture Minister, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Union Minister, he also reviewed how we are resolving the grievances, what is the response which we are giving to the farmer. and then audits were done of grievances already disposed, and then we tried to standardize the response format. So the companies which were giving response in their own various ways, we asked them to follow standard templates, and they have started doing that. Also, dedicated audit teams have been constituted, and they are working, they do the auditing of the grievances resolved, and also we keep giving feedback to the insurance companies. My request to all the companies is to follow the standard templates and adhere to the timelines. At the same time, I also request the state governments to use this portal and KRPH helpline so that their feedback is also very important for us. KCC saturation, it was launched in 2024. We have been trying to saturate all the active KCC loan accounts. Some states, in 2025, we made focused efforts under the leadership of Minister, Union Agriculture Minister. Our team worked hard, and we also got support from DFS. With help of all these stakeholders, some of these states actually did a very good job. With Meghalaya, small states like Meghalaya, they achieved 89%, and also big states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, 78, 72%. Some of these states still, we expect a better performance in the coming seasons, especially states like Maharashtra, who have opted out of the universalization, and now because there is no universalization in place, we expect the state to at least go for KCC saturation so that the coverage remains better. These figures, just a passing slide. States are aware that for some seasons, subsidy is pending from the states, due to which claims are also pending. My request is that we should now engage in active discussions with insurance companies. Government of India is also willing to lead, and we should now try to close at least old cases of pending subsidy, and because then the claims are also pending for farmers. A global benchmarking study was taken up. GT Bharat was the agency selected for conducting the study, and there are some insights and some analysis which was done. PMFBY was compared with other countries implementing their own agri-insurance schemes. And we will have a dedicated session wherein the results and the outcomes of this study will be discussed. Some of them, like we can see on this slide, that India emerged as the top performer in the impact pillar, which reflects that the scheme is being implemented at a massive scale, and wide geographic penetration and significant financial value has been delivered to farmers. So as we all know that not only PMFBY is one of the largest crop insurance programs, it is one of the most reliable and most sustainable models also across the globe. And now, especially under Global South cooperation, many countries are looking forward. They have requested us how they can learn from our model, how they can implement crop insurance schemes in their respective countries after learning from us. These are some of the inferences from the study and some recommendations. So we will be discussing it in the dedicated session, but yes, some of them have been discussed today in the inaugural session also. Can we adopt a base plus top-up model and implement an AI-based smart CCs, establish a national risk pool by converging PMFBY with SDRF, NDRF funds, and also is there a possibility of or feasibility of crop insurance, dedicated crop insurance act? With help of UNDP, our partner in implementation of PMFBY, we have started conducting pilots for localized calamity captured by area. So can we estimate the yield at farm level? Is it possible to go one step further from the area approach and possible to conduct to estimate the yield, accurate yield loss at the farm level? We have started a pilot, and also a pilot for revenue protection. So in this case, for revenue protection, this will be linked to the market risk. The farmer, what remuneration he is expecting for his crop in the market, and can we protect that? Instead of a crop loss model, can we adopt a revenue loss model for the farmer? So pilots are being conducted. This is going forward, we would like to explore whether these can be implemented to make our scheme more resilient for the farmers. This is what I have talked about. Then some interventions, operational and administrative interventions, we have taken in the last year. Most of the states, I think they are aware of it. So usage of the CLAP mobile app for localized calamity assessment in March 25. Then making the escrow account, opening of escrow account mandatory for the states, and we will not open the portal unless the state has opened the escrow account and deposited 50% of their premium subsidy in advance, which was implemented from Kharif 25 last year. And believe me, it has enhanced the trust of insurance companies and also helped us to ensure the seasonality discipline being followed. In June, we started auto calculation of crop yield. As I already mentioned, that the previous practice of conducting the crop cutting experiment through app, then uploading the data with a time lag of 15 days, 1 month at the state level, we tried to discourage it, and we kind of made it mandatory that the yield data, the crop yield data will flow directly from the app to the portal. Then in July, mandatory usage of AgriStack Farmer ID for enrollment in 10 states, and this will increase, the number of states will increase in the coming seasons. In 25 only, the tranche-based nationwide DBT claim settlement, which was the exercise started in May 25, but then it was implemented in August. So when Honorable Agriculture Minister from Jhunjhunu, he with a single click, he dispersed around 3,800 crore rupees to the farmers of various states, and this is a practice which we will follow. And this was also appreciated by the companies as well as the states, because this is an exercise, an effort to ensure timely settlement and claim dispersal to the farmers. Also, on the insurance companies as well as on the states, there will be a penalty on delay in providing their subsidies. So for states, it will be for delay in the payment of subsidies, and for insurance companies, it is already in practice to implement, put a penalty if there is a delay in the claim settlement and dispersal. Then a recent development, self-declaration for farmers, if they are opting out of KCC and then getting registered as a non-loany farmer, in principle, the ministry doesn't appreciate it that the farmer opts out of the KCC loan account and then gets registered as a non-loany, because we expect that if there will be a claim, it should go in the loan account first, if the farmer has an active KCC loan account. Now, some important slides, and these proposals are outcome of discussions and deliberations we initiated in the last National Review Conference, and also we had some discussions with stakeholders. These all are proposals. So let me make it clear, they have not been implemented yet, but we have proposed these interventions in our upcoming EFC note. We expect and we hope that if not all of them, most of them will be approved by the government. So one is Government of India bearing the entire premium burden of farmers in the northeastern region. There are various arguments in its favor, though the government doesn't appreciate bearing the entire premium burden of the farmer generally, but still we will try to pursue this, and we have already proposed that can Government of India bear the entire farmer share for northeastern region, so that we can ensure the saturation of farmers. Then premium cap, this was also mentioned in the inaugural session, and this issue was raised. With time, as we all know that overall the premium rate has come down from 17% to 10%. Today the average premium rate is at 10%. So for the crops where the premium rate is as low as 2% or 1%, the farmer are now paying the entire premium, the 100% of the premium, which is not expected. So we had detailed discussions with the stakeholders, companies, states, and then we came up with this proposal that the premium of the farmer share of other than oil seeds and millets can be capped at 2% for Kharif, 1.5% in Rabi of the sum insured, or at 25% of APR, whichever is lower. So in case the quoted premium rate is 3 rupees or say 4 rupees, the farmer now will not pay 2 rupees in Kharif, but only pay 1 rupee, and similarly for Rabi season. So that is, we expect that the share of the farmer will now pay a proportionate share in the premium and not end up paying the entire premium. For oil seeds and millet, this is 1% or 25%. So to promote these crops through crop insurance, we have proposed that instead of 1.5 or 2, the cap will be either 1% or 25% of APR, whichever is lower. And wild animal attack, inundation of paddy, we have already discussed. We have proposed it in the upcoming EFC and cabinet. The funding pattern, I don't know whether we will be successful or not, but we have proposed that from 50-50, it should be changed to 60-40. Can center bear a little more premium burden, and can we remove states' financial burden to some extent? That's what we have proposed, to make it 60-40, because that is something which is being followed for all centrally sponsored schemes. For NER, it will remain 90-10. One cause of concern which we have time and again seen in the news items, that farmer getting 1 rupee, 2 rupee as claims. So we have decided that minimum, some of the states have already done it, like Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. There they pay 1,000 rupees minimum to an individual farmer per season. We have proposed to keep the minimum limit to 500. So no claim below 500 to be paid, for which Government of India will pay 50%. So say if the claim is 200 rupees, for making it 500, we need 300. So 150 will be paid by the Government of India, and rest of the amount we expect the state to pay. No claim bonus, can farmers also benefit from no claim bonus, or just like we have this kind of provision in other verticals of insurance, can we have a no claim bonus in crop insurance also? So we have proposed that if farmer receives no claim in a season, then can he get some discount, and some amount can be reduced from the next year's premium. We have also thought of transferring the benefit of 80-110. So if the state is getting back their money under 80-110, can farmer also get a proportionate money back from the premium which he has already paid? That is also being considered. Indemnity levels, as I already mentioned, instead of 70, 80, 90, we have proposed 5 indemnity levels, 80, 85, 90, 95 and 100%, because states like Punjab, they have made this argument that we don't implement PMFBY because you don't have 100% indemnity levels, and we hope that these increased indemnity levels will help the farmers. Then the continuation of exemption of northeastern states from mandatory 10% allocation. Minimum threshold of 100 rupees and sum insured of 1,000 rupees. So if the farmer's claim is less than 100, we propose to not paying the farmer that claim, but taking it to the fiat fund. And also minimum sum insured should be 1,000 rupees, because we have seen cases where farmers are insuring 50 rupees insurance, 100 rupees, 200 rupees, because that ultimately brings a bad name to the scheme. Continued use of the technology fund, fiat, for driving our technological interventions, and also supporting the states with PMU, which is funded from the Government of India budget, because that is done under, I think, other schemes also, like NREGA, PM Kisan. Many states have not constituted PMU, which in our opinion, it hampers the implementation of the scheme. So it will not be a big financial burden, but we'll try to support the states from the Government of India budget for constituting a PMU. Now, last 2 slides only, some expectations from the states. For the upcoming tender cycle, they should finalize their tender modalities, tender documents, and my request for the states is that our team will be closely working with them. So please follow the timelines and do all the exercise, start the exercise in advance, expecting that we will be getting approvals for EFC and cabinet note in the due course, and all the add-on covers and all these things, which models you are going to, so details will be discussed later on, but preparations should start. Addressing the data gaps, uploading the pending historical yield data on National Crop Insurance Portal. Timely disbursement of premium subsidy. Some states are still not paying the premium subsidies in time. My request to all these states is to please open the escrow accounts and deposit their share of premium subsidy in time. Strict adherence to the seasonality discipline, especially the time we take to conduct the crop cutting experiment and then upload the yield data. We should think seriously about it, and we should reduce the time lag. Better engagement with the stakeholders and adoption of technology at a larger level, especially under Yes Tech. We should now increase the number of districts where we implement the tech-based yield. Some expectations from the insurance companies: increase the loanee enrollment, and I would say non-loanee enrollment also, boost non-loanee enrollment also. So insurance companies should make more efforts to use the aid app and enroll the non-loanee farmers. And also this year we tried to send insurance companies to bank branches, to visit the bank branches and to see what is happening there, why banks are not enrolling the loanee farmers. So if companies will actively engage with banks, we hope that we will be able to increase the loanee farmers enrollment. Then higher adoption of CLAP and strictly following the protocol for individual crop loss assessment, faster claim settlement, and then the adherence of seasonality discipline. Thank you so much. We look forward to deliberate more on these issues, and I request all of you to actively engage in the discussion so that we can, these are all learnings from the last NRC, and because this NRC is important for us before the tender cycle, upcoming tender cycle, I request all of you to give your suggestions how we can make this scheme better, and going forward how we can help our farmers in a better way. Thank you so much.
एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां श्री मुक्तानंद अग्रवाल जी के लिए for that very valuable presentation and for the context setting. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to recognition and celebration. The PMFBY, as we know, is implemented through a wide and diverse ecosystem of stakeholders. For Kharif 2024 and Rabi 24-25, a structured and objective performance ranking framework was applied to assess outcomes across banks, insurance companies, district administrations, as well as state governments. For evaluation purposes, state and union territories were grouped based on gross cultivated area into large states, medium states, and small states. Rankings were finalized within these groupings, and awards are being conferred on top performing stakeholders in each category, wherever applicable. Other qualifying stakeholders are going to be recognized separately through certificates of appreciation. And while we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I earnestly request you to keep the applause going and encourage all our winners that will be coming up. Let's start with the category of insurance companies. We are going to call our presenters, but remember, please keep that energy going. We request Ritesh Chauhan ji to please come up on stage to give away the awards. A huge round of applause for Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji. We move into a segment that recognizes insurance companies with large crop insurance portfolios assessed on the basis of their outreach, service delivery, claim settlement efficiency, and overall performance in supporting farmers under the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana. Before we announce the award recipients, the department would like to place on record its special appreciation for certain insurance companies that demonstrated commendable performance and met the prescribed benchmark standards under performance ranking framework. I'm going to mention these names in absolutely no special order. तालियों के साथ स्वागत. First up, Reliance General Insurance Company Limited, please. Talia for Reliance General Insurance Company Limited. Congratulations. These are special appreciation mementos. Next up, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Let's hear it for ICICI Lombard General Insurance Company Limited. Next up, SBI General Insurance Company Limited. Once they create a picture-perfect moment here on stage, I'd like to tell you that we are going to proceed to announce the top 3 insurance companies based on their overall performance. And I'm going to request the representatives of the respective insurance companies to kindly come forward to receive the honors. Let's start with our 3rd rank. We have Agriculture Insurance Company of India Limited on the 3rd rank. Agriculture Insurance Company of India Limited on rank number 3. With that, let's take a look at who we have on the 2nd rank, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited. HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited on stage to receive the honors on the 2nd rank. और पहले दर्जे पर हैं on the 1st rank we have, let's welcome them with a loud round of applause, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company Limited. Congratulations, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company Limited. What an honor. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. And with that, once again, congratulations to all the winners in this category. और श्री रितेश चौहान जी के लिए एक बार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you so much for doing the honors. श्री रितेश चौहान जी के लिए भी तालियां. Thank you so much. With that, let's move to another very prestigious category, and this one is for state governments whose leadership, commitment, and interdepartmental coordination are pivotal to the overall success of the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana. And to do the honors, may I please request Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani to please come up on stage to give away the awards to the state governments. And as he comes up and settles down, I'd like to tell you that these awards recognize states that have demonstrated exemplary performance in the implementation of PMFBY across key partners, including farmer enrollment, crop cutting experiments, timely subsidy release, prompt claim settlement, technology integration, effective grievance redressal, and overall outreach with efficiency and transparency. The department also places on record its special appreciation for the following state governments. Let's start with them, which have achieved the prescribed performance benchmark under PMFBY, even though they did not feature amongst the top 3. Let's hear it first up for Haryana. Let me quickly remind you that these are the ones which achieved the prescribed performance benchmarks under PMFBY, even though they did not feature amongst the top 3. Haryana coming up. Anyone from Haryana to come up? and take this award on behalf of Haryana? No? You will give them. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhutani, for being such a sport. Moving up next, Rajasthan. Haryana and Rajasthan, your consistent efforts have significantly strengthened the scheme's delivery and farmer confidence. Let's hear it for Rajasthan. With that, we request the representatives of the respective state governments to kindly come forward and now to receive the awards respectively on the 3rd, 2nd and 1st rank. In recognition of their outstanding efforts and exemplary implementation, the top ranked large states are, we have first up on 3rd rank, Uttar Pradesh. As Uttar Pradesh comes up and takes center stage, let's quickly take a look at who we have on the 2nd rank. Let's hear it for the state which hosts the 13th National Review Conference, Karnataka. Yeah. Congratulations, Karnataka. What a proud moment. And with that, we move to the very first rank. Brace yourselves as I tell you. On the first rank, we have Chhattisgarh. Just before we had announced the 3 ranks, we had also given a special appreciation to the ones that achieved the prescribed performance benchmarks under the PMFBY, even though they did not feature in the top 3. And one of the states was Haryana. We do have a representative now, Dr. Bhutani. Haryana's back here. So requesting you to please stay up to do the honors, as we missed felicitating Haryana as a state that achieved the prescribed performance benchmark under PMFBY, even though they did not feature amongst the top 3. Come on, let's hear it for Haryana. Our zordar taliyan for our presenter, Dr. Ashish Bhutani as well. Thank you so much for encouraging all the winners. Thank you. And with that, may I request Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji to please come up to give away the awards to banks. Zordar taliyan ek baar phir se Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji ke liye, as we get ready to give away the awards to banks. Performance ranking under PMFBY for banks whose role in enrollment, KCC saturation and claim facilitation remains critical to effective PMFBY implementation. Based on the performance ranking among large states and top 3 SLBCs, requesting the representatives of the respective states to kindly come forward and receive the awards on behalf of the banks. Once again, reiterating, requesting the respective states to kindly come forward and receive the awards on behalf of the banks. 3rd rank par hai UCO Bank, SLBC, Odisha. Second rank पर हैं Bank of Baroda, SLBC, Rajasthan. Requesting the states to please come up, the respective states to come forward and receive the awards on behalf of the banks. Second rank per Bank of Baroda, SLBC, Rajasthan. Do we have someone coming up? Chaliye, aa jaiye. On the first rank, we have Central Bank of India, SLBC, Madhya Pradesh. A representative from Madhya Pradesh to please come up and receive this honor. Let's hear it for Central Bank of India, SLBC, Madhya Pradesh. Further, among medium states and top-ranked SLBCs is State Bank of India, SLBC, Assam. Requesting the representative of State of Assam to kindly come forward and receive this honor. For medium states, the top-ranked SLBC, State Bank of India, SLBC, Assam. Can we please have a representative from the state of Assam coming up? Congratulations. With that, we move to state cooperative banks, which plays a critical role in extending institutional credit and facilitating PMFBY coverage through the cooperative banking structure, strengthening outreach to lonely farmers. The evaluation was carried out on the similar lines of state group-wise categories, and the representatives of the respective states, please do come forward to receive the awards on their behalf. We have the top three state cooperative banks from large states. First up on the third rank hai Madhya Pradesh Rajya Sahakari Bank Maryadit Madhya Pradesh se. Rajya Sahakari Bank Maryadit Madhya Pradesh on rank 3. Do we have a representative? Yes. बहुत-बहुत मुबारक. On third rank, Rajya Sahakari Bank Maryadit, Madhya Pradesh. And with that, requesting the winner of the second rank to please start coming towards stage. और आप हैं छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य सहकारी बैंक मर्यादित छत्तीसगढ़. Do we have a representative for Chhattisgarh Rajya Sahakari Bank Maryadit? और इसी के साथ लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट पहली रैंक पर कौन है. फर्स्ट रैंक पे वी हैव ओडिशा स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक लिमिटेड, ओडिशा. And इसी के साथ let's move to the medium states, top performing state cooperative banks. Second rank पर है Uttarakhand State Cooperative Bank Limited, Uttarakhand on the second rank for medium states, top performing state cooperative banks. Uttarakhand के लिए तालियां हो जाएं please. Uttarakhand State Cooperative Bank Limited. ये सब कैंसिल है. और पहली रैंक पर है हिमाचल प्रदेश स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक लिमिटेड, हिमाचल प्रदेश प्लीज. तालियां हो जाए हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए. ऑन द फर्स्ट रैंक ऑफ मीडियम स्टेट टॉप परफॉर्मिंग स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स. इसी के साथ Shri Muktanand Agarwal ji, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका और जोरदार तालियां for all the winners that have come up on stage today for their achievements and special recognition. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our very first technical session. Our first one today is about learnings from the past, issues faced, and expectations as we get ready to chart out a future for PMFBY and RWBCIS for fostering financial risk resilience of farmers. And to do the honors, can I please invite our moderator, Shri Chandra Chatterjee, Director, CropInsurance, DA and FW, Government of India, to moderate the session and also invite our esteemed panel of experts that have just the right knowledge to navigate on the subject of learnings from the past, issues faced and expectations for the future of PMFBY and RWBCIS. Shri Chandrajit ji, over to you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Without much ado, I would like to invite on stage the panelists. So, I'll start with Nishant, sir. Nishant Varwade, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Please come on stage. Ms. Manju Rajpal, Principal Secretary Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan. Ma'am, please come on stage. Shri Tej Prasad Bhusal, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Assam. Shri Apurv Roy, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Tripura. Shri Indra Vikram Singh, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Shri Y.S. Patel, Commissioner Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Shri B. Murugesh, Director of Agriculture, Government of Tamil Nadu. Shri Raj Narayan Kaushik, Director General Agriculture, Government of Haryana. And Shri Vinay Awate, Director of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra. So, I will quickly like to take you back to the slides that CEO showed in the morning, that major interventions, what we have learned from the past, what kind of stakeholder consultations we have done with the states in the past, and based on the churn that we have, based on the discussions, the churns that we have, with us, we have been able to formulate some proposals, and we have submitted those proposals for the consideration of the government. And while we are at this stage of, advanced approvals being taken, we are here to kind of discuss and take the feedback from our esteemed panelists on the various proposals, as well as some of the learnings that have come from these states in the past, because these are some of the major stakeholder states which are implementing PMFBY. So I'd like to start with Nishant, sir. Sir, Government of Madhya Pradesh has been one of the pioneers in terms of technology implementation, because as we all know that beyond the scope of Yes Tech, Madhya Pradesh is already doing 100% tech-based yield estimation. So what has been your experience, sir? Because now, since 3 seasons are behind us, we have enough data to kind of assess how our models have been running. And since you have been doing more than what Yes Tech is already doing, I would request you to kindly share your experience, sir, for the implementation of tech-based assessment and how it has helped in correct assessment and better implementation of the scheme, sir.
Thank you. Madhya Pradesh mein, I'll try to speak in English and Hindi both. So in the state of Madhya Pradesh, we have been using STEC for a while now, and yes, there are visible takeaways for all of us to benefit from the adaptation of this technology. The first point which I would like to make here is that more or less it has brought to the end of differentiation between the various claims which used to come before the adoption of technology as to what actually are the yields. So yes, using this technology, we have been able to come to a very broad understanding, and it is more or less accepted using demonstrations, using our own tools to disseminate the information, that the yield estimates happens to be fairly accurate. And that message has percolated down, and there is no coming back from this decision, and we are in fact going to enhance this thing further, because we are in the process of doing the winds tender as well. So YesTech and winds combined together will give us further clarity about as to how we can pinpoint and say that this exactly has been the yield, this exactly had been conversely the loss. and also to whom this activities has occurred to. In one of the slides which I was seeing for the future projections, my colleague Mukta was telling us as to can we move from the area-based approach to the farmer-based approach. So yes, it's quite possible because we have demonstrated that the technology of YesTech is not only the way forward, but it is the benchmark on which we should build upon so many things. Just to take you a step forward as to what we are planning in our state is 100% integration with the agri-stack. We are 100% with Farmer ID, we are 100% with our Crop ID since 24 Kharif, and we are also 100% with the Farm ID. So all the lands in the state of Madhya Pradesh are geo-referenced. We know who is our farmer. We also know which crop he or she is sowing. Now we want to integrate this thing with our crop insurance, for which we have started discussion as to how we should take this thing forward. As luck would have it, the tender cycle is also coming up. In addition to that, we are slightly late in implementation of winds, but that cabinet approval has come to us now. So we are going to integrate all these 3-4 things together, and I was pretty excited by the slide shown to us by Mukta that this is what the government of India is also planning. So I can actually go on and tell you the advantages of that, but Mr. Chatterjee, but thank you very much. I would just only take this opportunity to tell you that it is not only a proof of concept, it is a benchmark on which we are building so many other things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, sir. And if I can just also ask you, sir, because that was also shown on the slide, one of our proposals going forward is that because the ARTMs, under the ARTMs, money comes back when the claims ratio is slightly lower than a particular percentage. Money comes back to the state government. We are also proposing that, there should be a system of a no-claim bonus. So the farmers should also get back some portion in terms of the premium discount maybe in the next season when the claims have not been generated for a particular season. So what are your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, to be honest, I will have to deliberate this thing with the higher-ups back in the state. But that said, it seems to be a way forward again. But in addition to that, I will just add on to what you have just said. Farmer को सिर्फ उसके कुछ अंश वापस मिलने की बात नहीं है. जो बात शुरुआती दौर पे सेठ साहब ने करी, भूटानी साहब ने करी, यहाँ पर मुद्दा ट्रस्ट को भी एनहांस करने का है. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक कारगर एक आयाम हो सकता है कि यदि नो क्लेम है तो हम उसको वापस करें. कैसे करें, क्या करें, ये राज्यों पे निर्भर करेगा. डेफिनेटली ये पॉजिटिव थॉट है, बट इसके साथ साथ में और भी बहुत सारी चीज़ों को हमें एड ऑन करना चाहिए. उदाहरण के लिए यदि मैं फार्मर हूँ तो इसको हमें डिमिस्टिफाई करना चाहिए कि ये पूरा का पूरा ताना बाना जो आपने तकनीक पे बनाया हुआ है वो कैसे चलता है. आपने पॉलिसी जरूर घर पे देने की बात करी है, बट क्या सरल शब्दों में इन वेरी सिंपल लैंग्वेज कैन वी नॉट सेंड अ सिंपल पोस्ट कार्ड. मैं देख रहा था एक सेशन कल एक इंडिया पोस्ट के साथ में भी है, एक पोस्ट कार्ड या एक व्हाट्सअप. हम 1.25 करोड़ किसानों को व्हाट्सअप एक एग्रीस्टेक के माध्यम से करते हैं, हम प्रोक्योरमेंट एग्रीस्टेक के माध्यम से करते हैं. हमने प्राइस डिफिशिएंटी स्कीम जो लॉन्च की थी वो भी एग्रीस्टेक पे की थी. सो नाउ वी हैव द डेटाबेस एंड द टेक्नोलॉजी. कैन वी जस्ट नॉट आस्क व्हाट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, व्हाट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैज डन ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम एवरी सीजन. क्या फार्मर को हम उसका कुछ ब्यौरा नहीं दे सकते सरल शब्दों में? इट्स जस्ट वन वे टू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड. सो आई एम एक्चुअली गोइंग बियॉन्ड व्हाट यू आर आस्किंग मी for enhancing the trust, because giving back a part of what farmer has given is one way of ensuring trust, but a larger part will be to have a transparent system which is ubiquitously available for not only the farmer but for everybody, for the whistleblowers, for the journalists, for the press, for people those who are in financial market, for actuary services and what not. So you see, if you have a system which will self-regulate in itself, it will definitely enhance the farmers' faith on our scheme. But that said, फसल बीमा का overall response बहुत positive है.
जी, right sir. Thank you sir. Ma'am, if I can ask you, Manju ma'am, if I can ask you that there was a slide, if you remember, which shows that the fiscal discipline is of paramount importance in the scheme. So keeping that in view, ma'am, we have brought in the escrow mechanism in place, where the states have to deposit advance subsidy based on which the portal is opened since Rabi 25, we have made it mandatory. So what is the state's perception of fiscal discipline being, ensured through the escrow mechanism? That is one thing, ma'am. And second thing, since Rajasthan is one of the leaders in terms of the agri-stack numbers as well as the CC Agri app numbers we see very positive, ma'am. 90% are being done online. So what is your take in terms of, or what is your message to the other states, how they can do it, how Rajasthan has been doing it? So what is your take on that, ma'am?
Thank you so much. I think in Rajasthan, the risk is real, so is precisely the premium is also high and the state contribution is also high. And when I met in the morning, Muktanand, and I asked that what is the point where we are lagging behind, the only point which he flagged and the slide also flagged was that we are not regular in our disbursement.
Yes.
So, इस पे disagree करने का कोई reason नहीं है, but in totality from the state perspective, if I see that for the total outgo from my side on the scheme, for the subsidy part, it would be around 1700, 1800 crore, and what I have given so far is 1400 crore plus. So I would say that पैसा दे रहे हैं, लेकिन this dispute mechanism, settling down with the disputes and the previous disputes of 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6 onwards, the way we are settling it down, I think that discipline in the settlement of the dispute should be there. It should be time-bound way. Unless we go in that direction, this is going to be a challenge that in 1 year, what state can provide. The other thing is that we are committed on the account of 25, 26. Those disbursement have started taking place. Those bills are under process, and I assure that in this quarter, we would do much better on the expectation of the farmer and the company and the overall on the scheme account. But one point from the state side, I would like to flag that when we were talking about that what could be new for the scheme, because 10 साल के बाद जब हम बात करते हैं, there is sufficient evidence to see that how Rajasthan has performed and what claims has gone in which area. So if we say that 50-50 से 60-40 पे आना है, that's a welcome sign. But if we think in terms of that 80% of Rajasthan claim is going to the 60% of the desert area where the risk is too high. So I would request that there should be a differential treatment for those states, like we are providing that support to the any state, to the hilly state, that that support should be there for the Rajasthan also. That would be a facilitating window for the Rajasthan to cope up in the given year and in the expected manner the way we move ahead. The other point which you mentioned about this linking with the Jan Aadhaar, ensure that the payment goes to the right farmer. And the CCE thing, we are in a better position and we are working on that account that we should be closer to the 100%, we should be opting it out. The other day, in January itself, we sat with Minister and all the stakeholders and all Kisan Sangh to hear their side of the story, and we came to know that itna kuch karne ke baad bhi, if we see that 40,000 crore se upar ka commitment hai over the 10 years, this is a big scheme. Government of India is doing so much, we are doing so much, farmer is paying. But जो एक तरह का असंतोष उनमें है और this grievance redressal mechanism which is not in the place and the IC, the fund where it is moving and going, उस direction में मुझे लगता है कि अभी बहुत कुछ करने की गुंजाइश है. They are expecting from us, which is a genuine thing. There are assembly questions in this regard that leave aside the farmer. If as state government we are asking about the documents, database, we are not getting from the insurance companies. We are flagging that issue to the central government. I believe that this is the time when we all should be committed in this regard, that it's right of the insurer, the one who is getting insured. हमने opt out वाला option लिया हुआ है, opt in वाला अभी नहीं लिया हुआ है. उस पे we need to work upon so that the side of the farmer, how we are going to address that, in that I would give one suggestion. We have a big network of cooperative sector in Rajasthan. We have a big network of cluster level federations of the self-help groups. These two networks are there in the place. And they are their own networks. Cooperative pura ka pura farmer-led movement hai. So, utilizing the window available through PACs, Bhutani sir ne bhi morning mein ye flag kiya tha. And other thing, cluster level federations of the self-help groups where women farmers are associated with that network. I think these are the two networks we should utilize sitting with the insurance companies and state government can work out that how effectively IC can be done and how effectively this dispute resolution mechanism can function in the favor of farmer.
Right, ma'am. Just one more thing, ma'am, which I mentioned that since AgriStack is also very advanced in Rajasthan, and there has been some effort from the other states also to bring that up to a certain percentage. So how is it helping to kind of, and also DCS integration, ma'am, we are integrating DCS data so that crop verification can also happen once the enrollment has happened. So how Rajasthan sees it going forward in terms of validating our QC protocol implementation in the state?
AgriStack, you are right. We are at the advanced stage. Farmer registry, we are at the advanced stage. But that layer of integrating both sides of the story, we are working on it. In principle, there is agreement. We have done the pilot and we are moving ahead with the land registry. And the other thing, this crop registry thing, we are bringing this independent mechanism to deal with AgriStack. AgriStack commissionerate is yet to happen in Rajasthan. So we have in principle agreed in this regard and soon we would be seeing that we have started already working in this direction that our IFMS system for the fertilizer, when we are bringing that layer on AgriStack, then we should be bringing this crop registry thing also on the AgriStack.
Right, ma'am. So next, if I could ask Secretary Government of Assam, you would have seen on the slide that we have made significant progress in terms of bringing plantation crops into the scheme. Now it will be covered within the weather-based crop insurance. So there has been a effort made by GUI in collaboration with Department of Commerce, the plantation boards, and we have designed term sheets specifically for this purpose, standard term sheets. So Assam, because large area is available in tea cultivation under Assam, how do you foresee the changes coming forward or the positive changes coming forward in the scheme because of the inclusion of these plantation crops? And how do you actually ensure preparedness to enroll farmers who are specifically plantation farmers, sir?
Thank you. Regarding these changes, you can see, you must have noted the change, the kind of percentage growth so far as enrollment is concerned of the farmers in the registry. It has increased significantly. Now, there are a number of factors for which it has increased, and like the good quality seeds and fertilizers and all. Now, your question is related to tea cultivation, I believe. So tea cultivation is it's an old profession there. Now we are providing them all the facilities, even the tea cultivators, like in terms of fertilizer also. So that is why they are coming for these registrations. And now like in other crops, but in tea sector it is bit less, not much. But it is growing. It is growing. There are a number of factors. This awareness campaign is there, and the confidence building and the trust building of the farmers have reached a very high level. That is why now there is a significant enrollment and the trust of the farmers over the scheme is there. Now, in the field level, because we are basing things on the grassroots level, even we are reaching to the ground panchayat level. We are covering all both the tea as well as the crops. So these are the factors for which now they are coming aboard, and we are making significant progress. And the commercial aspect of the tea is also growing along with the other crops like maize and all. Now again, why the people are trusting this scheme? Because now may be relevant, you may MSP. MSP ensures that farmer gets his product can be sold there. He will get a market. MSP ensures that. And because of MSP, now farmer is very much concerned about how to get into the productivity, how to ensure that he gets the product. In case of calamity, natural damage, what will happen? He might lose the money that might come out of the MSP. So there is another concept for which also farmers are actually coming about.
Right, sir. Just one more question, sir. Because Assam has been implementing a 100 rupee scheme, and now GOI is also looking forward to subsidizing the farmers' premium as well for the northeastern region. How would you say that you have actually taken care of any possible moral hazard coming out of a virtually free scheme being implemented in Assam? So were there any guardrails in place in implementing this particular 100 rupee scheme so that, you know, the cases of moral hazard was kept to a minimum? Can you repeat that? Sir, what I am saying is, because you have implemented a 100 rupee scheme, for a virtually free scheme, there are issues of moral hazard because people who are otherwise growing something else would also enroll under the scheme to get benefits. So was there any specific guardrails put in place by the state government to ensure that there was no such issues?
Yes, definitely. Because this now in the field level, this technical part is there, digital crop survey is there, and STEG is also it is in progress. So, and even the field level officials are so actively involved with the help of this technology. Now it is not that easy to get into that, moral aspect. So there are guards, even the field level officials are there who are taking the digitalized system into the field. They are using the digital crop survey. So that gives us less chances. That is why the correct data is coming up.
Yeah.
So when the correct data comes up, there is a least chance of demoralizing things.
Right, sir. Sir, if I can ask Roy, sir.
I have a request. Can I make?
Please.
Now this harvesting period, because in this forum I would like to request, there are two issues like harvesting period has actually, because of this seasonal changes, has been pushed back. So there should, whenever the claim part is there, the harvesting period should be at least extended by another 30 days or 1 month. One portion is there, and another is that has already been taken up, which I was about to say regarding the hazards from the wild animals.
Yeah. That we are taking up, sir, as a proposal. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if I can ask Government of Tripura, sir, coming from that question only, the certain additional perils have been now added because this has been one of the major requests from the state governments of, many state governments in fact, that inundation in paddy should be included. Sir, how do you see that change going forward and whether it will have any impact on the enrollment under the scheme in the state of Tripura? That is the first part which I am asking. So second is, there are certain cases where we see there is a delay in notifying the scheme in the state. So how do you actually address that going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, moderator, and my good morning to all co-panelists and distinguished gathering. I think this is a very pertinent question. In fact, we have been mentioning in the other NRCs also regarding this inundation to be considered as a peril. So it was, excluded in the latest guidelines. Again, I think the initiative taken by Government of India for inclusion of this as a local peril, that I think the initiative is excellent. I think I convey my thanks to Government of India. I hope it will be materialized from 2026 and 27. Actually, of course, this comes like a surprise, though we have continued actually pursuing Government of India for doing this. But I think with that actually comes, the responsibility of making it moral hazards free. So I think the implementation parts also to be taken care of. I hope Government of India will take care of that and provide necessary, instruction in the guideline for making it completely moral hazards free. in terms of, delay in implementation. That is right. In fact, for last 9 years, we have been implementing this PMFBY. And you have already seen in the presentation given by the some of the, I think, one of the previous presentation, it was mentioned that there was exponential growth in, non-loany farmers. We have been doing great, in fact, in inclusion of the non-loany farmers under PMFBY. But I think that was possible because government of Tripura, especially, they have included a substantial provision in the budget for covering the, this farmers' contribution as subsidy. So that was the actually key to success. And the delay, I think, sometimes actually we could not make up because of, especially on switching over to the carp and cap model, that is 80-110. In fact, it was delayed quite a bit rather to switch over to this alternate risk transfer model. Though from this year onwards, actually we have switched over to this. We hope, I think, more things, more add-on and, more consideration is going to come for the northeastern region. Thank you for your initiative once again. But I think the part, I think we have to blame ourselves only, not the crop insurers. Because we could not make up from the models actually, we're analyzing which will be the best for our state. So that took a little bit of time. But I think we have already floated RFP and selected our insurance agency. I hope this year onwards, one season actually we have lost, but I think the next financial year onwards, I think there will be not much of delay that will ensue. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. So if I can quickly move to government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, there are two proposals you would have seen in the presentation where, because the premium rates have significantly come down now, we are trying to pass on some benefit of the reduction in premium rates to the farmers. So we are trying to make it as a percentage of the premium rates wherever the premium rates are low. I would request your views on that, number one, sir. Number two is basically, it has been a long demand from many of the states that although there's a CPMU, the state PMU, there's no provision in terms of the funding, although there's a provision in the guidelines, but the states generally don't budget for it. Now we are trying to make a provision that from the central funds itself, we'll be able to give you the money from which you will be able to have your state PMU. How do you think that these will have an impact on the schemes?
Thank you. पहले तो मैं इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद दे दूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश ने सबसे पहले इस स्कीम को अपने ऑप्ट किया था अन्य स्टेट्स के साथ, लेकिन जितनी हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन थी उसके अनुसार हम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाए और इसका कारण केवल हम नहीं हैं, बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सबसे कम उसके लिए उत्तरदायी है। जो हमारे मेन स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, बैंक, किसान और बीमा कंपनियां, उनकी ओर से जैसा कि राजस्थान और मध्य प्रदेश ने भी इंगित किया, उस तरफ हमको थोड़ा ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है और इसकी वजह से ये स्कीम पीछे की ओर जा रही है और जो चिंता आपने पहले क्वेश्चन में व्यक्त की वो आ जाएगी। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ, 1.5 करोड़ किसान हमारे केसीसी से बीमित है, केसीसी उनका है और उसका 15 to 18% मात्र 18 to 20% का हम बीमा कर पाते हैं। बाकी को बैंकिंग सेक्टर कहता है कि नॉट एलिजिबल कैटेगरी में है और नॉट एलिजिबल का जब डाटा उनसे मांगा जाता है तो वो डाटा हमारे साथ शेयर नहीं कर पाते। तो आपने एक चंक ऑफ फार्मर्स, बहुत बड़ा डाटा बैंक जो हमारे पास अवेलेबल है केसीसी के माध्यम से, उसको आपने पहले अपने अम्ब्रेला से पहले ही बाहर कर दिया। दूसरी प्रॉब्लम आती है जिसकी वजह से आकार छोटा होता जा रहा है इस पूरे बीमा सेक्टर का, और यूपी को छोड़ देंगे और महाराष्ट्र 2-4 बड़े स्टेट, तो फिर पूरे भारतवर्ष में अगर उसको देखेंगे तो उसका इम्पैक्ट उतना नहीं आ पाएगा। वो ये है कि जो किसान ऑप्ट आउट हो रहे हैं, राजस्थान ने भी वो बात कही, मध्य प्रदेश ने भी उसकी ओर इंगित किया, ऑप्ट आउट का डाटा भी बैंक देने से उसको पता नहीं क्या कठिनाई है और वो उसको देना नहीं चाहता। तो ये दो अविश्वास है जिसके कारण इस पूरी स्कीम को पीछे ये पूरी स्कीम पीछे हो रही है। तीसरी बात है कि हमारी जो बैंकिंग सेक्टर है और जो हमारी बीमा कंपनियां हैं, इनका प्रेजेंस फील्ड में बहुत कम है। यूपी जैसा स्टेट, इतना ब्रॉडर स्टेट, जब आप चलते हो फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू बलिया, तो आपको दोनों तरफ एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज का प्रदेश है, कहीं भी आपको किसी बीमा कंपनी की प्रेजेंस आपको नहीं मिलेगी। तो जो प्रेजेंस आपको बड़ी जगहों पर नहीं मिल रही, वो गांव में कैसे होगी, आप इसकी कल्पना कर सकते हैं। तो हम बीमा कंपनियों को इसके लिए बाध्यकारी करते हैं कि वो अपना कार्यालय खोलेंगी, प्रचार करेंगी, लेकिन वो लोगों तक, किसानों तक वास्तव में पहुंच पा रही हैं, ये गंभीर संकट का विषय है। इसकी तरफ हमको देखना होगा, और जब वो पहुंचेंगी तभी ये इसका अम्ब्रेला बढ़ पाएगा, इसका छाता बढ़ पाएगा। हमारे यहाँ डिजिटाइजेशन ऑलमोस्ट लैंड रिकॉर्ड का पूरा हो चुका है, तो बहुत आसानी से, बहुत तेजी से उत्तर प्रदेश को कवर किया जा सकता है, लेकिन बैंकिंग सेक्टर को और बीमा कंपनियों को हमारे साथ आना पड़ेगा उसी प्रकार से जैसे कि हम चाहते हैं। ये हमारा प्राइम कंसर्न है। कुछ दिक्कतें हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ, जैसे कि जो हमारी चकबंदी वाले गांव हैं, जहां पर कंसल्टेशन हो रहा है, वहां पर थोड़ा फ्रॉड हो जा रहा है किसानों के द्वारा भी, और अदरवाइज बीमा कंपनी और लोकल जो फंक्शनरीज हैं मिलकर ऐसा कर ले रहे हैं। दूसरा ये है कि जो हमारे किसान बटाईदार हैं, उनके डाटा को भी हम NCIP पोर्टल पर हमको लेना होगा, तभी इस प्रकार की चीज़ों को हम रोक सकते हैं। तो इस पे भी हमको काम करने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। जो क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट है, उनके माध्यम से यूपी जैसे स्टेट में थोड़ा दिक्कत होती, क्योंकि हमारा जो क्रॉप कटिंग का डाटा है बहुत ज़्यादा आ जाता है, तो उसको मैनेज करने में दिक्कत होती थी। यस टैग के माध्यम से अगर हम उसको और फसलों को भी कवर करें उसमें, तो मुझे लगता है ज़्यादा अच्छे से हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे और इसके अम्ब्रेला को बढ़ा पाएंगे। कुछ बातें जो हमारी चिंता की बात थी और जिसको लेकर हम किसानों के पास जाते थे, तो ये बात आती थी, जैसे मिनिमम जो हम उसको देते हैं, कई बार वो बड़ा हास्यास्पद हो जाता है और मीडिया का अलग तरीके से अटैक। तो इसको भूटानी सर ने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में दिया था कि शायद इसको मिनिमम वो करने जा रहे हैं। तो हमारा सुझाव तो यही है कि उसको न्यूनतम क्षतिपूर्ति 500 रुपीज़ से कम न रखी जाए, 500 रुपीज़ रखें, स्टेट अपना शेयर उसके साथ वहन कर लेगा। तो ये यूपी की ओर से मुझे कहना था। अगेन मैं कहता हूँ कि 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में इतना बड़ा एरिया और एग्रीकल्चर प्रोन पूरा प्रदेश है, तो हमको छोड़ के आप जा नहीं सकते हैं, हम आपके लिए बाध्यकारी हैं। तो हमको ऑन बोर्ड लीजिए और हमारी चिंताओं को आप हमारी चिंता वास्तव में करिए। मध्य प्रदेश की चिंता तो घूम फिर के आप कर ही लेते हैं, वहाँ से हमारे मंत्री जी भी हैं, तो और ये हमारा बिल्कुल सगे भाई जैसा है। मध्य प्रदेश की चिंता आप करोगे तो हमारी अपने आप हो जाएगी। उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ आपको ये भी समझना पड़ेगा कि आपको जो हमारा एग्रीकल्चर जोन है वो अलग अलग है। क्लाइमेटिक जोन अगर आप देखें, बुंदेलखंड है, पूर्वांचल है, पश्चिमांचल है, मध्य का क्षेत्र है, तो वहाँ पर हर जगह की अपनी अलग अलग समस्याएं हैं। तो जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के रीजन्स के लिए आप स्कीम्स ला रहे हैं, तो हमारे बुंदेलखंड के लिए भी प्रीमियम में और भारत सरकार के द्वारा 60-40 या उससे ज़्यादा 90-10 पर विचार करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वहाँ का किसान जो वेदर चेंजेज हैं उस पर बहुत बुरी तरीके से आश्रित है। और मुझे लगता है मध्य प्रदेश ने नहीं कहा, लेकिन उनका भी कुछ इलाका जो बुंदेलखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है उसकी उनको चिंता कर लेनी चाहिए। हमारी जैसी ही स्थिति है और कई बार इनके किसानों को हम ही हेल्प आउट करते हैं, हमारे केंद्रों में आकर वो अपना मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस पे अपना अनाज देते हैं। तो खैर मैं यूपी के साथ बात जब कर रहा हूँ तो आसपास के स्टेट की बात कर रहा हूँ। हम जितनी तेज़ी से चलना चाह रहे हैं, इतना बड़ा स्टेट होने के बावजूद, उतनी तेज़ी से हमारा जो अपने और स्टेक होल्डर थे, हमारा किसान भी तैयार है, लेकिन हमारा बैंकिंग सेक्टर और बीमा कंपनियां अगर आ जाती हैं तो ही हम इसको आगे लेके जा पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
जी सर, एक जो शुरुआत में मैंने पूछा था सर, वो इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही था कि अगर जैसे किसानों को रिस्क नहीं दिखता है अपने क्रॉप्स में, जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स नोटिफाई नहीं होते हैं, उसी चीज़ को थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रखते हुए जो हमने अभी प्रपोज किया है, जो प्रस्तावित है कि 25% प्रीमियम रेट का 25% तक देना पड़े, तो इससे क्या लगता है आपको कि जो थोड़े कम रिस्की क्रॉप्स हैं उसको भी एनरोल स्टेट करना चाहेगा या नोटिफाई करना चाहेगा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल स्टेट करना चाहेगा। वो ना करने के पीछे रीजन्स यही थे कि जो अविश्वास है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। पहले पैडी क्रॉप थी, पैडी क्रॉप बाहर हो गई। बाहर होने के रीजन्स यही थे, किसान को अपना प्रीमियम देना पड़ता था और उसको कभी उसका लाभ नहीं मिला। एक बात जो अभी आई है, जो बीमित किसान है और उनकी क्षति नहीं होती तो उनको कहीं ना कहीं आपको उनको कुछ ना कुछ पे बैक करना चाहिए, ताकि इस स्कीम के प्रति उनकी पॉजिटिविटी बनी रहे। अंत में किसान तो भोला ही है, हमको और आपको उसकी भलाई के लिए सोचना है। तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अपना शेयर दे भी दे तो किसान अपना शेयर देने में, भले ही वो कितना ही छोटा हो, उसके मन में एक हिच है, क्योंकि उसको इमीडिएट उससे कुछ गेन नहीं मिलता। जब उसको कोई हानि होती है, क्षति होती है, तब वो उसकी वैल्यू को समझता है। तो बीमा तो ऐसी चीज़ है कि आप बोलते रहिए, कराएगा आदमी तभी जब कोई घर में दुर्घटना हो जाए। तो इस नज़रिए से मैं समझता हूँ कि 25% जो प्रीमियम की बात आ रही वो देने में हमें और हमारी गवर्नमेंट को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन अगेन मैं कहूँगा कि जो क्षति के आकलन का तरीका है और जितनी तत्परता से उसे किया जाना चाहिए, असफल बुआई के केसेस में हम उतनी तत्परता से नहीं कर पाते हैं, या मध्य में जब फसल की क्षति होती तो समय नहीं दे पाते। पूरी फसल जब नष्ट हो जाती तो भी हम उसका प्रीमियम जमा भी है तो भी हम उसकी प्रतिपूर्ति करने में, हमारा स्टेट का शेयर चला गया तो भी उसकी प्रतिपूर्ति किसानों को नहीं हो पाती। तो उसका अविश्वास इतना गहरा हो जाता है कि वह नेक्स्ट साइकिल के लिए वेट नहीं करता। तो इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि उसको टाइम से मिल जाए। उसको हम, किसान को तो अपनी छोटी सी छोटी ज़रूरत के लिए भी पैसे की निर्भरता है, तो इसलिए 25% बियर करने में उसको कोई कठिनाई नहीं। जो ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट है उसको जितनी जल्दी हम कम कर ले जाएंगे, स्कीम उतनी जल्दी है आगे बढ़ जाएगी। थैंक यू।
Right, sir. So I'll move to Government of Karnataka, so Y.S. Patil. There are two proposals you would have seen. One is what we were just conversing on, the minimum claim amount, because there are large number of cases where we see very small amounts going, where we are proposing 500 rupees is the minimum claim with a 50-50 top up between center and state. So what is your take on that from the state government's perspective? Number one. Number two, you're one of the 4 states where there's an existing weather network already in place, which Chairman IRDA also mentioned in the morning. We are trying to integrate our winds portal with these systems in place. So we would request your views on how do you see direct integration of the data coming from your network into our winds portal, because we are very happy to say that because of our stopgap arrangements we have put in place, currently we are receiving live data on winds portal from 12,000 stations across the country. So going forward, if Karnataka, Bihar, Telangana also comes in to our board, we'll be going to up to somewhere around 20,000 stations. That's a sizable number to increase weather intensity of the data. So what is your views on these 2 points?
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, minimum claim, that is 500 or something like that, 1,000. Actually, if the government of India decides sharing of 50%, the government of Karnataka in favor of that. That is a good thing, because sometime what happens, if claim goes to a particular farmer, if 20 rupees, 10 rupees, they will come and give back that 10 rupees or 20 rupees to commissioner himself. You take back this money, like that they will all do. That is why that thing should be done. It is very much in urgent need. That thing should be done, because we are covering almost 40% of the those farmers, those who have ID. In our state, 72 lakh farmers have got ID. Out of that, around 30 lakh farmers we are covering in PMFBY, and around 5 to 6 lakh in RWBCIS. That is why that is a very important thing, because it is day by day the scheme is becoming popular, taking popularity across the state. Whatever the second point, this was discussed lot of times with Government of India and with our state government also. Actually, in the state, it comes under the Revenue Department. They have established long back. They have the technically they have got some doubts. they are requesting once the winds, whatever the data comes to the data center, that is KSNMDC, that is Karnataka State Natural Disaster Management Cell, they are asking us to look into it. Sometime what happened, you also know, our stations are all in the Gram Panchayat level. All 6,000 odd Gram Panchayat have got stations. Sometimes some miscreant, something they will do. In some cases they have put water into that. Those things will happen because it is not good for us also, because nearby Gram Panchayati has got a rainfall of 15 mm. If he put some water into this one, if it shows 200 mm, something like that, that only they are requesting for calibration to look into it, and then they will transfer, because it is completely under the control of, it is not any private entity and all. It is completely under the control of GOK. Nobody will be interested of other kind of a thing. That is the only request. Otherwise, as such, Government of Karnataka is willing to share the data with the Government of India. That is not about. Okay. Under 2-3 points, if you have...
Yeah, sure.
No. If you have anything is there, you can ask. Otherwise, I have 2-3 points.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Regarding, while Muktanand sir was presenting this cup and cap model, that 80, 110, in our state, last year experience and this year experience, we have implemented 80, 110 model. Earlier when Ritesh sir was there, it was complete transfer, risk transfer model was there. That was very successfully implemented in our state. But because of, as Madam Rajasthan Principal Secretary Madam told, in the session and all, they have discussed a lot about the insurance companies are making a lot of money out of it, and the department officials are involving with those companies. Like that, they have commented, and finally the government took a decision. You just try for the 80-110 model. We tried 80-110 model for the last year. What happened? We have not used this burn cost thing. And we went into the tender. And when we floated the tender, the premium was 8%. And usually for the last 8 years, our experience was always the tender premium was 18 to 25%, sometimes 30-32%. But this time, some crops, in some crop combination, it is 2%. This is not at all acceptable. That is why we end up in paying 1,500 crore more in the 80-110 model. The problem is, any state government, the policy maker or the finance department, as an agriculture department, we are all insist finance department to release the money. In this thing, 80-110 model, the government of India is not sharing any, this one also. Whatever the claim on the state, they are not sharing. They are into us when we will enter into 60-130 model or complete risk transfer model. Here, the government of Karnataka has indicated around 700 crore for us. We ended up in paying around 1,500 to 1,600. And the finance, first time in the history, the government of Karnataka's thing shown that we have not given the whatever the claim, not the claim, this subsidy amount, whatever the state share is there. No, we have not given for RWBCS. This is the first time. When Ritesh sir was there, there was not at all a single case was there. This is because the state budget has planned for a certain amount. If it crosses something, it is highly impossible to make good that one, and again they will come back to us. And another point is, insurance companies also, they should not think otherwise. I am not talking about the state, those who are heading the insurance companies. The field officials also, once they come to know it crosses 110, they will never ever enter into the crop cutting experiment. Whatever our officials and farmer, whatever they will do, they will live like that. When it is a risk, complete risk transfer is there, the 100% involvement of the insurance company is there. That is the great challenge we have faced. In only one district, we end up in paying 700 crore. That is, I think the crop loss has happened. But everybody knows that 700% loss has happened, 700 times loss has happened. That is not acceptable at all. Because as the earlier cases, never it has happened. Because in every cases, insurance company always dispute those things. They will come to the DGRC, then SGRC, and if they are not satisfied, they will go to the central government, GOI also. But that was the one thing. And another thing is that during the presentation, Muktanand sir shown about that indemnity. That, according to my view, it should be increased to 100%, because now as the PMFBY scheme has gained the popularity, everybody is understanding the intricacy inside what we are, whether we are involving with the companies, something like that. They are asking why you are not writing it to Government of India. The last point is, everybody knows this problem, crop cutting experiment. That crop cutting experiment, that 7-year data, out of that 5 worst will take, and average of it we are doing. But from every district, the demand, the elected representative minister's demand is, there should not be like this, because the package of practice, other things are improved, and the improved version of seeds will come, and the package of practices are changed, and due to that, the yield should not depend on this average kind of a thing. The yield, whatever the yield we are taking, that should be from the independent agency, and it should be a district specific or taluka specific, and those yields should be taken like that. Those are the, from my side, these are the suggestions. And STEC we are implementing, it is a good thing that STEC is working well also. We are implementing in paddy and soybean. And the ratio also we have increased from 70-30 to 60-40. That we have increased. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much. If I can ask Director Agriculture, Government of Tamil Nadu, very quickly. So coming from what Karnataka has mentioned, we have made 2 major changes. One is, of course, the calculation method of threshold yield, which already were based on the inputs of Government of Tamil Nadu only. So we are most probably going with a mechanism of 3 based out of 10 years, because we have 10 years data now available with us. So what is the state government's perspective in terms of this change method? Number 1. Number 2, like you mentioned, indemnity levels were very low, and in fact, Tamil Nadu adopts a 70% indemnity. Now we will be doing away with 70%, and we will be moving up to 80 to 100% based on whatever the state government chooses. So what are your take on these 2 points quickly, please?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you so much. Yes, before this adopting the model of 60-130 cup and cap, only 2 insurance companies were participating, and thanks to the PMFBY. And post this 60-130, almost 16 companies have participated in our tender. So it's a good sign. And yes, PMFBY as a team has come a long way, thanks to them, but there are still a lot of challenges we are facing. I can just throw some few challenges in front of you. One thing is, after this implementation, the companies have quoted less rates, and they are bagging more clusters. So I request PMFBY, maybe they can have some cap on clusters. I heard that Andhra Pradesh has customized their tender, and they have incorporated clauses in their tender. But in our government, they were expecting the Government of India guidelines to be incorporated. PMFBY should incorporate that guidelines so that it will be easy, because we can have some cap on the clusters to have a level playing field for all the insurance companies, one thing. And this, because of this, the premium rate has come down even in highly vulnerable areas, clusters. So the ICs have quoted premium rate lesser than the burn cost, and the reduced premium rate, the compensation claim has also come down. And because of this, the gross premium rate collected to the premium rates, less premium rates, is not adequate enough to settle the compensation. And in many instances, it crosses 130% in our state, because Tamil Nadu, as you know, it is a coastal state, and it has a lot of cyclone and other natural calamities annually. So mostly the compensation crosses 130%. As our CEO suggested in slide that we can have some customization of this model. Instead of 60 to 130, we can have 80 to 150 or like that. We can have some revisit on this model. And the way forward to improve this efficiency, as I mentioned about this thing in the last meeting also, the removal of capping of GOI share and premium subsidy, revisiting the methodology of compensation calculation, rationalization of threshold yield definition, disbursement of minimum guarantee compensation to the farmers. This and all has been addressed, and thanks to the CEO PMFBY, because he has constituted a subcommittee, and that's 2 to 3 sittings has been done, and we expect a positive reply from these subcommittees on this. And apart from that, I just want to mention the loany farmers through the financial institutions. The loany farmers, most of the farmers avail crop loans for the commercial crops in the banks and enroll in the non-loany through CSC. So this has to be avoided. And the financial institutions are very reluctant to enroll their loany farmers under PMFBY. Even if the financial institutions are reluctant to enroll the farmers, the responsibility of the bank should, towards this saturation of KCC cardholders, should be addressed. And there are a few measures I am just mentioning. The bank should be allowed to process the crop loan in their portal only, after debiting the premium, or after uploading the opt-out letter if the farmers are not willing. So deliberate collection of opt-out form from the loany farmers and insisting they enroll as non-loany farmers shall be avoided. Provision should be made in NCIP portal to reflect the actual number of KCC to be saturated during the season. And the financial institution shall be strictly instructed to avoid the practice of adjusting the loan amount against the compensation leased to the eligible farmers. Even we have addressed this in the state level bankers committee, SLBC, but in spite of that, there are these practices followed in the district level banks also, the regional banks. So the RBI, we request the PMFBY to write a letter to RBI so that some instruction may be given on the top level, and strictly it has to be monitored. So this one, after that there can be some policy change in the certain improvement in enrollment of loany farmers, because the premium rates for loany farmers may be fixed less than the actual premium, that is 2% of Kharif and 1.5% Rabi. We can reduce to 1.5% to Kharif and 1% to Rabi, so that we can encourage and motivate the loany farmers to enroll. And the premium for farmers cultivating commercial crops is 5%. My request is at least we can reduce the sum for the 5% to 2 to 3%, so that the farmers will be opting out only to a huge amount of premium is deducted. So this has to be revisited. And next one is the add-on coverage of minor crops. The add-on coverage of minor crops is like field sowing, planting are applicable only to the crops notified in village level. The add-on crop of failed sowing and planting shall be made applicable to the minor crops also. So this is my suggestions. And main thing is the rationalization of crop cutting experiments. As Karnataka has said that some rationalization should be done. The number of CCs conducted may be rationalized based on the area of the villages. For even 4 CC is being done for 4 hectares in the village, and 4 model is conducted in 40 hectares also in village. So rationalization should be done in the based on the area coverage. Then the standardization of and uniform dryage factor should be fixed, because to avoid variation across the individual experiments. So my request is, because we have faced some issues among the insurance companies. I don't want to mention it, because they were not coming forward when the CC has been done. They say that they have not been informed. So a lot of issues has been raised, and they appealed to our state government, and APC has chaired the meeting. Then we rejected their claim. Then they have gone to Government of India, and we have also written to Government of India to blacklist them. So that is a separate issue. But my request is we have to have some guidelines on the crop cutting experiments. And apart from that, we need some standard operating procedures for the natural calamities, time of natural calamities. Specifically the submerged crops that will not be able to revive at all. The matured crops in submerged or lodging conditions having decomposed, inferior quality, germination, and discolored grains. The third one is the crop affected but are inaccessible to conduct the harvest. Crops are completely washed out by rain. and crops covered with sand and silt, which may cause complete crops loss or decrease the crop yield. These are to be addressed, and we need some standard operating procedure for crop cutting experiments to be done. And these are the things which I want to mention. And apart from that, we have also requested CEO sir to revisit our models. As our director said, the threshold yield should be revisited, and the indemnity has to be increased to 100%. So, and these are the things which I have already raised before the CE. We have written a letter, and thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much. So quickly moving to DG Agriculture, Government of Haryana. So two questions. One is the winds implementation is required to be done by the state government now, and since we have made concerted efforts in terms of designing these standard term sheets now, what was also shown on the slide, in 2 phases we'll be doing it for 10 crops. So standard term sheets are on the way. So RWBCI is implementation से पहले winds implement करना वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. So what are your views on that? How fast is the state government going to do it? Number 2, whether YesTech is actually helping in driving down the premium rates for very high risk crops like cotton in Haryana.
Yeah. Your first question is regarding winds. Earlier, the state government was not inclined to implement.
You can just hold on.
Earlier, state government was not inclined because there were only very few companies impaneled by the ministry in the government of India, and we were saying that either we should be allowed to have our own tenders based on the same terms and conditions, and it should not be restricted to those limited companies. Now that has been done by the government of India, and already file is in process of getting the permission of the state government for implementing winds. So we will soon come out with a tender for the implementation of winds in the state.
That's great.
Second question was regarding cotton premium rates are increasing and its relation with the YesTech. Government of India has at present only included wheat, paddy and soybean as part of the YesTech. We want that Government of India, if possible, as soon as possible, can include other crops under this. Maybe if not same percentage as it is existing in wheat and paddy, but maybe with a lesser percentage. It would give state governments a confidence that, let us say if the Government of India says that you should have 10% weightage in the cotton for the yield based on the technology, then maybe state government can take a call and increase this 10% to 30% or 40% and gradually move to 100%. Right now, because there are only 3 crops, states are little hesitant to shift to other crops also for YesTech.
Right.
I would also like to raise 2-3 points here also. First is, there is a disconnect between our revenue records and what is happening on the ground. Like if I take the case of Haryana, there are about 98 lakh buckets created under AgriStack for farmer IDs. If we look at the unique farmer IDs that would ultimately be created, it would not be in any case less than 70 or 80 lakh. In Haryana, we have another system of Meri Fasal Mera Byora, in which we actually capture the actual cultivator, and through that system, we allow those persons who have registered there to sell their crops on MSP in our mandis. We have integrated that system with the fertilizer, IFMS also, integrated fertilizer management system. There in a season, the last Kharif season, we had the highest number of acres and the highest number of farmers. Their number of farmers were actually 12.5 lakh. Out of this 12.5 lakh, about 20 to 25% were such who were not actual owner on the land. So unless until we truly reflect who is cultivating, perhaps we are not doing justice to the actual cultivator there. In many cases, it also happens that in ROR, in 1 acre of the land, there are 100 or more than 100 farmers. In Haryana, I had come across an acre in which there were more than 1,000 farmers having the ownership share in that 1 acre piece of land. And since our PMFBY is also linked with the ownership, so that becomes challenging on the ground. So that's why unless until we allow the cultivator to come on board and come under PMFBY, I think the reach of PMFBY would not increase to that extent. Then another is right now the implementation unit is a village. So it might so happen that there are 10 farmers who have actually got less yield in a village, but because of the crop cutting experiment and that implementation unit being a village, those farmers may not get anything. And also there may be scenario in which there are farmers who have very good yield, but because of crop cutting experiment of the whole village, they might get some incentive also. Because of this, farmers have certain issues also. So if, unless until we move to farm-based yield, again, this issue will keep on cropping up. Our Haryana Space Application Center has told us in few meetings that they have their system in which they can have farm-based yield also. Right now, we have not been able to look into that claim, but perhaps ministry as well as government of Haryana, we can work together and shift to that also. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think we'll move to RTG. So RTG, 2-3 questions quickly. One is that you have implemented in a universal mode and then you have come out also. So what is your take in terms of a basic universal cover which is being said multiple times? What are the challenges of implementing a basic universal cover? Number one. Number two, since you have already done a burn cost linked liability of the insurance company under 80-110, which we are also proposing as one of the models for all the states. So what is your views and why it should be adopted? Third is now we are also kind of standardizing the burn cost calculation mechanism in consultation with the industry. The subcommittee has already gone into that. So we will be giving a kind of a benchmark to the states that this is going to be the burn cost based on the actuarial analysis done for the last 5-7 years data. And then they will have a kind of a ready-made number available within a range of which the insurance companies should be quoting. So we are bringing in these changes. So what are your views on these 3 points?
Thank you, sir. Basically, about the universal crop insurance, we have implemented in 23 and 24. What happened after the implementation of the universal crop coverage? Our area and the number of application has increased a lot. In the Kharif, it almost double. The area also 80% of the total Kharif zone area has been covered under the insurance. It is 1 crore and 12 lakh. And the insurance premium liability to the state has gone from 2,000 crores to 8,500 crores in a single season. So this is a major concern, and in the Rabi season where there is a very low risk profile, the application goes by 10 times from 5 lakhs to from 7 lakhs to 71 lakhs, and the area also from 5 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So again there will be an increase in the subsidy burden from 200 crores to 1,000 crores. And after seeing all these things, and there are add-on cover like the localized calamity and other post-harvest losses and mid-season adversities. So we feel that there is an increase in the yield over the past 3-4 years, but there is increase in the claims too, because about 80% of the claims has gone for the localized calamity and the mid-season adversity, although the proxy triggers were not implemented there, just like the Karnataka officer sir has said that somebody has put order in the AWS and something like that, and they claim for these things. The number of intimations has gone more than 1 crore in a season, so it is administratively impossible to have that analysis or access the loss it is there. So taking into consideration the outgo, and the third thing is that my agriculture budget is around about 3,000 crores for the department. As such, 28,000 persons were working in the department. It is only 3,000 crores, it is the budget. And the crop insurance itself suck about more than 9,000 crores. And we don't know whether the 9,000 crores has been gone as a capital investment to the agriculture or not. So the state also opinion to have them capital investment in agriculture. So in 25, we have removed that add-on coverage and we came to the basics. And the result is that in the Kharif season, although the enrollment has gone down by 50% from 1 crore 70 lakhs to 94 lakhs, and the area also gone down by 50%, But the insurance premium rate has got down from 15% to 7%, the actual premium rate. We have around about 54,000 some insured, and the premium rate is premium amount is only 2,400 crores, where the state liability is up to 900 crores. From 8,000 crores, we came back to 1,000 crores, and the central also. And it is surprising in the Rabi season. In the Rabi season, the total sum insured, it is 4,300 crores. And the premium, it is only 46 crores. Only 46 crores, so 100 times the sum insured it is there. And the state and the central liability is only 1 crore 92 lakhs. So absolutely zero liability on the state and the central. Only the farmers' premium share, it is there, that is 1.5%. So we have 34 districts in Maharashtra. Out of 34 districts, only Latur is the single district where the premium, actual premium quoted by the company has gone more than 1.5%, which is for the Rabi season. So almost the premium rate is only 0.25% for most of the crops in this thing. So again, because of this burn cost, whatever the fingers are burned by the Karnataka experience, we have put the burn cost add-on trigger into that. So if we take into consideration the burn cost, the liability to the insurance company is not limited to 50 crores. It is limited to around about 700 crores out of these 400 to 2,000 crores. But the another thing is that we have kept on the crop cutting experiments, and there are only two insurance companies. One is the AIC and one is the ICICI Lombard. AIC took 31 districts and ICICI took 3 districts out of the 34. Only two insurance companies. So whatever the crop cutting experiments were taken in certain districts, one company has gone for 100% disputes about the crop cutting experiments, because the yield in the crop cutting experiment has gone only 2 quintals or 1.5 quintals, such like that, and the technological yield has 10 quintals, 12 quintals, certain things like that. Although we have kept 50% weightage for the technology, and hence before we have given a tolerance limit for the technology of 30%, but this year we have removed that tolerance limit of 30% as per the crop cutting experiment that is being considered. So the company are in confidence that the technological yield will be a good one, and then a realistic figure will come. So the earlier, what is my state premium liability from 9,000 crores, it has come to only 1,000 crores. So we are very good. Second thing, you have started that the add-on cover like the localized calamity should be there. I was of the opinion that under the localized calamity, the inundation should be removed from the localized. It should be kept under the widespread losses. For inundation, doesn't happen as a so specific. That is just like lightning, landslide. It can be visualized. It can be determined after months also that this place has happened, that event. But in inundation, it is very hard. After 2-3 days, it is very hard to determine whether there is an inundation or not. So for inundation, it should be localized, but it should be a widespread losses. Second thing, you should put some add-on triggers like 40 millimeters of rainfall or 55 millimeters of rainfall. Although there is 1 or 2 millimeters of rainfall, people start giving intimations, and then there is a large number of, and then there is an intimation, they ask that you should do the survey. So the number of survey gone up, the administrative cost gone up, so there are a lot of moral hazards in that things. So this is one thing. The another next thing is that about the CEO sir has said about the KCC saturation. What happened? Farmers are getting loan waiver since last 10 to 12 years. Almost every 2-3 years. This year also Maharashtra is giving, the CM has declared that loan waiver will be done before the next Kharif season. So farmers are not paying that crop loan, although there are these things. So the loany farmer took the insurance from as a non-loany farmer. And the whole India is looking after increasing the participation of non-loany, whereas in Maharashtra we have more than 99% as a non-loany farmers. So I think the option should be kept to the farmer, whether you want to go for a loany or non-loany. Second thing, if you want to do it for the KCC saturation, then do it compulsory in the guidelines only. Don't go for opt-out form and this thing loading. Make it mandatory as earlier before that the loany farmer, for loany farmer, insurance it is compulsory, and then it will be definitely work out. And for the bank also, the same option should be given as the CSC, because if the farmer enroll for that particular land parcel as a non-loany, then the bank would not able to do again the same insurance on that same parcel. Otherwise, it will happen that again the same parcel will be insured twice, either with the bank as a loany and as a non-loany also. And the second thing is that it should be a part of the guidelines that whatever the claims amount it is there, it should be with the loan account in case of crop failure. Because earlier, hence before, whatever the claim amount is there is a lot of agitation from the political fraternity, from the farmers that you should not deposit that claim amount into the loan account, you should not do that. And the state is also of the opinion that you should not do it. So if you want to do it like this, so it should be a part of the guidelines, I think so. And so this is the thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just before ending, sir, because Siddiq sir joined last. Sir, two questions on implementation level. Compared to last year, we have seen a big dip in Jharkhand. So your land record integration issues, and how do you actually address that? And your YesTech implementation is also, sir, awaited. So what are the thoughts on that, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. As far as Jharkhand is concerned, Jharkhand earlier was part of PMFBY, later departed, again joined back. But again, as far as coverage is concerned, coverage is universally state is supporting. We are also giving the farmers share by the state department. So we paying the state share plus farmers share. As a result, our coverage is much better, but it also has a kind of challenge because we are finding a lot of discrepancies in the enrollment, even high number of enrollment, even more than the reported agricultural coverage, sowing coverage. And also there is a discrepancy between what the report coming from the department as well as from the statistical department and also from the insurance companies. So these three entities giving three different figures, the DLMC figure is different. So this challenge we are facing. And also in crop cutting also there is a huge delay and also again variations in the crop cutting reports. So for both this, technology could be a better solution. So we are being a late entry to the, again back to this tender process we have almost completed and WINS as well as STEC. In STEC, these tips and myth, everything we have finalized and we expect for the coming year, STEC will be fully informed. And WINS also, we are in the final stage of tender. As far as land records are concerned, Jharkhand is a kind of traditional issue of land records. Even in AgriStack also, we are facing that problem. But still, the revenue department has kind of digitized data, and now we are talking to the department to integrate that also. So if that also happens, we believe certain level of this false entry or fraudulent entries can be stopped and we may have better thing. But we also request the Government of India PMFBY team, we also need to have a kind of large-scale capacity building of the field staff, especially not only for the government but also for the insurance companies, so that we can maybe mitigate these kind of false reporting or false entry, etc. And even if the STEC comes, we don't know how would be accurate the data would be coming up, but still that may be also required a large scale of capacity building of the both government as well as non-government, this insurance company staff. So I think PMFBY should support state governments in a more rigorously for capacity building and empowering or strengthening the organization structure at the lower level. Then I think we may have better result.
Right, sir. So thank you everyone, sir. I think we are running behind the schedule, so we'll reserve our questions for the town hall session. If everybody agrees. So thank you everyone on the panel for joining us, and then we'll, at the end of the day, sir, we have town hall. We'll be taking questions, the panel can answer them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Shri Chandrajit Chatterjee. Zordar taliyan ho jaye. Thank you for bringing out the best from our very esteemed panel and putting together a very impactful panel discussion. Yes, a moment here for some photo opportunities. We have one more very interesting session before we break for lunch. So please keep those thinking caps on. And as we create this memory here on our beautiful stage, really happy to share with you that we step into another idea sharing session. This one is going to be on disaster risk mitigation through parametric insurance. And we have just the right personality to help us navigate through this topic, who brings his very rich experience to this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Government of Himachal Pradesh, who prior to this has held significant role as the CEO of the PMFBY and Joint Secretary in the DA and FW Government of India. Good afternoon and over to you. Taliyon ke saath swagat. Thank you.
Is there all right. Check. Yeah. Am I audible? All right. So lunch के पहले का session है. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Thank you, Mukta, for giving this opportunity to present this idea. What is the agenda? I would like to first and foremost talk about insurance as a pillar of disaster resilience, look at global models, India's experience, and then the proposed model for the consideration of the House. Now, a brief background on this. Himachal, as you know, has suffered immensely in the last rains in 2025 and in 2023. So the government of Himachal cabinet decided that a committee to be formed to look at insurance as a model for disaster resilience. Sadly, they found to chair the committee, and with World Bank, who are present here, we are looking into this. All right, so first agenda, these are the natural catastrophe events, loss events, major events across the world in 2025. As you can see, it's widely spread and all geophysical, meteorological, hydrological, all kinds of events. With climate change, we all expect this to increase in intensity and frequency. These are the 21st century disasters that India has witnessed, from Gujarat earthquake to various cyclones, floods, and lastly, 2025, if I may flag, and this is why we are seriously looking into it, is the Uttarakhand and Himachal floods. You all remember this iconic forward where a huge, wave of debris overtook buildings which were both private and government, but more importantly, nearly 500 deaths were reported. So why disaster insurance? As I said, there is a rising loss intensity, frequency. It is almost a 1,00,000 crore worth of losses in 2025, and there is a lot of pressure on public funds. India being a growing country, we can't be affording to spend too much on this. So even SDRF, NDRF in 2024 was nearly 23,000 crores. Climate change is aggravating. Extreme weather-related fatalities have surged almost to 70% over 25 years. And IRDA very wisely has set a target for insurance for all by 2027. So I think it's a fortuitous circumstance for this kind of intervention in the disaster resilience framework. So insurance as a tool for disaster risk management, it can help in risk transfer, fast funding and predictability, incentivizing safety as tools. Public budgets can be protected, government finances are protected, and then you get more certainty. So what are the global models? Let's look at what is happening globally. And so Fiji does a sovereign parametric insurance. They cover cyclones, floods, earthquake, and the challenge was ad hoc budget, external aid, they were dependency because it's a very small place. So they did a sovereign level, country level parametric product for rapid liquidity and regional pooling. Those are the numbers. This is something similar has also been attempted in Indonesia on these lines. Their solution has been, and which I have highlighted right here, if you can see, gold, silver, bronze risk. What is this gold, silver risk? What they do is they have insured their public infrastructure. So they have started not with the private infrastructure, but public infrastructure. All the public buildings will be rated as gold, silver, bronze, and then, bid it out for insurance. So that is an interesting learning. And so even the departments have an incentive to make their building infrastructure resilient. So आपने bronze से silver में आना है, silver से gold में जाना है, so that your premium will go down subsequently. So this sort of builds on resilience as a practice in the government machinery. World Food Program does disaster risk financing program for about 37 chosen countries. And it's trigger-based arrangement, parametric, contingent financing, and early warning indicators. And similarly, Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, again, they are small nations, so they wanted to protect their budgets and accordingly have opted for this. 16 nations. Okay, what has been our experience in this field? I interacted as part of this committee with a few insurance companies and also reinsurers, and I'm told that RWBCIS obviously is one parametric product which we have been doing successfully for quite some time now. Then Nagaland has attempted a parametric product for aggregate excess rainfall, and they depend on IMD graded data. I'm sure with the upcoming winds infrastructure, we would be able to do much more. Then Bihar, I think, did some IWMI, did an index-based flood insurance. In one of the NRCs, I remember they made a presentation in the NRC also, and we had looked at it in some detail. And then there is this Cuddalore, coastal communities have done this seeds, but not much data is available on the payouts. So safe to say, not much has happened, and so we could explore how to go about it. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we are trying to look at it, and I'm here to seek your inputs. I would want to sit with the industry captains and people from other states for an informal group discussion after lunch probably. So Himachal, as you can see, is nearly 70% of our, we are zone 5, rest of it is zone 4, and so damages more than 650,000 houses could suffer potential damage of an earthquake event, which last happened in 1905. 1905 earthquake was so devastating that almost 80 to 90% of all standing buildings fell down. And now, as you know, हमारा building code or building infrastructure कितना अच्छा है, and we have made buildings in a very haphazard way. And that earthquake repeats itself in about 100 years, right? So we are almost sitting 1905 and 2005 के बाद अभी 20 साल और निकल गए हैं. We are almost sitting on a powder keg. I don't know when it blows, but I hope to build that resilience before it does. Floods and landslides have increased. National and state highways are also a major chunk of where the damage actually happens. And this is also because there has been a growth of 4-laning, 2-laning, and increasing investment in the national highways in the hilly regions. We have hydropower potential which has been created, mega projects created. So yeah, so we're quite challenged. So what is the need? Only 5% is covered, but more importantly, I studied the data and found that about 60% of the damaged infrastructure is government infra. This is roads, bridges, water infrastructure mostly, some electricity lines. And then 40% damage happens to the privately owned assets, which are buildings, livestock, or in our case, crop and other private assets. So there is a 5% insurance coverage as of now, 67% financing gap, and negative 2.2 economic growth impact. So that's how current status. The Cabinet Committee actually recommended that a group be formed to study this. So what does an insurance mechanism look like? What we are proposing or thinking of doing is that in the pre and post disaster phases, with risk transfer scenario, SDRF and NDRF take up most of the post disaster payouts. But with disaster insurance, probably a part of that could be through claims. But more importantly, the thought process is, and we have seen this in Himachal, what happens is, वो एक flash flood आएगा, अब flash flood ने वो सारी की सारी buildings गिरा दी. But the problem is कि वो जो लोग हैं, उनके पास वही ज़मीन available. And 23 और 25 में we observed कि हमने उनको SDRF, NDRF से pay out कर दिया. But they build their house at the same place again, and 25 में दोबारा से flash flood आया और वो दोबारा सारा का सारा लेके चला गया, right? So that's where the thought process of building insurance as a resilience mechanism also, that people know कि ये जगह ठीक है, insurable है, नहीं है, and building in those incentives. Luckily, 15th Finance Commission report actually mentions insurance as one of the indicative lists for usage under NDMF and SDMF funds. So what could be a hybrid approach to do this? I propose a two-tier framework, and this is again an idea sharing for the sector to respond. One is that we have a disaster event. On the tier 1, we start with insurance of public assets, similar to what Indonesia did. Because public assets, you have more surety, आपकी verification अच्छी हो जाएगी, the data will start building up. And you could record this data on an NCIP type platform where everything is sort of उसकी crop, जैसे हम क्रॉपिक में करना चाह रहे थे, इसकी फोटोग्राफ आपने अपलोड कर दी है, आपको पूरे डिज़ाइन पता है, and then government calls for a single tender for all public assets. So public assets could be one building, but more importantly could also be roads and pipelines or electricity infrastructure. Then the parameter that we follow is not rain or precipitation or wind or whatever, because data, particularly in such parameters, is scant, and in absence of data centers, sorry, not data centers, but in weather stations, which are still in hilly region, तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं होते. अब the kind, you please remember that flash flood वाला जो मैंने दिखाया था, अब वहाँ पे क्या पता लग रहा है, वहाँ की actual rainfall was less than long term average, तो वहाँ pay out नहीं होना था. Flash flood तो हो गया, वो तो लेके चला गया सारा का सारा. So the thought process is that we will trigger the second tier basis the damage which happens in the first year. So अगर government infrastructure को damage हो गया, we presume कि private infrastructure को भी damage हो जाएगा. And so budget protection then kicks in. All right, so now giving I'm sorry for giving all these acronyms to you, TIP, MITR, I still think on them. On the similar analogy, what I am trying to propose here is, and for everybody's understanding, what happens is, कि जो tier 1 हम ले रहे हैं public infrastructure के protection का, we onboard a TIP, and now this TIP can be any PWD for say buildings, जल शक्ति विभाग या जो हमारा IPH डिपार्टमेंट होता है फॉर वाटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड या IDC फॉर अदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. व्हाट डज टिप डू? टिप गवर्नमेंट के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को वेरीफाई करेगा, 100% वेरिफिकेशन, एंड दे विल अपलोड इट ऑन अ पोर्टल. देन मित्र is a second level body which is not a state government body, and this we are purposely I am proposing because just like in PMFBY infrastructure, so that TIP is not influenced by the state government for insurance purposes, we have a second level government of India body which can be say IIT, NIT or some central government institute or maybe even a university. Yeah, SAC, NRC, whosoever can do this. Now TIP certifies the infrastructure, Mitra audits it, कि हाँ जी जो आपने सर्टिफिकेशन की है गोल्ड, सिल्वर, ब्रॉन्ज एंड ऑल्सो अ ग्रे. ग्रे इज नॉन इंश्योरेबल, कि ये इतना बेकार है कि इसकी इंश्योरेंस नहीं होगी. Now this also builds into the government database that these buildings are beyond insurance. This is bronze, this is silver. We need to make everything gold. And then state bases this information, tenders it out for the insurance companies. The insurance companies will have the option to go and actually check, do a test check before the quotes are called. भाई जो gold लिखा है gold ही है. Do you feel that ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, कम होना चाहिए, whatever. And basis that rates are called. So post disaster, insurer then settles and can do a indemnity if you want, or if the infrastructure is too wide and you, the tip can then again upload their report of the disaster. So I think that could then cover all natural catastrophes, and pricing obviously is varies based on resilience certification, which is done through a model which creates trust, and flexibility is given in the indemnity, and pre-disaster documentation actually helps in building resilience. Now this is the second tier. How do you get to citizen protection? My thought in this is that we, again, once we succeed with the public sector infrastructure certification, we then ask the private individuals also to go in for this certification through our TIP framework. And their building, and mostly it is private sector में building ही रहेगा. तो building को again gold, silver, bronze, grey. Premium will vary as per its quality, and incentives for better resilience. So we incentivize in people's mind कि अगर वो same जगह पे वो घर बना रहा है जहाँ पे पहले वो occurrence हो चुकी है, तो you are in grey. You will not get insurance, and then you will also not get relief under NDRF, SDRF. क्या है कि अगर वो 23 में अगर वो घर गिर गया, तो 24 में जब हम उसको एनरोल करने जाएं तो हम उसको बोलेंगे भाई अगर यहाँ बनाया तो गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट रिस्पॉन्सिबल, यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर योर ओन थिंग. अदरवाइज इट हैज बिकम अ रिच कैश काउ फॉर एवरीबडी. को पता है कि वो नाले में घर बना दो, फिर नाला आएगा उसको ले जाएगा, मेरे को नया घर मिल जाएगा. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ गेमिंग ऑफ द सिस्टम कैन बी सॉर्ट ऑफ अवॉइडेड. एंड एज आई सेड, डुअल एक्टिवेशन. Tier 2 activates when Tier 1 is exceeds a certain threshold, and parametric weather triggers we can work on कि हाँ जी ये वाले triggers भी आने चाहिए, and rapid payouts. So I think this could help the nation move towards disaster resilience as a habit, not only in government, starting with the government, but more importantly in the private sector, in our personal spaces. Incentivizes infrastructure resilience, reduces fiscal burden on the state government, encourages citizen preparedness, accelerates recovery, and then creates a transparent, auditable standard for infrastructure assessment. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is my proposal. I would request the august audience present here to poke hole in it, बिकॉज अभी तक ये हमारा दिमाग है. आप लोगों से मुझे इस पे वो चाहिए, बिकॉज इनपुट्स चाहिए, सो दैट वी कैन डेवलप दिस एज सम काइंड ऑफ अ मॉडल. एंड आई हैव माई स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी मिस्टर राणा सिटिंग हेयर. he's a veteran in disaster preparedness. Vijay from World Bank is sitting here. We are part of that committee, and we are all trying to get inputs on this. So that's it. Thank you. Open for questions. इतनी बेकार प्रेजेंटेशन की कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं. I think we have someone here.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. So, indeed, a wonderful presentation and wonderful idea.
And in fact, at United India Insurance, we have been planning to take parametric for non-crop part. And we have tried to capture some of the parametric available data set which we have in doing the risk protection and all. So one thing I wanted to know is about that, you talked about tier 1 and tier 2 thing. So tier 1, like say, one thing is the weather data part and all that thing. But we know that in the weather data, we have a limited set of data. You have this rainfall and then you have wind and everything. So we have in fact come out with a parametric reinsurance protection for United India where we are using landslide, we are using earthquake and also cyclone. So apart from this, because now a lot of credible data it is available, and in case of earthquake, of course, we know that there are different types of measurement for earthquake. One is Richter scale, and another is shaking of the earth. So the earthquake could have happened at one place, but the shake could be different at different places. So there are a lot of variables in that. And now there are also some technological advancements that for big risks, like say what the government risks, there are devices also which can measure earthquake exactly at that particular point. So my question was that if this type of model which is being thought of, so first of all, the important question is about to identifying what are going to be the parameters. Because when we talk about happening of maybe a landslide, so landslide in Himachal itself, or if we talk about Uttarakhand also, the occurrence of landslide, they would be having a lot of different reasons. So it could be a cloud burst somewhere, it could be a cloud burst in that particular region and all that thing. So the designing of the term sheet, designing of the parameters, because for each and every, just like for our weather-based insurance scheme, we categorize various zones by way of a term sheet. So here, when we are trying to implement, so whether we want to implement at one unit level or we want to implement at a larger area level. So if it is a large area, we need to have terms.
I get a sense of your question, and let me clarify that. The thought process between the tier 1 and tier 2 is that rather than, usually these parametric covers are for a unit or a cluster or a district or whatever, कुछ हम एक जगह ब्लॉक को लेना चाहेंगे या किसी को लेना चाहेंगे. But the thought process here is that एक तो वो डेटा उतना अवेलेबल है और उतना रोबस्ट है, वो IMD के स्टेशन का ही एक डेटा है, वो भी ग्रिडेड होता है, एंड स्पेशली फॉर the hill states, what happens is if you don't have a station in that place, a cloud burst will be completely missed because it comes between in the valley. वो watershed के बीच में आता है, जैसे वो जो flow किया था, it just flowed between that particular valley. And overall अगर आप उसका IMD gridded data देखेंगे तो long term average से नीचे है वो, तो वहाँ trigger होगा ही नहीं. So the trigger here is not that IMD data or gridded data. The trigger here is damage to government infrastructure. If we are able to prove as government कि भाई मेरे इतना infrastructure को damage हो गया, then the presumption is कि वही same damage private infrastructure को भी हुआ है. And going forward, obviously, this will incentivize the private people to also opt for insurance and get their bronze, silver, gold done. And one of the things which Mr. Rana was also flagging, and only yesterday we were talking, is one of the losses which hill states suffer is livelihood loss. Now what happens is, यहाँ पे एक वो WhatsApp पे आजकल वीडियो वायरल हो गया, तो वो जी इतनी पहाड़ गिर रहे हैं जी, पहाड़ गिर रहे हैं. अब वो what will happen is कि कहीं जाके वो अगर इवेंट हुआ है, the whole tourism industry collapses. And I can tell you there are instances कि 1, 2, 3 दिन की बारिश और 3-4 वायरल वीडियोस और हमारे न्यूज़ चैनल पे वो चला के पहाड़ों में जाना बंद. सारे के सारे लोग आना बंद, टूरिज्म बंद, पूरे होटल बंद, उसमें जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं उनका लाइवलीहुड कंप्लीटली गॉन. सो द थॉट प्रोसेस देयर ऑल्सो इज देन, कैन वी से कि अगर गवर्नमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को या इतनी रोड क्लोजर्स हो गई या इतनी देर के लिए रोड बंद हुए, कैन वी आस्क से द होटलियर टू पे अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रीमियम अपफ्रंट फॉर लाइवलीहुड इंश्योरेंस फॉर हिज स्टाफ एटलीस्ट. तो जैसा कोविड में हुआ था वैसा, मतलब हमारे लिए तो एकदम से आपदा आ जाती ना, वो सारा का सारा खत्म, आपका पूरा सीजन वाइप्ड आउट, उनको तनख्वाहें नहीं मिलती लोगों को. सो द थॉट इज that we take damage to public infrastructure, which is duly verified, duly done, as the trigger for damage in private sphere, obviously nudging the private people to come into the insurance network slowly as we build on these systems.
So I would like to just add one point. So since you have been part of the crop insurance and we have been talking about inclusive insurance now. जब हम इंश्योरेंस की बात करते हैं तो एग्रीकल्चर, प्रॉपर्टी एंड लाइफ स्टॉक, एवरीथिंग इज टॉक्ड अबाउट नाउ. So just to add that the idea of this presentation when this was proposed for this conference is to put before the insurers to think about inclusivity. And secondly, जब US में Florida floods हुए थे and it was talked about by insurance fraternity themselves कि सिटी बिल्कुल एक महीने में पहला जैसा हो गया. So it is very important to, I think, keep the thought process revolving around that point that how, since in India जब एक बड़ा damage होता है, it takes years to get back to that kind of a setup which happens every year. So the idea is how to replicate that कि कोई damage भी हो, insurance का uptake ऐसा हो, because I think with IADA giving a lot of coming up with lot of I think concepts or lot of ideas for the insurers, or lot of liberty is also given to the insurers. So I think it is important that the sector starts thinking in that direction. So that's the basic idea.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
सर, आप ग्रे एरिया के बारे में बात कर रहे थे और मोस्टली ये देखा जाता है कि जो किसान होता है, चाहे जिस एरिया, चाहे हिली एरिया का हो या चाहे मैदानी एरिया का हो, सराउंडिंग 2 किलोमीटर के रेंज में ही उनकी अपनी खेती होती है, उनका अपना घर होता है, उनका अपना एरिया होता है. सपोज कीजिए किसी पर्टिकुलर एरिया जहाँ पे ये क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ है या भारी बारिश हुई है जिसकी वजह से लॉस हुआ, वहाँ पे आया. अब किसान के पास कहीं एक्स्ट्रा ज़मीन तो है नहीं कि मतलब वो शहर की तरफ चला जाए, मजबूरन उसको उसी जगह पर घर बनाना पड़ेगा जहाँ पे ऑलरेडी एक बार आ चुका है.
So your point is कि वो ग्रे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या ग्रे एरिया को आप कैसे टैकल करें. See the first thing in policy और रेजोल्यूशन इज डेटा. आज की डेट में क्या है, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वहाँ पे ही वो घर दोबारा बना रहा है. 23 में घर गिर गया, 25 में 24 में उसने घर बनाया, 25 में दोबारा गिर गया, अब 26 में वो फिर बनाएगा, 27 में दोबारा गिर जाएगा. बट वी हैव नो डेटा टू से कि ये रीअकर हो रहा है. सो माई थॉट इन दैट इज, पहली बात तो एटलीस्ट हमें वो जगह का पता चलेगा, फिर हम वेरीफाई, गवर्नमेंट कैन ऑल्सो थिंक इट थ्रू ना, कि अरे भाई ये ग्रे में ही है, इसके पास ग्रे से बाहर कोई ज़मीन ही नहीं है, देन प्रॉबेबली वी विल स्टार्ट थिंकिंग ऑफ कि इसको घर बनाने के लिए सरकार की एक ज़मीन देनी चाहिए. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड द प्रोसेस? सो रेजिलियंस विल देन कम बिकॉज वी हैव क्रिएटेड दैट डेटा. अदरवाइज मैं जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकता कि उसको क्यों मिले.
So, quick observation, not exactly a question, but you referred to the 15th Finance Commission report, and so far we have observed that except for Nagaland, to some extent Kerala perhaps, which has really talked about taking insurance product at state level, and of course your own Himachal Pradesh, we have not seen too much of an enthusiasm around this topic, perhaps because of the fear that the language from the 15th Finance Commission report is still in sort of grey zone. How would we tackle that? I think that needs to be really deliberated.
I think, yeah, that's a valid point. So I'm happy to report that our disaster management department is quite ahead of its time. We are, I think, PDNA, we are the first or second state in the country to do post-disaster needs assessment exercise thoroughly, and then get actual funding from NDRF on that. So I think this is a policy frontier which we have to explore together and try and build a product which is then sellable or which makes sense for all stakeholders. And probably Vijay can also go and intervene with this NDMA, and I will also try and write to NDMA if I get a sense of how we go forward. All right. So, any more questions?
Yes. So I have a question.
Yes. Can you? Okay. Yeah.
We were talking about certain parameters as discussed in the beginning, and you were telling that there are high-risk areas and low-risk areas, and the right approach would be to categorize these areas in let's talk about Uttarakhand. I belong to Uttarakhand, and there are areas that, people are building infrastructures like private buildings, their houses or hotels, in areas which is like, imagine it's riverbed.
Yeah, it's almost.
And it's very
Yeah, I know.
prone to any kind of disaster that comes. So how are you going to figure that out? Because it's not going to entirely be dependent on the IMD rainfall data, or you'll have to consider multiple parameters.
Okay, so I get your question. That's what I tried to clarify, that suppose we have this framework, all right? In this framework, when you go and assess a damage to a building, you could say, "Acha, this is a gray zone. Anything close to the river and in the river channel or really abutting the river, you could subsequently say that this is gray and this is non-insurable." And maybe not now, but in 10 years down the line, when you've said gray, 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 and people keep on building in that gray area, then you can, one, stop that construction, or two, tell them ki boss, agar ye gaya, so this is your baby. It's not, government is not going to pay for it. It's a financial nudge which you will need to give to the people to be resilient. So, but I understand what you're saying, because I have seen it, people constructing literally in the nala. नाले में पिलर है उसका, नाले के पत्थर के ऊपर, फिर वो जब गिरता है तो उसके व्हाट्सएप वीडियो बना के भेजेंगे कि देखो कुछ नहीं कर रही सरकार। अरे तुम नाले में थे यार, नाला तो आएगा ना। Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Very good idea. One concern for an insurer, you have already addressed that you are investing in insurability of the assets. So you are grading them, and you are trying to actually make them more insurable. So see, sustainable insurance will be only when there is equal chance of a loss and not a loss. So one concern you have addressed. But unless the risk is widely spread, it is very difficult to attain the economic viability. The problem is that states like Uttarakhand or Himachal are thinking about it, and they may be interested in this. But looking to the recent record, it may not be found viable from an actuarial perspective, unless the risk is widespread and the entire country is covered, or our risks are spread across the country. Or even if it is offered to a small state like Uttarakhand or Himachal, the price is going to be a concern always.
Fair enough.
And this is one point. And second point is that, and then again, the budget constraints for the state also will be an issue. And even the insurer, even if they want to join in, then the reinsurance support also will be an issue. So some pool has to be created to support them in case of that need. Secondly, this, like Rahul Sahab pointed out, that though you have thought of some trigger points or the parameters or the indices, the way of doing it, but still it needs further research and thought, and also building up of some mechanism. And last concern that you have flagged that private entities or the individuals are creating assets on areas where it should not be created. But what about the government itself? The government itself, including the construction of roads, bridges, etc. So, damage to government assets, particularly when the roads are being built in such areas or the road widening projects. So, these are all concerns, but the good thing is that you have started the debate, and from our side, we will be very eager to join in your efforts and be active part of the brainstorming when you are doing
wonderful,
this.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your observations. Yeah.
Let's take one last question. Yes.
Sir, my concern is that we are talking of the trigger for Tier 2 would set in once the trigger for Tier 1 happens. And my understanding is that still government buildings, roads and infrastructure follow some kind of guidelines are a better, less vulnerable located locations. But what mechanism has been thought of that there could not be a Tier 1 trigger and still there would be requirement for Tier 2 trigger?
So the only alternative mechanism which one could think of is then the weather parameters, basic weather parameters. But usually what happens is, अब जैसे नागालैंड में भी जो experience अभी तक आया है, I think they finished 2 years and the payout is almost 1/3 of the total premium. So क्या है कि अगर वो trigger होगा ही नहीं weather, तो payout भी नहीं होगा. And then what happens subsequently is that the scheme loses public acceptability because it doesn't actually give benefit to the public. I am taking damage to government infrastructure as proxy because अगर आपका बारिश हुई और पानी गिरा या landslides हुए और उसमें आपका रोड निकल गया, so a certain percentage of road अगर निकल गया या इतना पानी की pipeline फट गई या इतना बिजली disrupt हो गई and government की buildings टूट गई या गिर गई या whatever, that's a safe proxy कि उस area में इतना damage प्राइवेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हुआ होगा. Why? Because प्राइवेट लोग इमीडिएटली आके आपसे इंश्योरेंस नहीं कराने. सी क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग ना. हम 35 साल से क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस कर रहे हैं, तो सर्टन रीजन्स देर इज अ मतलब खुद से आके इंश्योरेंस कराने की प्रवृत्ति है. बिल्डिंग इंश्योरेंस अभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत ही कम लोग करते हैं. मेरी अपनी बिल्डिंग है, मैंने भी इंश्योरेंस नहीं करा रहा, राइट? नोइंग ऑल दिस, नोइंग एवरीथिंग. सो दैट प्रॉक्सी आई एम क्रिएटिंग डैमेज टू पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिकॉज पब्लिक बिल्डिंग को आप इमीडिएटली इंश्योर भी कर लेंगे, हो भी जाएगा, एक स्ट्रक्चर भी बन जाएगा, एंड गवर्नमेंट को भी उसका थोड़ा सा व्यू दिखना शुरू होगा. 4-5 साल मुझे लगता है कि पहले सरकारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही चलेगा, एंड देन यू कुड ऑफर अ प्रोडक्ट टू द प्राइवेट सेक्टर और प्राइवेट इंडिविजुअल ऑल्सो. सो आई एग्री, बट आई डोंट हैव अ गुड ट्रिगर. आई एम लुकिंग फॉर वन. इफ एनीबडी हैज इट, प्लीज शेयर.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shri Ritesh Chauhan ji ke liye zordar taaliyan. Thank you for making the whole session so interactive. And with that, let's take a quick lunch break. There's a scrumptious spread that awaits. Let's get back in exactly 30 minutes, refreshed, re-energized, because some more very interactive sessions await where we ponder over some more pressing matters. See you on the other side in just 30 minutes. Thank you. eat all the protein and carbs that need to get you back with all the energy that we require? Yes. और वो जो सारी हमारी एनर्जी है उसको हम इस वक्त समेट के कॉन्वर्सेशन से दूर हटके जरा सीट पे ले आए, सेटल डाउन हो जाएं and channelize that energy into another very critical session that we're all ready with. Once again, requesting everyone that's outside, please अंदर आ जाएं और जो भी अंदर है प्लीज गुजारिश है आपसे, निवेदन करते हैं, प्लीज 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 बैठ जाएं. With that, if I have your permission, let's head into what we said is another critical session. And this one is about three things: the hindsight, the hard truth, and the high momentum. And to do the honors, may I please call upon the very able moderator for this session, Ms. Kamna Sharma, Additional Commissioner, Crop Insurance, DA and FW. Yes, तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत. She's been playing a crucial role in formulating and implementing policies of crop insurance since 2018. May I request our moderator, Kamna ma'am, to please call upon the panelists for this session. And ma'am, also a small request, along with being the moderator, please be a timekeeper as well of this session. Sure. Over to you, Kamna ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja. I would like to call upon the panelists for this discussion. CMDIC has left because of certain engagements, so I'll not be calling upon her. I invite CMD United India Insurance, Shri Bhupesh Rahul. I invite CMD Oriental Insurance, Shri Sanjay Joshi. I invite Shri Neeraj Nayak, Joint President from HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company. Ms. Priya Kumar from SBI General, Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Bajaj General Insurance, Mr. Azad Mishra from Tata AIG, and Mr. Mangesh Patankar from Munich Re. Can we have the single slide? So I hope everybody is assembled. I would request to close the back door. So in pre-lunch, we had seen a session where there were a lot of views coming up from the state governments. State governments are the most crucial authorities in the implementation of the schemes, because they are directly involved in the implementation process. Whatever is the requirement within their states, the notification, the identification of crops, and also to manage the ground level activity. So we have heard the state governments, lot of expectations of the state governments from the insurers also. So it becomes very important that while we all are going ahead with the mega tender cycle for the coming 3 years, the state governments have already indicated that what they expect from the insurers, and yes, the responsibility is high on the insurers, not only for creating a satisfaction level at the state government, but also to make sure that the ultimate beneficiary, which is the farmer, he gets the benefit in time and he gets the deserving benefit. So that's the idea. So I'll be putting up the questions to my panelists accordingly. We'll be, since we are running short of time, it's very important that we be crisp and focused. So my first question is to CMD United India Insurance. So there are 4 PSUs and 1, I would say, agriculture insurance company, which is in 2 more lines. So 5 companies which are under the public sector setup. And expectations have always been high from PSUs because they are obviously they have a government backing a setup of that kind, and apart from that, they have been into business for a long time, and a lot of responsibilities and expectations I would say are from the state governments when it comes to dealing with the PSUs. So what we have seen that for all the insurance companies, one of the major concern that the state governments have been raising is the issue of service delivery. Now, United India had been into business. It has been a bit of switch on and switch off affair. And, but I think that I expect that in the next tender cycle, we see the company coming up. So not only on behalf of United India, but I think on behalf of the sector, it's very important that service delivery is tightened. And we have been seeing that there has been a bit lack of monitoring on the part of ICs also, states have been reporting. So what exactly you would advise, and how can the states gain confidence that the service delivery will be strong from the insurance companies, particularly from PSUs and also from private insurers? And how should the companies work for the internal processes, the internal mechanism, setting up a cell, having the expertise? That's my question from you. Service delivery and internal mechanisms.
Yeah, thank you, madam, and good afternoon to everybody. In fact, I know that after lunch, it would be very difficult for many of you to sort of focus on what we all would be telling. Of course, many of the things have already been explained very well in the earlier sessions and all. So, as madam, you asked about the public sector thing. So, you know that when crop insurance started way back in the 80s, and also General Insurance Corporation was given this particular responsibility. And then thereafter, the government schemes, they were being implemented by that, and Agriculture Insurance Company was formed and all. But then when the Pradhan Mantri FasalBima Yojana came into picture, so this particular scheme, overnight, it changed the opportunity level to very, very high. And the insurance penetration level, which were there in the earlier government scheme, the expected insurance penetration levels were very, very high, and that required that the insurance delivery, which earlier was a stakeholder-based delivery, wherein most of the coverage was done through the banking system, and also the loss assessment was being done by the state government system. So earlier time, the insurance companies, usually they were sort of restricted to their core function at office level and at meeting level. And the field supervision and all, it was not there. But then when, after PMFBY, when all these new operational guidelines and everything came into existence, so in 2017, the first time the 4 public sector insurance companies, they were given the empanelment. And in 2017 itself, I think many companies, they went in a big way in terms of implementation. If I remember, United India Insurance, we had implemented in Rajasthan state. At that time, there were limited clusters, so we were having one of the cluster. So as and when the scheme had evolved over a period of time, we know that there are a lot of technological advancements which has happened, technological advancements in terms of the subscription, in terms of service delivery, in terms of publicity and all. So all these, during all these advancements, United India, subsequently, we always been there. Then we were there in Madhya Pradesh also. But then, as you know, this new models which came into existence in 2020, one of the reason was that in 2019, across many states, there were severe losses which were reported. Maharashtra and then Madhya Pradesh. So because of these huge losses, the PSU companies, who were largely being reinsured by General Insurance Corporation. So the upcoming cycle, these companies, they got a very, very strict RI terms. And that was one of the reasons that the RI terms were not favorable.
I got your point why the companies exited, but talking about service delivery, because that's something which states have been raising, that the companies have weak service delivery at the ground level. So that is something we expect companies to come out with a kind of a commitment that yes, when they're going ahead with the next tender cycle, they'll strengthen their ground level support. So what exactly, I just asked you in one line, how exactly United India is planning to strengthen its ground level position or ground level competence? That is my question.
Yeah. So, as I was telling that the service delivery which was expected in various types of scheme operatives. So one of the important thing was the introduction of the localized calamity. So for the localized calamity, whatever the claims which had been triggering, so these claims are required to be settled within a certain period of time. So this is where, over a period of time, United India, we have strengthened our team. We have recruited many of the agriculture graduates also. And also we have made tie-ups with some of the partners. And these partners, they are helping us so that whatever payouts which are due for our company, so we have been able to settle at the earliest.
Okay. Thank you. My next question to CMD Oriental Insurance, again a public sector unit. Sir, what we see that there have been a lot of shadow areas when it comes to bid for those areas where traditionally insurance coverage is not seen, either because companies are not willing to reach or obviously the farmers are not aware. I think these two things are interrelated. We expect the public sector insurance companies that they have the setup, they have been functioning for years. We expect that they should go and they should take actually initiative should come from the PSUs to cover those shadow areas, particularly when it comes to Himalayan states, the northeastern states, and even certain belts in states like Odisha, MP, or maybe Kerala and other states where we see that insurers are not willing to work. I think it's very important, and every state would resonate from this view that insurers, this allegation goes to the insurers that they primarily bid for areas where they get good business, but they don't venture out to the shadow area. So that's very important, I think. As Government of India also, and from the officers of the state government also, this is a concern and which should be addressed by the insurers in the coming tender cycle if they are willing to bid.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, madam. So your question is whether we are bidding even in the areas which are more loss prone. So, madam, as you know that insurance is an activity which has to remain sustainable so that we can keep on supporting the economy in all forms. So while we always look for coming to the help of the needy, but at the same time, overall, we have to spread our risks in such a way that we remain viable and sustainable. So as far as our own company is concerned, it is not true that we have shied away from offering covers or from bidding. Rather, we, I think, started from the areas like Assam and Jammu Kashmir. When we began from these areas only. And recently also we have always bid in like Tripura. And at the same time, we have also done major crop insurance in Maharashtra as well as in Karnataka. So it is not that we are selective about it. We want to be our risk as widespread as possible. But as you know, the commercial constraints are there. Being public sector insurers and being the custodians of the public funds, our responsibility is that we have to behave like a prudent custodian of public funds. And government also expects that ultimately we should be remaining self-sustainable. So with that in view, we always go for fair actuarial pricing and we bid fairly. And our full intention is that whatever is the claim experience, we will be liking to do the most fair settlements also. Public sector units, public sector insurance companies particularly wants to set the highest standards of fair claim settlements and prompt claim settlements.
But what we have seen, that just interrupting you, yes, you said that the companies believe in actuarial pricing, but we have seen a lot of deviations from actuarial pricing in the last 3 years. Bangesh from the reinsurance industry is also sitting here, and I think a lot of states have also come up. We have also seen that a lot of companies have indulged in underpricing, so that is not a reflection of actuarial pricing. So when it comes to taking up business, when a company is ready to I would say to take a liberty for deviating from that stand. So when it comes to coming forward and covering those areas, even if the profit might lessen, because let's understand that this crop is a business where the acquisition cost for the insurers is very low. It's lowest. So when the company is gaining on the acquisition cost, जब कंपनी एक एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट पे गेन कर रही है और बिजनेसेस में काफ़ी एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट लगा रही है, तो क्यों नहीं कंपनीज इस चीज़ के लिए आगे आती हैं कि वो उन शैडो एरियाज में इवन इफ प्रॉफिट थोड़ा सा कम भी होता है, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली दे आर गेनिंग विद लेस एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट. सो दैट इज माय क्वेश्चन. सी वायबिलिटी, नो कंपनी विल वर्क विदाउट वायबिलिटी, दैट्स परफेक्टली फाइन. गवर्नमेंट नेवर आई वुड से एडवाइजेस फॉर दैट. बट जो एक इनिशिएटिव होता है कंपनीज वर्किंग प्योरली इन कमर्शियल लाइंस, आई थिंक दैट इज समथिंग which we expect companies to think, especially the PSUs, because जिम्मेदारी केवल commercial lines of business की नहीं होती. I think it's also the responsibility that PSUs come forward even in those areas where private insurers don't grow. So जब undercutting होती है तो फिर वहाँ actuarial से deviation होता है, लेकिन जब हम coverage की बात करते हैं तो हम actuarials की बात करते हैं. So क्यों ये चीज़ ऐसी है? This is something which is raised multiple times. This is the app platform. Can we expect, I think, एक ऐसा जवाब हम आपसे चाहेंगे जिससे कि स्टेट्स को ये कॉन्फिडेंस आए कि अगर हम PSUs बिड कर रहे हैं, हम उनको बिजनेस देते हैं, तो दे एक्सपेक्ट. सी PMFBY हैज़ ग्रोन. आफ्टर 10 years हम उस सिचुएशन में नहीं हैं कि हम एक एनरोलमेंट के पीछे भाग रहे हैं. आज 4 करोड़ अगर फार्मर हो गए हैं, there's a situation of stability. Now everything will grow with effort only, because एक threshold जब reach हो गया तो companies को अब बाहर आके निकल के उस shell से निकल के ये करना पड़ेगा कि उस enrollment को हम बढ़ाएं. Government of India has made lot of efforts. Let me be very clear that जितने भी channels companies को दिए गए हैं, that is something which is made by Government of India. Whether it's Loni Farmer, whether it's the CSC channel, intermediary enrollment आज भी बहुत कम है. हमने एड ऐप भी दे दिया कि आप घर घर जाइए और करिए. बट इट इज सीन दैट येस इंश्योरर्स आर नॉट रीचिंग आउट. सो दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन. वी वांट टू हियर फ्रॉम द इंश्योरर्स दैट व्हाट दे आर डूइंग फॉर रीचिंग आउट. एक्विजिशन कॉस्ट कम है, आप थोड़ा एफर्ट कर सकते हैं. प्राइसिंग इज वेरी, आई वुड से, अग्रेसिव दिस टाइम, एंड इट विल बी वेरी अग्रेसिव. सो दैट इज माय क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज CMDs are sitting, there has to be some assurance.
Madam, yes. So
To the state governments.
I understand your concern, and from at least our company's side, I can give you a firm affirmation that we are committed to operate across the country, and we are interested in each and every state to provide coverage, and naturally, because if we are offering this coverage, naturally we should have that capacity also to offer that. Much of that capacity comes from reinsurance support also. So we have been very fair. We have sincerely tried to bid for each and every tender which has come out, and we have offered the fair pricing. Like you just mentioned that there is a EOM advantage. So that is also factored in actuarial calculations, and we have narrowly missed in many of the things. But the affirmation which you want is that being a public sector insurer, I assure you that we never run away from our responsibilities. We will be in the forefront, and we will be bidding everywhere. And the price for which we are bidding will be a fair price. And we will never try to run away from our responsibility there.
So we can say that we have officers from northeastern region, we have officers from Himalayan state. We expect that the PSUs... I told you we
bid for Tripura. Unfortunately, we lost the tender.
So we expect that even those states where penetration is low, the companies will come forward, especially the PSUs, for bidding, and we can expect that हम बार-बार re-tendering ना करें. So thank you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to Mr. Neeraj. So Neeraj जी, IADA chairman sir ने ये कहा कि yes, we have rationalized the premium rates to 10%, but still it should be around 7%. Now there are two views. insurers and reinsurers say that business is shrinking, but obviously Government of India wants to cover all farmers. We want all participation from all states. I think insurers are also interested. Now, what exactly the states as well as insurers should do to bring that rate to 7% so that we get very good national average, and I think we get good coverage also. So it creates a mix of that. So your views on that. Be purely technical, Neeraj ji.
Good afternoon, everyone. And ma'am, I agree with you. A lower rate, 7%, 8%, whatever is important for sustained interest of farmers as well as the state governments. Now, pricing by any insurance company or reinsurer, because the capacity also comes from there, as my fellow panelists said, is based on actual inputs. Now, what can we do to ensure that the pricing gets refined as we move ahead? And there are a few important areas that I think we all can work upon. I will just, point out those and then maybe elaborate a little further. One is the data set. Second is the uses of technology. Third is consistent approach by the state governments on the scheme. And then maybe any innovative structure that we can bring in. Now, when it comes to data set, over a period of time, and thanks to the efforts by the government and the PMFBY team, we have a long, at least a 15-year period of good, robust data. It's important that we start using the entire data set available to us. We can always take off 1 or 2 blip years, because longer the period, more the comfort that an actuary would derive, and any uncertainty or missing information or data point, the loading for that can be taken off. So it's important that we increase the tenure of data that we use for our pricing. Consistency, when I said consistency, it is important. Today, we have different models. Within those models also, there's a burn cost which kind of came in. We've brought in localized claim intimations in it. We are also enhancing the coverage. While, an enhanced or broad coverage is important, but it is also important to ensure that the adoption by almost all states is kind of consistent in nature. That brings in the right kind of diversification on the entire portfolio, which would probably lead to a lower cost. That's important. Another important thing that has happened over a period of time is, from a time wherein we used to work on a district level basis, we've come down to a village level. And in the previous presentations, we saw how do we bring it down, how do we remove the basis risk. We reduce the size of IU. The more granular that we get, I think it kind of helps in terms of pricing also. Claims assessment also becomes a little more fair and accurate, which would in turn lead to a lower or a more realistic pricing that we see. The other important point is bringing in efficiency in the overall mechanism of this. Now, we have had insurance companies have had challenges with regards to receivables in the past. Everything gets factored in. There are subsidies we saw in the presentation by Muktanand sir, wherein there is 9,000 crores of subsidy pending, 3,000 crores of claim pending. Now, as the receivables keep aging, insurance companies either cannot use this, it gets disallowed from our solvency calculation, which means there's a capital load increases. Or, if it exceeds 5 years, we have to write it off. So all of this also has to be factored into pricing. So as soon as we bring in efficiency, of course, the initiative with regards to formation of an escrow account is a very positive step, which will help bring down the receivables for insurance companies. But that is a very important point that we all need to kind of work towards. Innovative mechanisms, we've had discussions whether there's a possibility of having something like a cat bond which sits side by side with our traditional yield-based or index-based insurance norm. That can be discussed, because the moment you bring in something which cuts off the very high severity losses, the pricing might anyways get moderated and we could reach to that 7% or 8% level that we are talking about. And last is, even the timelines for states coming out with tender and the timelines to be adhered to with regards to uploading data on the portals. I think the moment we streamline all of this, it will have a cascading effect on the pricing that an actuary does and will bring in efficiency.
So Neeraj ji, we have seen certain situations where premium rates have gone down to the extent of 2%, less than 1% and for some crops. And still the premium rates remain high for some crops. So for high premium crops, what expectations do you have from the state government? Just in maybe very crisp if you can answer. So that premium rates come down for high price crops.
So maybe if the insurance companies, states, we work together, we, even for now, for instance, cotton has a high, has a high rate. There are some other crops which see high rates, or there are states which inherently have a higher risk and have higher rate. So let's say for the state which has a high frequency of cat events, if we can work with the state governments, build an alternate mechanism for protection of a certain kind of perils, and only the residual be covered by crop insurance, I think that could be one of the mechanisms for us. Second is, as I said, just bringing in efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Coming to Ms. Priya Kumar. Priya ji, we have been hearing lots from the state governments, and Government of India has also been witnessing that quality checks of the enrollment application has been one of the concern. What we have been witnessing that when the companies are performing the quality checks, it is being done often indiscriminately, indiscriminate rejections or sometimes approvals which shouldn't be approved actually. So, and the situation, we thought it requires serious concern. It is because of this Government of India had to specially write to the CMDs that they should pay special attention to quality checks. It leads to a lot of disputes, unrest amongst the farmers. So, can you just share that what exactly the insurance companies should work upon to see that, because this is the preliminary process, the first part of finalizing an application of enrollment is quality check. So it's very important that it is done in a responsible manner. So how the insurance companies, because on behalf of the sector, if you can just share with the state that how exactly the insurers plan now, because we issued a letter somewhere maybe 15 days back. What exactly is required to be worked upon by the insurance companies so that such situation doesn't arise, and this process should be foolproof, the quality check part?
Thank you for this question. I think, when we are dealing with other multi-line products in retail, the entire ownership is on us as insurance companies, and we get direct access to customer KYC details, which actually makes the process of enrollment very simple. We really do not need to go verifying a lot of other documents to enroll the customer. Taking a cue from there, when we go into crop insurance, I think when we designed the documentation, it was more in a manual era. And today, as we speak, there is a lot that has been done by the government in digitizing land documents, things which are actually interconnected at the back end. So once this data is there on board, I think land document verification is something that the government can really introspect and see if that is really required going forward. The second component is we have things like bank passbook and things which have been asked for. Again, because our claims are now going in directly via DBT mode into the farmer account, we may need to really look at it. Do we need this? Because as we spoke in the morning, most of the enrollments are still happening on the Loan-E platform. And the banks are also cognizant of the fact in terms of the documentation that they need to provide on the non-Loan-E platform. CSC being one of the largest contributors on non-Loan-E, we had framed this also in an era where we saw a lot of fraud-based enrollments that were coming in. But now, because of the digitization and because of the documents and the DBT, we think that we should be able to address that in a much smarter manner.
I think one issue is, apart from approval, the rejection is also an issue.
Yeah,
Sometimes indiscriminate rejections, which shows that companies are not paying due diligence while going through those applications. So that's something which has been raised by many state governments in certain districts, where the applications get rejected without due diligence. So that is also to be addressed.
Absolutely. That's a very valid point. So now, like Rahul ji brought up, in response to the question you had asked on infrastructure. So there are various companies who are different sized in the kind of business that they do. So the operational model that they really operate on is very important because it's very important to really have a separate QC platform on the operational side to speed up the entire process. And if you do not have that mechanism in-house, and if that is outsourced, some of the IIDA guidelines do allow you to outsource certain activities on operations side. So if these activities are outsourced, what happens is it's more a mechanical activity that the service provider does. And there it's very difficult to control or compress the timelines. So I think what's important is for companies to look at it in terms of how, like the motor and health and commercial lines business are handled in-house, how crop can move in-house if it is outsourced. And the second thing is, the adherence in terms of the tax and the timelines is extremely important. We don't get too much of time to service, again, like I said, a motor or a health customer. So why do we take so long to handle a crop customer? So I think it's about your own individual framework that you need to look at.
So I think it's very important that all insurers should take that into consideration, that there has to be a dedicated cell with that kind of an expertise, with that kind of trading, so that this very crucial action which lies with the insurers in the preliminary stage, this is done properly so that we don't end up getting disputes or end up creating unrest among the farmers. So that's very important. Thank you, Priya ji. Coming to Ashish ji. Ashish ji, insurers have been raising concerns about states shedding up the add-on covers. It is seen that in last 1 year or more than 1 year, some states, or in the last tender cycle, some states have gone without add-on covers like localized calamities, some post-harvest losses, even prevented sowing. So that is also creating certain issues, because the mid-cycle calamity, if it arises, the farmers are not aware, farmers are in need of that, but that is not available. And yes, there have been certain administrative challenges with the state governments also. So it becomes very important that both the insurance companies as well as state governments should come forward, and if they can strategize how to handle this. Yes, technology is one solution. We are already working on it. A lot has been done, but still, because it's just hardly, I think, maybe 2 to 3 months that states will go for tenders, and we expect states to have these covers for such kind of perils. So what exactly the insurers and state governments can jointly do so that these add-on covers can be brought in and administered properly? There are no moral hazards, and farmers get the benefits, and states also do not struggle on the administrative parts. Even the insurance companies don't struggle on the administrative parts. So what are your suggestions?
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, ma'am, for this opportunity. You rightly said, ma'am, I think when this PMFBY was launched, in this entire scheme, all these add-on covers are the USPs. Because prior to this, whatever schemes were there, these add-ons covers are missing. And I think in the initial few years, we could add more and more farmers only because of this localized cover or hailstorm cover, which is a part of your add-on cover. And that is something which especially attracts the farmer, because for that they get the immediate benefit. Whenever any event happens, the farmer has the opportunity to talk to the insurance companies or inform to the state government, and then insurance companies also, as per the defined tag, they send the surveyor, they meet the farmers. So farmers get a kind of opportunity to kind of showcase their losses to the companies, and companies also conduct the survey and settle the claim, whatever is there. So that's what has happened. But ma'am, I would say that as an insurance company, we have been failed to kind of actually communicate properly that what does this add-on cover, basically it covers. Like whenever any rainfall happens, irrespective of its intensity, irrespective of its duration, the farmers immediately start giving calls to the insurance company. They start giving intimation, and they expect that insurance company should send the surveyor. And we have seen that this kind of a thing happens only in few states, not everywhere, because there are few states where farmers are much more aware. They try to exploit the situation. They want to get more and more benefit. So, like in this add-on cover, the biggest thing is your inundation. And we know that inundation is something which will happen only when the intensity of the rainfall will be beyond certain limit, and also it is for certain duration. While farmers don't understand those inundation thing. They see that, okay, whenever rainfall has happened, they immediately start giving calls to the companies. And that becomes unmanageable. And due to which, state government also finds it difficult to kind of control those losses. Insurance companies also have limited surveyors, because in this scheme, a lot of effort has been done, ma'am. But still, we have not been able to create a pool of surveyors, especially in all the locations, which is much more important. And why we have not been able to conduct the survey or settle the claims on time? Because surveyors are not available, or whenever surveyors are there, they're not that expert. So I think for this scheme, I think we should also do something to create a knowledge center, or try to have some kind of pool of surveyor. Whenever is required, they can go and conduct survey. That is one thing is required. Besides that, I think in this tender cycle, as a state government, as an insurance company, we should try our level best to talk more about the add-on covers now, because this time I think it has been made mandatory, it has been included in the main scheme. Add-on cover will not be kind of add-on cover. And also last year, why state governments excluded the add-on cover? Because they thought that if they are including add-on cover, then it is going up. While that was not the case, if you know that rates are already at the very lower level. So I think that is not the reason now to exclude add-on cover. Add-on cover should be definitely part of the scheme wherever it is there. The only thing is, like advisory which has come up from the ministry, there should be some kind of proxy indicator should be there. We should, and also like it has been mentioned in the guideline, that farmer should share the photographs of his field, that some kind of inundation has happened in his field, geotag photograph. And if that shows that losses are there, then only survey should be conducted. Otherwise, we should always say the farmer that, okay, this condition is not getting fulfilled, so there's no need to send surveyor, or we will not do this. So I think for this issue, the major thing is that awareness has to be increased. We should tell the customer that what are the add-on covers, what kind of losses it covers, and when the survey will be conducted. Because like I think Apte sir also said that whenever you get 1 crore loss assessment request, nobody can do that. Neither technology nor it's humanly impossible. So we need to have some kind of mechanism to scrutinize that which are the genuine intimation, which are the not genuine intimation. For that, we need to definitely go with the technology and proxy indicator. I think these two things has to be implemented and it should be communicated very well to the farmers. I think that will help us in managing this add-on cover.
So I think it can be conveyed to the state governments that insurers are always interested in the add-on cover. They want to insure the entire crop cycle. And it would be good if insurers can have a meeting with the state governments, especially those state governments where the localized calamities, post-harvest losses, these are rampant. And if they can just sit across the table with the state governments and come up with mechanisms to administrate it in a better manner. So I think that's an important takeaway which can help the state governments before they go ahead with the tender, so that the farmers get this localized cover or post-harvest loss or even prevented sowing. So thank you, Ashish ji.
Madam, just on this particular point of loss assessment for localized. In fact, very often it is being seen that the requirement is that for each and every survey, the farmer, the state government official, and the surveyor, all the three have to sign that particular form. But in many cases, it so happens that when the surveys are conducted, so many times we find that the state government official may not be available. Probably there are not enough number of... so in which case what happens, when the survey has been conducted with only 2 people, and when at the time of loss assessment, it is required that sign lana hai. Then what happens that these signatures have been taken at a later on stage.
So I think this kind of flexibility.
So Government
we
of
have
India
to
has
bring in the
tried
scheme.
to address this problem. We have introduced from Kharif 25 the CLAP app, that's Crop Loss Assessment app. So it is a totally automated process, and this is to share with the state governments also, because certain actions pertain to the state level functionaries on the app. So I would request the state governments to please see that app. We have conducted training sessions. We can conduct more so that states are aware, and the state functionaries as well as state level officers who are handling handling the app as a user, they perform their functions within the time. So that is a request we can make, and we should make best use of that CLAP app. It's very good for conducting survey in a transparent manner. So coming to Azad ji. So, Azad ji, another important grievance which comes from the state governments is very important, that for running this scheme in a very effective manner, for getting confidence at ground level, it is important that the ground level activities of the insurers is very strong. Those people who are deployed at the ground level, they are aware, they are in coordination with the state government, whether it's the district level staff, whether it's the taluka or tehsil level officer, whether it's the functionaries who participate in the CCs. But this has been a grievance, lack of coordination, lack of interest, including absence in the meeting, lack of knowledge, and sometimes helplessness also expressed by the district level person, that he seeks directions from the HO every time. So this is something which becomes very difficult for the state governments to deal with those people for getting immediate solution. Because the purpose for having state level people or district level people from insurance is to get an immediate response and solution from the insurance companies. So this is something which companies have to strengthen. So your take on that?
Good afternoon all. Thank you ma'am for making me part of the esteemed panel. Coming to the point, PMFBY scheme clearly laid down the roles and responsibilities of insurance companies.
A bit closer.
Roles and responsibility of insurance companies are clearly laid down, along with the evaluation criteria and the performance indicators, the performance evaluation indicators. So I think, from insurance company side, we should have a KPI tracker, internal KPI tracker, which should be in line with the PMFBY operation guidelines. Right from the start of issuance of work order, we start working on the manpower requirement, office requirement, administrative setup to be done on the ground, which needs to be submitted within 15 days as per the signatory discipline that has been mentioned in the PMFBY operation guideline. Further to that, once we receive the notification, the insurance company should share the communication to all stakeholders, including bankers, district administration, detailing scheme features, which includes the farmer share of premium, district crop level sum insured, and other necessary detail, and most importantly, the cutoff part. Thirdly, on the information, education, and communication part, of course, all insurance companies are doing a lot of activities, but it is very important to track all these activities. Currently, we are basically uploading this data in the Google form. We are basically trying to upload the data in the application with the time stamping and day stamping, wherein whatever the workshop that is being conducted, bank branch visits that's being done, farmers meeting being conducted, all can be captured. In addition to that, additional activities that we are doing pertaining to Mera Policy Mere Haath, then cement benches installation, all these activities needs to be tracked on regular basis. So what we are trying to do, that weekly monitoring is being done, and specifically doing the crop insurance week is daily monitoring. And this weekly monitoring report is also submitted to our senior management. Then this is from enrollment perspective. Earlier you were mentioning about the QC of documents. That is also being done. But one challenge I must say, ma'am, that for loany farmers, yes, we don't have to look into the documents a lot. Non-loany, yes, if the owner is there, then we can check the document. Land integration is there, then it's quite easier. But again, if we are covering tenant farmers, and if the mandate from state government is that sowing certificate needs to be there, then it becomes a challenge. For tenant farmers, I think we know that a lot of farmers cultivate on ground, maybe based on verbal tenancy. We need to come up with some kind of authorization or process where those farmers can be covered, and it's slightly difficult to cross-check all these detail while getting the documents. Secondly, in terms of the actual crop being sown, again, that is a challenge, but some states have already started AgriStack and digital survey, which is really helping us a lot to reduce the over-insurance. Then, in addition to that, a lot of grievances are there on ground. Obviously, Government of India has come up with KRPH, Krishi Rakshak portal, where most of the grievances are already being handled. For KRPH, again, we have the weekly review meetings, and on monthly basis, the data of KRPH resolution is going to senior management, which involves how many grievances being closed within, say, 3 days, maybe 7 days, of anything which is going beyond 15 days, what is the reason, whether the format has been standardized as per the Government of India communication or not. All these things be done. In addition to that, there are a lot of grievances which might come on ground. So we do coordinate with district administration to conduct regular district grievance committee meeting. I must tell you, ma'am, that of course KRPH is there. There are district level grievances committees are there. But sometimes grievances might escalate into a different way, and it can take a legal turn. Many a times, without getting those issues highlighted in DGRC directly, a legal notice or communications are being received, even though the Government of India communication to states really helpful in that perspective. Similarly, from claims settlement perspective, we have a monitoring mechanism, again, based on the TAT, which is defined in the PMFBY operation guideline. We are monitoring that how many, what is the total number of claims which have been settled within the defined timelines. We have an aspirational timeline also. Say 15 days is the timeline given as per PMFBY operation guideline. We do have an aspiration of what should be the settlement ratio within 5 days, within 7 days. So all these monitorings are basically in line with the evaluation criteria mentioned by Government of India. And certainly, if we have our KPIs mirrored with the roles and responsibilities and the evaluation criteria or the performance indicator mentioned in the operation guideline, which is being reviewed regularly by Government of India and state government, certainly it will, at district level, state level, there will be better coordination. Obviously, state government and district administration will have more trust and more faith in the implementing agency, and that will be really helpful for the smoothest scheme implementation.
Thank you, Azad. I think we are almost on time. So now, Mangesh, the only reinsurers among so many insurers. You have heard the state governments, you have heard the insurers also, and we expect reinsurers to be a neutral party. So your, the reinsurer's perspective, I would like to know for the forthcoming tender cycle.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to involve me in this particular esteemed panel. I would focus on the topics of incentives, disincentives, and also three principle-based approaches. One is the principle of good faith. I think when we talk about insurance companies, because of the pressure on EOM and because of the low liability involved, when they quote for surplus sharing models, I think that principle of good faith is definitely eroded to some extent. On the reinsurance side as well, I have seen tremendous amount of inflow of not so reputed or at times not so established insurance companies, particularly in the era of 2023 onwards. And I think that is something which is also very concerning, because maybe some of these reinsurance companies, not all, but some of these reinsurance companies are not really committed towards this particular sector, and they might, fly away in case you have a change in the model. I think we need to definitely look at this aspect very carefully, and from that angle, having a burn cost approach, having full risk transfer products, or having profit and loss sharing mechanisms, I think those are really bang on sort of proposals that are there in front of you. Second is the principle of risk transfer, and again, lot of debate has happened over the years, particularly in the last NRC and this NRC as well. It's very funny that the states are now complaining that the rates are very low. This has never happened in the past. It's really counterintuitive, right? And that is something which needs to be really looked at. Are we really promoting good risk transfer in this scheme or not through normal traditional SSM models? That needs to be looked at for sure. On the other hand, given that the reinsurance contracts are also back-to-back, I think reinsurance companies also struggle a lot when it comes to the IFRS implementation and other topics. Some of the products that are there currently in the market are really not called as risk transfer products. That creates a lot of regulatory challenges for us. So I think if you want good support from the good reinsurance companies, established reinsurance companies, credible ones, I think this has to stop somewhere. Third point is contract certainty. And again, given that reinsurance companies have sort of back-to-back contracts with the insurance companies, it's very painful for the insurance companies when a state at the drop of the hat calls for a retender. Suddenly their business plan goes for a toss. And that also impacts us because we have to then sit at a negotiation table. Our contracts are not only governed at times by our local offices, but at times they are also governed by our regional offices or central offices, global offices. And it becomes very difficult for us to establish why we are breaking certain contracts midway, right? This is something which needs to be really looked at. And from that angle, if we can create some sort of incentive and disincentive system to stop these practices, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
So thank you, Mangesh. So I think I'll just sum up. We had very good views and would like to sum up before the audience that what exactly is the expectation of Government of India and including the state governments also from the insurers. Service delivery is, I think, paramount important. That's a concern of every state government. We expect insurers to start working from today. That service delivery has to be very strong, not to be compromised. So to sensitize all the staff and the teams, that's one of the important takeaway, and I think insurers are quite positive about that. There have been a lot of improvements. We expect to tighten up the threads that are loose. The second is strengthening the internal processes, especially for those insurers who had been out of business for quite a long time. It is very important to build up a dedicated cell. And it is also important to strengthen the state level machinery who is interacting with the state governments so that things get sorted out at the state level. They don't come up at the level of companies HO or at the level of Government of India. That becomes very important. Third is we expect the insurers to go for bidding in the shadow areas for the states which have been neglected for long, and including those states where they have been doing business, but there are certain areas which are untouched. It is very important. I would say it is of paramount importance that let's aim for covering those farmers who don't know what insurance is, but they have been facing crop damages. So a very important point which all insurers should work from today. Apart from that, let's work for rationalization of premium rates. It's not about high, low, very high, very low, but it's important to be very rational so that, the state governments, the Government of India, they don't feel the burden of subsidies, there are no leakages, and the insurers are also comfortable in terms of viability as well as in terms of costing part. And yes, very important that we monitor all the processes, whether right for enrollment, whether it's the quality check, whether it's the surveys, whether it's about the ground level activity. So these are the takeaways from this session. We expect that when we meet in the next conference, the state governments do not raise these issues. That is the aim of this discussion, so that when the state governments sit, these issues do not crop in. That's my request. Thank you.
Madam, I just want to, there's an opportunity, so I just like to request the state government friends, because we know that in the past we have seen that the scheme envisages that the cluster allotment is going to be for 3 years. And you know that when a 3-year cluster allotment happens, and in the first year itself, the companies are required to invest in that particular cluster by way of opening up of offices. And then in case of PSU particularly, we have to transfer people from various locations and they are placed here and all. So what happens whenever situation comes that the tender is there for 3 years and after 1 year or 2 years.
I got your point. So request
this,
to the state governments to maintain the sanctity
This
of
is one
contract. Contract is for 3 years. It should be carried out for 3 years rather than being driven.
Stats are both ways.
Yeah.
Stats are also both
Sanctity of contract from both ways is very important. So I think with this we end up this panel discussion with the hope that when we meet next time we actually discuss the achievements rather than challenges.
With that, we step into yet another very engaging presentation, and this one is going to be on the findings of 360-degree impact assessment of PMFBY and RWBCIS. To do the honors, can we please have Shri Senthil Rajan, Senior Director, Deloitte, with over 17 rich years of experience in government and the public sector consulting. Please, can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Senthil Rajanji as he comes up and takes over the stage for a very informative session. Over to you, sir.
What do you like? Headset, level mic, or this mic? This is fine. And this is human. Just to check your presentation. Sure. Thank you.
Shantanu. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Team UNDP, Team PMFBY, and respected gatherings here. And it's our pleasure to be presenting I would say the preliminary findings, because the study, what has been commissioned to Deloitte, is still underway. So we just done with the initial or interim findings over the last two and a half months. And so I'll just cover the findings, what we had covered from the 3 states, largely UP, Maharashtra, and TN, and few districts from these 3 states. So that is one part of the story. And we also had certain requests or inputs for certain inputs for the phase 2, wherein the plan is to cover a larger all implementing states and few non-implementing states of PMFBY, so that it gets the 360-degree as expected from this study. So that is the one part of the evaluation. And then also we are planning, or we have been doing the discussions with a lot of the delegates who are present here. And that interaction will keep continuing as part of the stakeholder discussions. So that the 360-degree is covered from that very point. So that includes the state officers, the director state officers, and the insurers and reinsurers, and so on and so forth. So with this context, I'd like to begin the presentation of ours. I'm joined by my colleague, Shantanu. Okay, so. Okay. Some of the key objectives of the evaluation itself we wanted to cover here. So this is something, paramount, because what we understood from the different evaluations of Government of India schemes, the independent evaluation is super important to get a continuity of the scheme. So that's where this 360-degree, this is also a critical aspect. So this wanted to have this as part of this evaluation. Both the schemes, FBY and RWBCS, both have been covered. So what has been done is develop a methodology which covers which brings out the impact from the the stakeholders involved in it, and also the effectiveness and the access. That's where when Kamna ma'am was telling about the inclusivity, that is one aspect which we want to cover from the access. That is one of the reasons both the implementing and non-implementing states have been covered into this. And most importantly, the identification of gaps and finding out the recommendation or the areas of improvement. Lot of insights have come from the last few hours of our interaction in this session. Thank you so much again for the team which has made this NRC. And then we also wanted to give an impact reporting for the future level. When somebody was talking about the parameters or the KPIs, what are the critical things to be looked into for the future years? So that is also part of the study's outcome. So what are the key deliverables we have mentioned here? So some of the consultation workshops are going to be done. So since we are in the initial stages of these evaluations, so we like to give certain aspects as a trend, what has observed from the 3 states here. And then the other deliverables are the reporting impact reporting framework and some of the journals which will be published. Okay, so these are the 2 phases. The phase means why there were 2 phases, primarily because, so there was a requirement from the ministry to take it to the EFC, Empowered Finance Committee. So for that very reason, the phase 1 emerged out of the larger phase. So basically we covered the 3 states as I told in the beginning, and it had 1,000 odd farmers from the 6 districts in these 3 states. And it covered, also covered some KIIs, key interactions with the government stakeholders, insurance companies and banks. So, and phase 2 is going to be around the remaining 19,000 odd farmers to be covered across 22 states, implementing states and 5 non-implementing states. And then the 50 odd KIIs, out of which 10 had been covered. So wherein we will again reach out to you, many of you in this forum. Okay, so this is the demographic profile of the phase 1. So when we say phase 1, these 3 states have been there. Hardly the 1,000 odd farmers have been covered from the this particular, covering both the schemes. If you look at it, 900 odd farmers have been for the PMFBY and the remaining are from RWBCIS. So the total. So we also try to do the different flavors of the schemes in terms of loanee and non-loanee, and also the enrollment channels. So if you look at largely the non-loanee shares is higher, so 86%, and this is again restricted to the phase 1. So we would like to do a phase 2 in terms of covering larger scope of it. And then if you look at the enrollment channel, both the channels, but largely the CSCs and also the banks, so have been covered. So, and then the interesting part is the monthly income. So wherein we got the income of, it varied from ranging the smallholder farmers and also the larger sections as well. So we have got a separate section on how the range of income is impacting the claims amount. Okay, this is the approach largely the study has been following. So this is what we are mentioning is the one which we have used for phase 1, and then similar with minor modifications will be adopted for the phase 2 as well. So to cover the 20,000 odd farmers, what we have done is we have used the framework what has been adopted and advised by Niti Aayog. So that's called REC plus C+C framework. So it essentially talks about how relevant the scheme is for the farmers, or in this case the farmers, and also the how effective and the efficient. So these are the critical areas, and of course along with the impact, we also would like to read the sustainability from the stakeholders' perspective. So that's where the universalization of the scheme or the diversification of the scheme of the crops, all those things will be covered. So as I told earlier, so we also covered the primary surveys and the secondary data analysis as well. And then this scheme is one of such schemes wherein the data is in abundance. Still, we are still lacking data, right? That's what we discussed in the earlier sessions as well. But yeah, so as part of the assignment or as part of the evaluation, it's very interesting to look at how the secondary data has been corroborated by the primary interactions from the farmers. Okay, so now coming to the essence of the study. Okay, the first and foremost, whether the scheme is considered as relevant from the farmers. So if that's a fundamental question, everyone will have it, right? So largely both the schemes, be it the PMFBY or the RWBCIs, so BCIS, both the schemes have been largely considered as highly considered as irrelevant because the farmers have been, in a way or other, have reported there is a yield loss. So if you look at it, 53% have reported more than 25% of the crop has been lost, under loss because of the diverse, the veracities of the climate. So this has been observed in all the 3 states, though there is a change between the state to state or the district to district, but largely the farmers have told very clearly, categorically, that the scheme is relevant. So whereas in case of RWBCIS, so we could see the 50% of the farmers have told there is a yield loss. For that very purpose, the scheme has been relevant. Okay, so this is interesting study, part of the study, because it's a kind of data which has been published by the Government of India on a year-to-year basis. This, if you note it, this does not cover the state government portions. So it's only the central government kitty which is spent on the schemes. So year on year, the utilization if you look at it, that has been increasing trend. So what it shows is, one, the efficiency is always on the increasing trend. That's a good sign of any scheme, so to speak. And also the budget outlay from the Government of India for this scheme is also on the increasing trend. So, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22, right? If you increasingly spending, so then you can ask from the Government of India, from a finance department. So that is how it is looking like. So, I mean, this is the budget allocated. So post facto, the evaluation, so whether it is corroborated by the farmers or and other stakeholders, that data will be, it means this is only the financial efficiency. We also have to marry it with the operational efficiency and also other parts of the efficiency which we are looking at it. Okay. So this is what I was telling in the beginning, how the claim amount is impacting the respondents. Okay, so both PMFBY and RWBCS, if you plot it under the same income, means claim amount. So again, this is for a particular period of a survey. So we like to take a call on that particular case. So the majority of the income ranges, okay, if you look at it, 22% and 15%, those who of the surveyed farmers are between this 25,000 to 150 lakh. So there is a wide range of claims amount, but again there would be connected to the farmers' land holdings as well. So we have to read it together. So what it tells us is, yes, there is a range of farmers which we are dealing with, so that the product has to be accordingly be managed. So we are not coming to any recommendations per se, but this is what it is leading to us. Okay. Then the other part is, so this is the second bottom. What it is telling about is how much the farmers are satisfied with the claim amount. Again, any claims, so if you are asking them, so it's very difficult to get the highest satisfaction, but still farmers have told, 40% or more have told, they are, slightly or much better, happier, satisfied with the claim performance. So that shows the positive side of the scheme, and the other side is, so there are like 43% still they are not satisfied with the claim amounts, nothing else, nothing to do about this scheme's performance here. Okay, this is again in the effectiveness area. So what we are telling is, here the technology also has a play. It's definitely has a play here. So the first, the pie chart, what it talks about it, for a PMFBY, so how many of the farmers are using the 14447 as a helpline mechanism? We can definitely say 43% are using it, very helpful. So, and another 22% are saying that it is definitely helpful, somewhat helpful. So, 2/3 of the farmers are feeling that the farmers' helpline has been helpful. So, and then what is about the rest of the farmers who are not finding it useful? So, there lies the need for awareness building or the further reach to the farmers from all the agencies involved here. So that the scenario remains almost same in both the schemes. So that is the step one. So whenever the calamity struck, the farmers have to use the helpline, right? So then how much how much quick the farmers are using the helpline. So that is the second graph tells about. So majority of the farmers, almost 70% of the farmers are doing it within 72 hours. That is the TAT which we are telling to the farmer. So that they are doing it, okay. So this is like if this is all based on the farmers' interactions, what we have done it. So and if you look at it, the TAT is, I mean, when you say TAT from the farmer's perspective, it is much more higher in Maharashtra. Maybe it varying from the state of Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, but largely the farmers are there. So then the third bucket, the graph on third, what it talks about it, once the farmers registers the voice or the complaints or the whatever the mechanism, so then what happens? Within 1 week, so that is what the TAT for the agencies to do that one. So here within a week, it's largely 41% have been addressed. The assessment has happened. Maybe majority of the reasons could be like one farmer would have done it. Maybe the majority of the farmers would have to tell. Then only the assessment team would be sent. There will be different mechanisms for that explanation. But what it indicates is there is a scope for improvement in addressing or improving the TAT in this area. So that is what the third graph is telling about. When we talk about from when the farmers informs through the call helpline and the assessment begin. And this is the interesting part from a farmer's perspective about the scheme at large. So this is a kind of, graph which talks about what are the key parameters the farmers is betting his money on this scheme. So if you look at PMFBY, the farmers are bidding for the financial, to cover the financial losses. Whereas in case of RWBCS, it's a peace of mind. So the top 3 reasons are almost similar. Maybe the priority might be different from each of these schemes, but the reasons almost one and the same. So the financial support, the peace of mind, or the security aspect, and the access to loans. So these are more easily. So these are the aspects which the farmers are looking at the scheme. Maybe the products when we are designing at the policy level or at the insurer level, this can be looked at it. So the other aspects that we are not saying that they should not be considered, but there are other, like for example, reduced distress. Some of the farmers did not even say anything about it, but yeah. So this is the factor for the futuristic view. And sustainability. So this talks about the, why the farmer want to continue. So many of the farmers, 71% in PMFBY and almost 80% in RWBCS want to insure their crop going forward. So that shows the scheme. Again, this is related to the 1,000 farmers. If we do it for 20,000 farmers, our hope is this trend will be continuing, or it might be better. But yeah, so they want the scheme, they want to cover the scheme through this insurance coverage. So that is the point number 1. And then the point number 2 is they are also looking for an increased productivity through the schemes. Like because of the PMFBY, there is a crop productivity increase. That's what the farmers view it, okay? So not necessarily the other one. So then the shift in type of crops. So this is a variety of crops they wanted to cover the same. So since we have covered the Maharashtra, so majority of the farmers are from Maharashtra are looking forward to this kind of crop diversity. So and coming to the enrollment intent and the financial willingness, so we asked question on how much you want, how much you want to do more if you are increasing the premium from whatever the 2%, 1.5% range. So majority of them saying is the next season they are willing to increase, and they are also willing to pay more. So where there is a variation between the state to state, but again, there is a willingness among the farmers. 64 or 2/3 of the farmers are willing to pay more. So that's a good news for all of those you are here. And so what are the key drivers for the confidence of the farmers on the schemes? So majority, again, saying that this is like we try to compare between PMFBY and the other one. So for the purpose of these meetings, so we can read the first number, like 66% of the farmers are feeling that the premiums are affordable. So that's a good news for all of us. And then the faster the claim settlements. There is not such great thing, but still 50% have felt that there is a faster claim settlement. And then there is an assessment. So maybe 40% only felt that there is transparency there in the assessment. Yeah, so on and so forth. Technology-based yield estimation and the process, we have to spread the awareness on those particular field because only 30% of the farmers have felt that technology are having the confidence on this technology-based yield assessment estimation. So yeah, so then the other one is the targeted outreach for farmers. That's where we are thinking about getting into the universalization, but not all of them have vouched for it. So I move into the, these are all from the primary survey interactions, and let me move into the insights from the interaction with the stakeholders. The stakeholders are nothing but the people who are sitting here, so the representatives of yours. So Shantanu, do you want to come here?
Thank you, Senthil, for taking us through the context and what we have found out from the farmer interactions. So I had interactions with multiple stakeholders, including the state government, banks, and the insurance companies, wherein we could figure out a few findings. First one is on the coverage design and risk management challenges. So what we have seen is that there is adverse selection is more in most of the states, right, wherein the high risk districts have higher enrollments and the lower risk districts have low enrollment, right? That puts a lot of balance issues among the risk pool of the overall insurance portfolio, what the insurance companies have over there, right? Second one is on the ARTM model. So it puts the states under a lot of fiscal exposure, especially for the 80-110 models. This is what the stakeholders have stated. And on the 80-110, it has an unlimited exposure beyond 110%, right? So that is something which is a little, which needs a little bit of thinking. And stakeholders have also highlighted that 60-130 profit and loss model and 80-20 model is something which is little sustainable in nature. And the new model which has come up, wherein the burn cost has been linked with 80-110 model, is something which can be looked at for future. Third point under coverage is partial disbursement by the state governments. There has been a lot of instances when the disbursement of claim, the subsidies has been partially disbursed into the insurance companies' accounts, right? And now insurance companies are left under the ambiguity on how to disburse those claims to the farmers, whether it has to be fully paid to a single farmer or should be partially paid to the farmer. So that is something which needs a little bit of thinking. And fourth point is on the coverage adequacy gaps. And especially that's for the RWCA scheme because it covers horticulture crops and we see variances across all the states that different states are covering different fruits and vegetables, right? And that needs to be in sync across all the states and we need to cover more and more number of fruits and vegetables. Second area is on the technology gaps. The first point is on uneven ES-Tech implementation across the states. So different states are implementing ES-Tech at a different level. Madhya Pradesh doing 100% for all the crops. Maharashtra doing it at 40-50% for a few crops. And rest of the states are still picking up from 30% and above. So that is something which needs to be in sync for across all the states in India. And apart from that, what we see is that there is no formal mechanism to enable cross-sharing of learnings from how Madhya Pradesh, let's say, is doing at 100%. So there needs to be a platform for sharing learnings on how to make ES-Tech a little more robust. Second point is on weak AWS and ARG network. Though we have started implementation like installation of AWS and ARG through winds, but still there is a gap in the density of AWS and ARG what we have. And also the stakeholders have highlighted that there are chances of malfunctioning and uncalibrated units also, which needs to be looked at while implementation of ES-Tech, of winds. Third point in technology is the coordination challenges across the stakeholders, right? And we have found two inputs from that. One is that there is the ES-Tech, it's supposed to give the outputs very quickly at some point, but it has been found that the outputs are coming little after CCs in some cases, right? So that is something of a concern, and the outputs of ES-Tech has to be in time. Second area is that there is a coordination challenge between the stakeholders, primarily the state governments, TIPs, MITRs, and insurance companies, right? And not everyone is on the same page when the ESRs have been published, right? So there has to be some coordination between all the stakeholders wherein they all are aligned with the methodologies, what they're using, the sources of data which are being used, right? So that is something which needs to be looked at. When we move, now we can move to the operational efficiencies. First one is on the enrollment bottlenecks. There are two parts to it. One is loany farmers, one is non-loany farmers. When we look at loany farmers, banks itself are under a lot of administrative challenges, right? And it takes a lot of time to enroll each farmer. So that is where they need some support in CBS and NCIP integration. And a few banks which have tried to do that integration, they state that there are challenges with the validation of the overall data sets which they have. Then again, there are challenges related to the 4% commission which is being provided to the banks. The banks have stated that those amount itself is little low in nature and it needs to be improved furthermore. And apart from that, being it 4%, the banks have stated that the reconciliation itself is a lot of issue and they are not able to track it back that for what farmer they have received what kind of commission. So that is something where the banks need some transparency. Second point is on the limited capacity of the packs. So packs are quite the backbone of the rural India, right? And they need to be strengthened. They have limited capacity in terms of infrastructure, the laptops, the computers which they have. Even they have only 1 or 2 staffs who are operating under them, right? And they have limited knowledge about the overall scheme. So strengthening them will definitely pick up enrollment of the loany farmers. When we look at the non-loany farmers, the stakeholders have stated that there has been erroneous applications which are being uploaded in the portal, and that leads to a lot of rejections. Apart from that, even in our survey also, it has been stated that a few farmers have paid extra money for getting them enrolled in the program. So that is a concerning thing that the CSCs are charging some money which they should not be, and for the enrollment of the farmers. Third point is on the cluster over-concentration by the insurance companies. A few states, when we look at Uttar Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh, they have capped the clusters for insurance companies. In Uttar Pradesh, I think it's two insurance companies, 2 clusters per insurance companies, and in Andhra, it's 3 clusters per insurance companies. So that is something which can be looked at because right now, in a few states, a single insurance company sometimes gets most of the clusters, which also leads to the operational fatigue and a lack of service delivery in those regions. There is another area which we looked at is the improvement of RWCS triggers, and we have also talked about in the forum as well that the triggers needs to be improved. Sometimes the frequency of payouts are really very quick, and in some cases the basis risk itself does not get covered. So that is also something we need to look at, and there is some work also going on right now for fixing those triggers. Fourth area is on the administrative issues. So there's an underdeveloped SPMU capacity, though we have a provision to set up a SPMU within the states, but the states have not been able to establish those SPMUs which can take care of the IT-related concerns, remote sensing, and different other challenges which the program faces, right? And the challenge which was highlighted by stakeholders that it's really very difficult to get out the 3% of the premium budget out of the program for the administrative expenses. And there was a recommendation which was highlighted that maybe the administrative expenses cost can be loaded over to the rates of the premium which is being quoted by the insurance companies. Then moving on, we have another area on the awareness campaigns. There are 2 things. One, there is a gap among the stakeholders, the farmers, for the insurance literacy. Basically, they know that which crops are being covered and what are the timelines, but actually they don't have the insurance literacy, that why the loss estimates are being low, right, and why they are not getting claims, right? So those insurance literacy itself is not there, and the current grassroots level stakeholders like Pashu Mitras, Kisan Mitras, and different SHG, FPOs, drone Didis, those are really critical stakeholders, and they are not being leveraged for bringing awareness among the farmers. So that is something which can be strengthened furthermore to increase the awareness among the farmers. Third area is on the feedback system. We do have a lot of digital technologies right now. We do have KRPH as a touch point right now, which is going from central government to the farmers directly. That is what we can leverage as a platform to get continuous feedback from the farmers, whether they are happy with the program or not, and any challenges that they are facing, that can be highlighted and can be taken over by the policy makers for further refinement. Last area is on the loss assessment for add-on coverages. What we see is that there are state-level variations for loss, especially for the localized claims. And even within the states, the variations are there. It's all related to subjectivity of the person who is doing the loss assessment, right? And apart from that, there is limited uses of technology for the assessment of localized events. And tools like CropInsurance, remote sensing technologies are being are used in a fragmented way and in a pilot manner, but it has to be made as a standard practice for making the loss assessment of ad hoc causes for the, like, in a more strengthened way. Yeah, so after this study, we do look after the recommendation areas wherein we are trying to cover the farmer coverages, how to improve the farmer coverage, then how the technology and data infrastructure should look like. We'll look at the implementation of add-on coverages, how that has to be implemented at the end of the day. We'll definitely look at the claim management and timeliness and transparency, how that can be improved. We'll see ways on how to improve the RWCI scheme. And we do have a newly launched coverages on paddy inundation and wild animal coverages. And on that also, we are trying to put forward some recommendation. And some more areas are on insurance literacy, adoption of ART models, enrollment strategy, increasing women participation in the program, improving institutional capacity, and also how to get farmer feedbacks in real time. So these are the areas which we'll look for in recommendation at the later stage of the engagement. In way forward, right now we have completed the first phase of the engagement, and the second phase of the engagement, we are doing 19 implementing states, and wherein we are covering around 19,000 farmer surveys, and the surveys will be probably over by the end of February. We are also conducting stakeholder discussions, and it should be over by the second week of February. Thirdly, we'll have to collate all the data and analyze both farmer surveys and the stakeholder surveys and validate and triangulate all of the data, and it will be over by first week of March. We'll be preparing the final report, and it should be closed by end of March. And apart from that, at the end, we'll be publishing 2 peer-reviewed articles, and that will be more focused on the providing knowledge to the global stakeholders. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, as I was telling in the beginning, this is the beginning of a largest understanding of the scheme from an independent perspective, right? To cover all the 360 degree. So this has just begun a couple of months ago, or we can say 3 months ago. So the much onus is on all the ecosystem stakeholders to help us with the findings. Okay, so we heard a lot from you over the last few hours, and we'll also be listening to the discussions and the respective inputs which come from the different perspectives of the stakeholders who are here. But yeah, we are happy to take the pointers so that we can cover when we come out back to you as part of the interactions. So yeah, Ajay, we are done with our initial findings. So any questions from the stakeholders, we are happy to take it. Yeah.
I would like to highlight one of the observation. When we had interaction with those who are representing farmers, they have raised this that there is no platform where they are considered as the stakeholder. So when you do all these stakeholder consultations, we think as government, state government, central government, bankers, insurers, we all, those who are working for the FasalBima Yojana, we are considering ourselves as stakeholder.
Yes.
But it's their demand that they are also important stakeholder when decision has been made at the district level committee, at the state level committee, or at any forum. They are not getting chance to be heard. So I think this is one thing which we need to consider when we are bringing some framework to see that how we address issues related to FasalBima Yojana. Thank you.
Absolutely, ma'am. So if we look at it in the next phase, in the phase 1, we covered only the beneficiaries who got certain claim amounts. So in phase 2, what is the plan is to cover all 3 buckets. One is who got the claim amounts, those who have enrolled but did not get any claim amounts. The third group is those did not get enrolled at all. So we would like to cover all these 3 cohorts to get a feedback. So anyway, so that is why we are calling them as a primary stakeholders, because all of us are here for them. So, so as you rightly pointed out, so still some of the farmers who have received the claims or also did also mention that they didn't get any of the technology tools what we have told. So if that is the case, then what to talk about the enrolled but did not get any claims, and those who did not enroll. So we need to get a view from all these three cohorts about the technology platform and also the feedback mechanism. Thank you so much, ma'am. So we have covered that part of the questionnaires. Yeah.
In your research, you have tried to know the satisfaction level at the beneficiary level, how satisfied they are with the policy advantages. But government is also a stakeholder. Government is investing, state government, huge amount on this. So you try to understand the satisfaction level by the government through this program. It should be one of the variables in your research.
So point well noted, sir. So as you said, so government is one of the stakeholders, right? So we will definitely take their perspectives. So we are talking to the different stakeholders of the government, of different state governments, and getting their perspectives. But the satisfaction, end of the day, it lies with the primary beneficiaries. So we will leave the justice or the benefit to him. So he might be absolutely wrong, he or she, sorry. But we have to leave it to him or her. So any other point of view which we would like us to be receiving it from the field? So because as we told, the second phase is just beginning in this week onwards. So if we have to tweak further questions, we can do. So that we will get a perspective which you wanted to have it. Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks again for the team. PMFBY.
Thank you so very much. Can we have a nice round of applause, please, for that session? Well, it's been a wonderful day one so far with a lot of rich dialogues, but I think it's now time to light up the energy once again in this room. We've got just the perfect act to do that. Before we get to it, I want to request each and every one of you, please put those mobile cameras away, because it will interfere with the performance that's coming up. Absolutely no photography, no videography, and most definitely no flash. Because when the lights turn off, their creativity illuminates. Yes, ladies?